heck is going on? What's up, everybody?
I hear feedback.
Yeah. The heck is going on? What's up, everybody? It wasn't mine.
Picking up your delay.
Sorry, everybody. Hold on while we figure this out. What's up, everybody? It wasn't mine.
Picking up your delay.
Sorry, everybody. Hold on while we figure this out. What's up, everybody? It wasn't mine.
I don't hear it now.
Everything okay?
Very good. There we go.
All right. Okay. What's up? What's up? What's up, Matt?
Good to see you, Ruben.
Hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Of course. Yeah. Good long week. I know it's been a very hectic week for you, but otherwise okay.
A big week in the entertainment business as the American film market moved to Las Vegas. Its first year here, and so I was repping, the company I work for, MVD, and the labels that we handle. So a lot of very, very good meetings. A lot of really cool people in town. Nothing I can talk about, but a lot of good meetings.
It's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. So it's a good, productive week. That's good. You must be tired. So I appreciate even more that you're here with me.
This is my relaxation. This is my bath salt. This is my enjoyment.
The bath salt is perfect. Yeah. That's a good way. You hear that, everybody? You are the salt to Matt's skin, for him to relax after a long, harsh week of work. So very cool. Very cool. Yeah. So let us see which one of our friends are here. The usuals, I'm sure, the usual suspects. Jason Ladwig, I hope you can make it back, but I know you were here 8 hours ago or 7 hours ago. Appreciate you letting us know that you may not be able to make it. If you can make it, I'd love to see you, but if not, no worries, man. So thank you. What else? Yes, of course, John C. What's up, John C? I know you think we're going to make you rich, and of course we are. Printing money, baby. Yep. Printing money. You know it.
Make it rain. Make it rain.
Yeah, sure. Mike at nsnart.com. We're still waiting for you to explain to us what Palantir or published art means. That's a really weird question. You had Matt actually Googling to try to figure out what you were trying to say. We couldn't really figure it out. I mean, we were in the
Urban Dictionary and checking, Middle Earth Dictionary, and we got that much. Yeah. But I can't figure out how the use of it as an object of prophecy or scrying stone related to the point he was trying to make. Maybe he went too deep. Maybe it was just a mistype. So we'll find out. Hey, guys.
Take Marcus's advice, everyone. Cash out now.
Cash out now.
Cash out now. All at the same time.
Yep.
That always portends good things financially.
Yep.
And Mike, there you go. Don't. I'm gonna make you so rich you can hire somebody to hit the like button for you. Exactly, John. That's a good way to put it, man. If you like what you see, check out his past videos, not those fans only ones. His regular videos. What? I don't know what you mean by that. Is that a joke? I'm not sure if you're being serious. At first, I thought, oh, he's being nice. He's trying to, get maybe some new people to sort of, hey, if you're new here, check out some of my old videos. But I'm not really sure that's what you're saying. Fans only? Do you mean only fans? Like, I don't know if you're trying to make a joke or what's up with that, Mr. Red Jack.
I think he's typing it backwards because if you type it in order, you get like a strike against you or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say only fans?
I don't think you're allowed to have it written in a description. Otherwise, it gets categorized as adult material, which is funny because it was never set up to be that. It became that. But I mean, that's not the fault of the format.
Wow. Hi, Vivian. So, hi, Vivian. So let me ask you something, because there's one thing that I've noticed. Hey, Rick, what's going on, pal? One thing I noticed of late, like in the last couple of months on here on YouTube, I'm watching videos. And I noticed a lot of people, as they're narrating, they're talking to the camera, they always, instead of saying the word like kill, they say, he's going to unalive you. And it's so annoying. And I'm like, why are people getting into the habit of doing that? And I'm wondering, does that have something to do with, again, you're not allowed to say kill?
The K word gets stricken. The P word gets stricken. So people say corn.
Well, like you get like demonetized if you're
Yeah.
already monetized. You get demonetized if you say words like kill.
Yep.
But that's insanity. That's like if you and I are just talking on a live stream and we're and wow, you just kind of say some random off the sort of top thing like, oh man, and so then that person, whatever, yeah, I don't know, he killed, he killed the thief got killed or whatever, or
Yeah.
oh, the Ukraine,
and it might be in reference to harming oneself, and so that's why they say unalived himself. I don't know. It could be a sequence of words in the algorithm, not unlike the Joker fish, where it wasn't, like in the first Batman movie, when people were getting the Joker smile, they had to use 2 products, not 1 product. So it might have been a combination of words that lead to the banning.
Okay. But like, it's so insane. Like, these are just simple everyday words that you use in everyday vocabulary and conversation.
Yeah.
Like what? That's insane.
Yeah. I mean, there's a whole bunch of words that are fancy that you can't use because people think they mean other things, and that's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story, I guess. Yeah. But welcome back, Matt.
Thanks, Vivian.
And there you go. Hi, Brian. Hope the family is well. Yes, exactly. Hope you're doing well, Brian, and the family as well, of course. I know things are tough, but hope they're getting better, or at least not getting worse. Now, don't go to the station, man. What? Rodney, what's up, Rodney? Instantly Film. What is up? What's happening? Look at that. Peter Rowe, you haven't been by in a while. Been a minute, as the kids say. Actually, been several minutes for you. So where have you been? What's happening? And
he was getting all his Peters in a row.
Oh, nice. I like that. Where's Nick? Stanley, come on, man. Don't you read the description? Read the description right below here, okay, where I'm pointing. And while you're at it, when I'm pointing, yeah, get that thumbs up there and click it, okay? Thank you. If you're watching, 30 of you watching so far, more coming in slowly but surely, trickling in. So please, I would appreciate it if you just hit the thumbs up. Why not? I want to say really quickly, by the way, thank you to those of you who subscribed. I just hit the 600 mark, so a new 100 mark for me, and went to 601, 602. But all the last 3 of you who have subscribed anonymously. So unfortunately, I can't even shout you out, but by name. But thank you anyways, and I hope you
shadow scribing.
Shadow scribing, exactly. But yeah, good to see you, Stanley. Wow, John Wynn, what's up, man? Salutations to you. What's going on? Dwayne's a pain it is. What's up in Oklahoma? Must be getting pretty cold out there in Oklahoma. We're having unseasonably nice weather, shockingly, for this time of year.
Another good reason to move to Canada.
Among the many, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Gil's back. Hello. What's up? Not a lot, man. What's up with you? Good to see you. What's up? Antoine Denison's back again. What's going on, Antoine? Good to see you. Yeah. Good to see some of you newer guys coming back regularly or semi-regularly. That's nice. So that's really cool. It tells me that you're enjoying hanging out with us on Sundays. So that's pretty cool. Glad you guys can make it. And who's taking ukulele lessons? Why are you being so weird with your questions tonight, Mike? Ukulele lessons? Was that you said? Did you say that when we went live and you heard the double noise or whatever? I don't know what that means. Okay, yeah, because Marcus said echo. Maybe the echo thing. That doesn't sound like a ukulele, though. What's up, John Brown?
Does the character Echo play a ukulele in the comic? Is that a thing?
I've never read Echo, so I couldn't say that. I wouldn't be able to answer. Oboe lessons? It's Sadar. Okay. What's up, Tom? Good to see you. John's Comics with Kids. What's up, John? Good to see you. Evening to you. Of course, yeah. Well, Vic Narucci come on instead. We'll see. Maybe he'll pop in later. I don't know. And maybe Nick will pop in later. Who knows?
Thank you, Vivian.
Look at that. Yeah. She never even she's never complimented my glasses. So
I think she's complimenting mine because they look like yours.
No, I think she likes the two-tone. Maybe they do look alike, similar, but yours are two-tone. Maybe she likes the two-tone. You know,
could be.
Yeah. Ruben spelled facetious correctly. I mean, is it really a hard word to spell? Come on, Tom. Really, man? If that's the biggest challenge you could come up with, I don't know. It doesn't say much for a lot of people.
Take the awards when people give you the awards. That's what I have to say. Tom, thank you. On behalf of Ruben, I graciously accept this award.
You can take the trophy, okay? How about that, Matt? You can take the trophy on my behalf. Absolutely. Do you realize this is Ruben's show? Yeah, exactly. Take a hint. You should know by now. Maybe it's Pantene. Maybe it's Maybelline. That's what he means. Yeah, I don't know. He still hasn't clarified, has he? I don't. Oh,
so invest. That is an investment company. So there is a company named Palantir.
Okay, so he's saying invest in Palantir, which is
a tech company.
Right. Ticker PLTR or published art. What is Palantir, Mike? I mean, what do they produce or sell or?
Palantir? They must have had an interesting IPO or a bump.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even heard of them. So I don't know. You must be mentioning them because of.
We'll assume that. Otherwise, it will send us on a segue that could last an hour. So we're just going to assume that that they're doing well.
Yes, exactly. Better investment, PLTR stock. Oh, Tom must know about it too. I don't know. He must have been in the news or something. You know.
I guess.
Oh, only feet. Yes, Marcus is the foot fetishist. So. He's always interested.
I'm not shaming him. It's just not my.
No, of course. Whatever.
Lee, how you doing, Lee?
Whatever floats your boat. What's up, Lee? And Lee, are you back? Lee went on a beautiful tropical vacation last Saturday. I believe he left. Last Saturday. So are you back already, Lee? Let us know. I can't imagine you'd be ignoring Case, while you're lying on the beach next to her. Mind you, it's nighttime, so I don't think you'd be on the beach now, but. Yeah, maybe you're back home now. Oh, what's up, Murdoch? Been a minute for you too. Also banned if you do it enough. The
words, yeah.
Too many restrictions.
Yeah, the S word definitely gets stricken. So yeah,
What's the S word?
The synonym for self-harm that rhymes with something ending
in
Yep.
Oh, if we're doing a live stream here, and if I just mention the word in a sentence. It's not necessarily going to be bad. You're just saying
you'll get
the algorithm picking it up too much or something.
Yeah, you get buried in the algorithm. It'll be hard for people to find your video.
Oh, I see. Okay. Larry, another guy. I don't know if you know who this, but this is not the Larry that you are thinking it is. Which Larry?
Not.
Yeah, there's a few Larrys. So
not the Larry who's been to my house, I guess.
No, not that one. No.
Okay. So all Larrys are good Larrys, you know.
And hey, CJ, since it's a live stream, they probably ban you from streaming for a certain amount. Wow, man, this is kind of. It's funny though. It's not like I ever receive emails from YouTube telling me, "Hey, okay, we have a change in our policies from now on. If you say this word, that, this might happen." Nothing. Nobody ever warns me about it.
It may only set off depending upon how many views you're logging. And so if you reach above a certain amount, or if you reach above a certain amount of subscribers, they may start really paying attention to that type of thing. And what's interesting, as you know, is this can happen. If you reach a point where you got like, say, 20,000 subscribers, they would go back and watch past videos, and your past video numbers would start to grow along with your new numbers. By the time when you've got 20 videos under your belt with 20,000 subscribers, even the earliest videos start to reach above 5,000. And so then they can demonetize those or hide those after the fact, years after the fact. It's funny, like there's not a lot of rhyme or reason to what the operational procedures are. There's no list of words that they give out. It's just that, and you kind of have to pay attention to like the platinum streamers and some of the like people that are big on TikTok and on Twitch that are also on YouTube, because they post it. They're like, okay, I'm going to put these words, or look on my other site, or look on Twitch and I've got these posted. We're noticing a trend, and they're usually very, very helpful like that. That's what's kind of great thing about the Twitch community is as catty as things can get, there's also a lot of really good people that do a lot of good things and do a lot of good things for other people and just raise awareness on things.
Yeah. Well, Mike is telling me to just use Pig Latin. Yeah, I don't know. Does anybody still use Pig Latin?
Apparently Mike does. Apparently you do.
After the age of 8 or so, 9 maybe. Apparently Mike does. Yeah. Sewer slide, and Ryan Reynoldsing yourself are safe place to go. Yeah, I'm not gonna start. I'm not gonna start doing that. I guess if they bury me with the algorithm, it's not like they put my stuff out there to begin with because my shows are so long, anyways. Right? So that's why my channel has grown so slowly. So I'm okay with that. I wanted to grow slowly, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, whatever.
It's organic, so we can cost more at Whole Foods.
Yeah, man. And Ruben makes no money off these, so chat away. Yeah, that's true. Ain't making jack shit here. 6,000 next. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah, no. If I slowly make it to 1,000, that's fine. But again, one at a time, the way it's happening, without me asking people, subscribe. I hate that shit. So that means that when I get 1 a week or 2 or 3 in a week, I like that because it means if they're subscribing on their own without me trying to pump them into doing it, right? That means there's more likelihood that, hey, they're doing it because, they spotted the channel, they watched a little bit of the show, or okay, this is pretty cool. I might check out what's coming next, and right? So that's a worthwhile subscriber.
Yeah.
The ones that come just because you're always pumping. Oh, yeah, hit the subscribe, people. Yeah, hit it. Those are the people that are, what? Okay. And they hit it and then they never come back and watch anything ever again, right? So, and that's how you get up to 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And then they never come back. So what's the point? I don't want those people. So, what's up, Scotty? Time to unsub. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Make it a show in sales shop. Nick comes on then. Yeah, hopefully Nick will come on the 8th of December because otherwise I'm already pretty much booked for December. I've got the 29th of December, the last Sunday in December still open, but I'm pretty sure I'll have booked it by the time the 8th comes along, next apparent the scheduled appearance. So if it doesn't happen on the 8th, it's likely going to happen for the 20th. So we'll be celebrating the 21st anniversary sometime in 2025, whatever. Hopefully not, though. Stevie B, what's up? Hello, this show is the Generation Sunday night version of the Ed Sullivan Show. Nice, that's a good one. A Sunday night
really big show. Really
big show. Yeah, thank you, Stevie. That's very nice of you.
That makes me Topo Gigio.
I know the name, but I don't know what that
Topo
is.
Gigio is a mouse with big ears and a pencil mustache. He was on the Ed Sullivan Show. Yeah.
Okay. Nice. We have American educations. So you're saying that means the average American would not be able to spell the word facetious? Okay, I'm going to leave it there. You said it anyways, not me. So traveling in Italy and Turkey for fun. Nice, Peter. Wow.
Love to go to Turkey. It'd be amazing.
Very nice. Yeah, Turkey. Very nice. And Italy. Fantastic.
Let's go to Italy for the Lake Como show.
Okay. Max Sin City Collectibles. Wow, you're back. Matt handling the award like a well-spoken politician.
In my town. Mac in my town.
And you are back, indeed. Okay, 1 week went by quickly, I'm sure, for you, Lee. Wow. Well, I hope you guys had a great time there. Maybe a little bit of a tan you worked on, maybe. I don't know. You seem like the kind of guy with your hair's, your skin's too fair. I don't think you probably would have tanned much, but I hope you guys had a good time. Ruben knew he was going up against the Penguin finale tonight, so he brought in Matt. Exactly.
Damn, I'm missing the Penguin finale.
Darn, because you can't, rewind doesn't exist, of course. Oh my God, you're gonna miss it and you'll never watch it ever again. You'll never get to see how it ends. I actually saved last week's episode. I decided to save it. I thought, there's only one more after tonight, so I was like, yeah, let me save this one. And then Sunday night or Monday morning, I was like, okay, I'll have 2 back to back, you know, to finish
like
off.
that extra crispy French fry that you keep on the edge of the plate to eat fast.
I'm one of those save the best for last kind of people, you know. So I do,
Sure.
I like that. So, so have you been watching it, Matt?
Oh yeah, I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Are you up to date with the 7th one?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So you've been loving it like me and everybody else? Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, been really happy about how it's turned out, and like I said, I find it weird. It bugs me a lot that it's like it's not really a superhero show. There's really no connection to comics other than the title, if you think about it, right? And the fact that they use his name, you know. But that's really it. It's really like a mob type show, you know. That's in Gotham, which is might as well be any other city, you know.
Yep.
But yeah, that's whatever. It's fantastic. If that's what it takes for DC to make good video content,
I'll take it.
I'll take it. Exactly. You know, make it as little to do with the actual comic characters as possible. Okay. Right. Yeah. Make it related to the comics in name only, almost, which is what it is. If it's a good product, I guess I'll take it. Yeah, exactly. Yep. You know, so top 5 favorite books on Matt's shelf about comic art or artist editions. Yeah, we're not going to go there unless he wants to rattle them off while I talk. Yellowstone and Penguin. I don't watch it. Domingo Gigante for the Penguin.
Domingo Gigante.
Well, I didn't watch last week, so I don't know who Domingo is. So I'm not going to ask
you. Domingo Gigante is a Spanish language entertainment show that ran on Sunday nights on.
Well, that's a Cali thing, I guess.
Well, it's Univision, so it's like the Spanish language network in North America, the most primary one.
Okay.
Great. It's like kind of like the Ed Sullivan Show, but for Spanish speaking audiences.
Interesting. Never heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's nice. You have to talk about karma, like Nick, and then what happens? I sound
comeuppance. We talk about karma, and karma talks about us.
It might be you. Does anybody else hear me sounding muffled, or Matt, perhaps? Because you're the only one saying that so far, Antoine.
I would guess possibly me, but I don't know.
Yes, sir. Culture Club. YouTube hates you. Remember that? I don't know. Do they? I guess so. It is easy and costs nothing. Yes, thank you, Cab. I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you. Please hit it. Please. We're up to 46 people waiting. Man, that's a lot of people. I think almost 4 dozen waiting for us to tell them how to invest and make a mint a fortune in comic art. Boy, are they going to be disappointed, right, Matt?
Not at all.
Maybe Vivian likes Lee's glasses because they have color on them and kind of like matting. Yeah, it's like matting. Yeah. No pun intended, of course, I'm sure. The End of Life Squad just doesn't have a ring to it.
Yeah.
Exactly, Rick. That's my point. It's more like you can see our updated terms of service, and then you have to read the fine print. Right, exactly, which is, of course, what we all just sort of skip. Right?
Yeah. And it doesn't actually have a list of words that you can't say on television, so to speak.
Yeah? Who has that list?
No, that's what I'm saying is YouTube's terms of service don't have like an actual list of things you can't say. Yeah, they don't post it. It's never been made public.
All right, see you later, Cap. I hope to see you later again. Like smoked meat, low and slow. Yeah, nice.
That is the
Maki Poo Poo, what's up? Good to see you. What's quality over quantity?
Goddamn right.
I don't know what you're referring to, but yeah, typically
subscriber numbers. Like 2 at
the subscribers. Yeah, exactly. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I've used that word, Antoine. I want quality subscribers. I've said that before, not quantity. Exactly. I want the subscribers as much as possible. Viewers.
Bootlegging is a habit. We're gonna get into it very shortly.
We can't lose speculative investments. I feel bamboozled. Nick will want to move to that date. Yeah, he probably. We'll see. I don't want to jinx it. I don't know. You guys know it would have happened on the first scheduling if it was up to me. It's entirely up to him, so it's nothing I can do about it. Nick near the 8th, close to Nick. Oh man, don't say that, TJ, man. You're really gonna jinx it. The Perry Como Show, Canadian, I believe. I believe there is more room for original art content now than ever. It offers entertainment, networking opportunities, market discussions, and more. Personally, I would prefer more regular content. I'm not sure what you mean by more regular content, Gil. I will say I've been saying it for 2 or 3 years. Well, I've been saying it since I decided to start my channel. I wish more of you guys would like Carl from Carl's collection. I doesn't matter what you do, whether it's he does a small little thing of pre-recorded videos, right? And he does comic book reviews, which I don't know, as a guy who doesn't really read comics regularly, I kind of like it because I like his take on his honesty and on when he talks about the comics he's read. He's very honest about it. He doesn't just suck up and say that all the comics he reads are great, So I like that. So I like watching that, even though it's not original art related. And then he does the unboxings for original art and sometimes for toys and stuff. I watch it all. It's fun. It's just a nice little 15 minutes here and there, 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 12 minutes, 6 minutes, whatever the case may be. But I do wish that more of us would do things. That's what I think needs to happen. Not like myself suddenly, oh, I'm going to go from Sunday nights to like 3 nights a week now and do 3 different, like, I don't have time anyways, but even if I did, I just don't want to. I just feel we need different voices. You know what I mean, Matt? Like,
I agree.
Right. Different faces, different voices, not a ton of content from the same channel all the time. You know what I mean?
But I also think, you don't want to be a professional YouTuber.
Right.
Like it's right. Not your aim. No. You have a lot going on that you find very rewarding in your personal life. And the commitment that it would take to be a professional YouTuber is beyond the scope of what you're willing to put at it. I'm the same way. I had a weekly show for 2 years on the Meltdown Network, as pod sequentialism, like clockwork, once a week. And it became too much for me. Just even once a week became too much for me. And I didn't feel like I had that much to say. So I went dark for years. And now when I have something that I want to talk about, I pop it up, and I don't get really too affected by the algorithm because I have very low numbers, and I'm kind of fine with that. Like the people that I want to watch it.
Yeah. No, what's up, Jeff? He's gone now. Yeah, that was 4 minutes ago. Sorry to hear about your water here. They're falling apart. I hope it gets back to norm soon. Good luck. How does he know of Don Francisco's existence? Okay.
I am a complicated man.
Thank you, John. Yes, please hit the thumbs up if you're popping in. It's 46 of you. I don't know. I can't see on my software how many likes are in there, but I'm sure it's nowhere near 48, which is 4 dozen viewers at the moment. I hope that you guys who are watching all can just hit that thumbs up button right here. I'd appreciate it. Don't have to subscribe if you're not subscribed. If you don't want to, that's fine. I don't care about that. But just hit the thumbs up. It just helps a little bit. It might help. It might not even help, to be honest, because I don't know how many you need really, to be honest. But it could potentially help the algorithm pick it up, and then they put my episode in front of a few extra faces. It could not necessarily comic art people, but it could be comic book people, or and it's a potential to grow the hobby a little bit extra, right? And introduce more people to original art, this type of content. So that's all that does. It has nothing to do with me making money. So if you don't mind, please, the 4 dozen of you who are here watching live, whether you're chatting in the chat or just silently watching, I'd appreciate clicking the thumbs up right over here somewhere. Thank you. Hey Neil, what's up? Dropping in to say hello. What's up? Good to see you. Hello. And I was a Sopranos and Boardwalk Empire. Oh, I love Boardwalk. Yeah, I love Sopranos too, but everybody's
first 2 seasons of Boardwalk Empire were amazing. So
I just wanted to say everybody's talked about Sopranos to death because it's already 20 years ago or whatever, but so I don't have to rehash that. But Boardwalk Empire, I remember watching that. I watched it. I hadn't even really heard of it until it was finished.
Seasons, so first 2 seasons, I loved. When the main dude of the first 2 seasons died, I didn't feel like they found a comparable
I agree with
foil to everything. And even the guy that they brought on was such an over actor. I love him in everything else, but I didn't love him as, you know, the kind of over the top gangster that he was in that. But those first 2 seasons are flawless.
Yeah. You know, and again, I like the whole thing, but yeah, I mean, but then again, most series I find, like, generally speaking, you know, they drop in quality. Like, if you loved the first season, it's rare that they get even better in the second, third, fourth, right? It's typically at some level of drop off, right? Consistently.
Game of Thrones got better and better until it didn't.
Really? I never watched it, so it's not my kind of
season 2 of Game of Thrones was twice as good as season 1, and it kept getting better. And then people don't like the last season. I didn't have that big a problem with the last season, but I understand why people who do have a problem with it.
Yeah. Okay. But again, that's an exception to the rule, right? It's one show, whatever.
And then The Wire, 4 flawless seasons.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what? No. I would say better than that. The Wire, I actually almost gave up on the first season because
The Wire?
Oh my God. I was like, I heard so many good things about it. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to give this thing a try.
Didn't like McNulty.
My memory was like, oh my God, I think it was 6 episodes in, and I was like, okay, I don't see, where's the greatness? Oh my God, I can't believe it. This can't be it. It's got to get better. And so that's why I stuck with it. I was like, okay, let me at least finish the season. It finished stronger than it started, but I was still not thrilled. I'm like, okay, I there has to be some truth to this. Let me try the second season. And it started getting better. And pretty much
second season's on the boat, right? And that's when it just like really just like shifts into high gear.
Yeah. But I really like after that, because I think 3 onward is when they get into like the streets of Baltimore, all the
corner boys. Yeah.
Right? The corner boys. Yeah. That's what I really love the most. So I can say that to me, that was up from the first season. It got better and better and better for me, you know? So yeah. Omar coming. Oh, that poor guy, Michael Williams.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I got to meet him a handful of times.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He seemed like a good dude. Tom says, considering comics have 1,000 shows, that's true, but it's a much larger, right? Like we're a subsector of the comic book hobby, right, Tom? So, and a much tinier one, like a much tinier one. And I don't know if art collectors really realize, you know, how much it's like infinitesimally smaller than comics themselves. I don't know if they realize that. I always wonder, like, do comic art guys who don't collect comics or read comics anymore, are they under the impression maybe that it's kind of like, oh, you know, it's comics and then there's us. So it's like 50-50. And maybe that allows them to think it's in terms of scope and size, that it's also, you know, similarly sized. But no, it's much, much bigger in comics. So that's why you got thousands of them, like you said, right? Thousands of channels for comics for sure, you know? And like you say, we have 2 channels basically weekly, and you need more channels. Exactly. That's what I was saying. You want more channels, not the same couple doing more content, right? Because you just want.
Here's an interesting thing. And I think what makes you unique and why I'm always really honored and love being on your show is that
that's kind of you. Thank you, man.
Comics, there's a handful of types of shows. Comic collectors are like, look what I got, and then look at this other thing that I got, and look at this other thing that I got. And then there's another show of, I went to this place, and this is what this place has, and this is what this other place has. And then there's shows that kind of talk about the wellness of the industry, and I kind of like those. I like, you know, Swaggle House. I like a lot. Yeah. Reggie's kind of gone dark. He hasn't done a show in months. I think his life just got really, really busy. And then there's the review channels, you know, and there's a lot of review channels. But in comic art, you're the only show that does comic art and then does comic art market talk and then does, you know, what's it like to be in the hobby, as opposed to here's a bunch of stuff for sale, or, you know, like here's an interview with this guy that draws comics. So like it's good that you have your own lane, and I don't see too many people doing what it is that you do. And, you know, and I've certainly been on other shows. I've certainly been on the sales shows. I've been on the, you know, talk as a collector thing, which I really, really enjoy. But I think that having a kind of update and talking about what's happening in a kind of communal way is cool. And I think you're also, you always recognize the chat. And a lot of shows are really selective about what they recognize. And, you're quick to put somebody up who disagrees. You're quick to put up something that is completely mystifying. And it's a real good community engagement thing. And I think people really, really enjoy that about your show. I endeavor to not be seen as, the angel of death, like that. I'm not to say things are terrible or things are bad, or I don't like this, I don't like that, because I frequently get reinvigorated in my collecting. And it's interestingly usually something outside of the hobby that gets me interested in it again. So it's good to have a show that talks about things on granular levels of different aspects of why we collect. And I think that's what this show is. And chat, let me know if you agree.
Yeah, and I appreciate the compliments. Thank you. I like I said, I hope that what you said is what people sort of get out of it, Mm-hmm. I think I can encompass what you sort of said, the positives about what I do in by sort of wrapping it up and saying I just have always wanted to do two things: involve the audience, right?
Yeah.
That was number one from the beginning, right? That was the whole point.
That's why you do a live show. That's the whole point of a live show. Yeah, and so many people who do live shows don't get that. They don't understand that.
Exactly. Because every time I'm watching somebody's live show and they're, selectively, engaged with a few comments or whatever.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, well,
I find that alienating.
Well, yeah. Why do I need to be here live? I can just catch it on rewind when it's more convenient for me instead of showing it live if we're not all going to interact together,
Yeah.
So that's why I thought, well, yeah, let me do a show where no matter what kind of show I do, the one common denominator is that I try to get the audience involved and we all feel like it's about all of us. Like it's not about, right? Like you just sitting there and watching and listening, right? Like, yeah. So no, I appreciate that. And I hope, I think I've done I've succeeded in sort of getting that and building a little small community of us that get that, right? Yeah. Understand that that's what I've been trying to do. And that's why we have a lot of, you guys that are regulars and some semi-regulars. And I think they appreciate that, so yeah. So thanks, Matt. I think, like I said, I think I've succeeded. And like I said, that's why I don't, it's the main reason I don't want to be shouting to the moon, subscribe,
right?
Because let's say I did that. Let's say I've been doing that for the last 2.5 years, right? I probably would have been well past 1,000, by now, right?
Right.
The thing about that is, okay, most of those people, not only would they not be watching, paying any attention to my content, but because it's several extra hundred, there is still a small percentage who probably would come by, right? And that's the issue, is that you guys have seen when we're kind of like tonight, 40 something, that's about the most I can handle. When it's up to like 50 and below, it's the most I can handle.
You get lost in the chat. Yeah.
Getting too lost with the chat, and then I feel like I'm way behind all the time.
Yeah.
That's the thing. So that's another reason why I don't want it to grow too big. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And let it grow slowly, organically by itself,
Sure.
I appreciate that. But yeah, Tom, as I said, if new voices come out, that's more important. I think we need more content from different people, not the same person all the time, kind of thing. I think that's more interesting. Different thoughts, that we all have different thought processes, and so
we need a parliament, not a dictatorship.
That's right. Not to get into politics, but
not to get into politics.
Best Marvel TV show, hands down, Loki. Never even saw it. Never interested in seeing it. So I don't know. I
liked Hawkeye though too.
Yeah. The new show, Off the Rails, with Ruben and Matt. I mean,
and Marcus.
Yeah,
gotta get Marcus in for that.
But technically, most of my shows, most of the series I do, could be relabeled all as Off the Rails, really, because it kind of happens every time, no matter what. So align myself with Sticky Goose.
The less we speak his name, the better.
Still Read Comics checking in. What's up, Carl? Good to see you. Speaking of Carl, everybody, hey, check out Carl's video. He did 2 videos again this week. That's one link I popped in, and here comes the second one. Direct links. So the one for his bagged and boarded episode, and another one for the unboxing. I believe the unboxing was first, and then the bagged and boarded, where he reviews the comics of the week that he has picked up. So, yeah, please do check those out. Fun stuff as always, Carl. Good job. Keep it up. And what else we got? Rubinstein consistent. Thank you, CJ. I appreciate that. Most of the OG comic guys are out of
Gone off YouTube, I guess.
Oh,
They've left.
Craig them out for now. Ruben Show is my favorite original art show. Oh, that's so very nice of you, Maki Poo Poo. Thank you. I hope that the interaction is a big part of the reason that it makes it your favorite. Otherwise, I don't know what would make it your favorite. But thank you. That's very nice of you, Michael. Let me catch up so we can get the show on the road. Hello, true about the chat. More interactive than any show. Thank you, CJ. Appreciate it. That was the whole point, right?
Hey, Ian.
Ian, what's going on, buddy? Still read comics too. As long as topics are approached from a fair perspective, it's great to talk about all topics. Yeah, for sure. And I just hate watch this show. Thank you, James. I like that. I appreciate that. At least he admits it.
Yes.
Room for president of the YouTube comic sphere. I don't know. I wouldn't even get that. Art is not, although I appreciate it, John. Art is not appreciated or respected by most. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, outside comics, I agree with you. If that's probably what you mean. I hate watching Calf Gallery, James. So many great pieces.
Oh my God.
They engage with
Can't we all just get along?
That's funny. Hey, Kenneth Bird, what's up? From Virginia. How's going on? Good to see you. Good evening. The Ruben, Matt, Marcus, Carl, TJ, James, Lee, Rick show. There's a lot more regulars than that, even though, Yeah. What's up? What's up? As always, good sir. Much appreciated. All right. I see a lot of room for expansion in our hobby. CAP is a great platform, for example, and I can see that extending into other areas. They're already doing that with a channel and conventions. Yeah.
We got the app. I mean, the app's going to really change things.
Well, yeah. Wasn't that supposed to be out though in August or something? What's happening with that?
I'd rather they perfect it and pop it up than
obviously it's better to have something, get it right the first time, right?
Yeah.
But I'd love more of this interactive content. It's very perceivable and entertaining.
Probably personable. Just might be misspelling.
Yeah. I like the idea of others doing their own thing, but bring it all together. What do you mean by bring it all together? Because I don't want it. That's the whole point. Is I don't want it all under one roof. I hope you don't mean like under one umbrella, because that would be like, again, a monopoly, right? Like, do you really want? Let's say, like, again, with the example I said earlier, if I was able to recruit my friends and I tell you, hey, I'm going from Sunday nights to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, guys. From now on, one show, every night, all week long, 7 days a week. Like, would you want that? Like, I wouldn't want that. And I don't even mean that I wouldn't want to put all that effort in, all the work in. I mean, even if it was easy to do and I could snap my fingers and do it, I wouldn't want to do it. It's too much. And it's too much from me. It's from one, you're right, from one mind, one voice. That's what I'm trying to say is we need as many. It would be nice to see just a bunch of collectors that we know do their own channel. That's it.
I'm very aware that a little me goes a long way. So I like to keep my appearances rare.
Now, people love to see you, so that's okay for you, Sábado Gigante.
Not so much.
Come on, people, now smile on you, brother. Okay, you're singing. It wouldn't be interesting anymore. Yeah, exactly. It's too, the old saying, right? Too much of a good thing. So
absence makes the heart go stronger.
Yeah, grow fonder. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you. Okay, excellent. So let's get into this. I appreciate it, man. Time really does fly when we do these things. I mean, it's already 45 minutes in. But again, that's how easy it is to spend time on my shows and why they go 3-4 hours.
Yeah.
Because when you're literally 4 dozen people really who are talking, right? It's about if it was just you and me, and I just
that was 1 minute per person. That was just 1 minute per person. So if you think about it that way, that's not a lot, but it does add up.
Right,
but,
exactly.
But we acknowledged, we said hello, and now here we go, baby. Here we go.
That's it. But since I did Carl, let me remind you, as I don't want to forget. Sometimes I forget. Nicky B, even though he's not here tonight again, still want to tell you he had a very nice sales show on Friday, 2 days ago, of what's his face, Ron Garney artwork, and including some killer DPS from the Hulk series. I love Garney's run on Hulk. And I missed the show. And the reason I missed the show was because after Nick told me, he's not going to make it, I was like, okay, well, I got to come up with something to replace it with. And when I came up with this idea, I realized, okay, I'm going to have a lot of behind the scenes work to, collect information, make all this, slides and all that. So I knew I had probably 9-10 hours of work to do. So I was like, on Friday, about 3.5 hours before Nick's show, I was like, well, I might as well get to work. I'm going to have a lot of work to do. Let me start working now. And then, I guess I can get a good chunk of work done by the time Nick's show starts. And then I can, tune in and relax with the show for a while and then get back to work after. But when I get to work to do this kind of stuff, I zone in. Well, pretty much any work, right? I get focused. I zone in. So I'm zoned in. I'm doing all this work. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, at a certain point, I was like, I need to go to the bathroom, whatever. So I go to the bathroom. And as I walk into the bathroom, I'm like, ooh, yeah, it's been a while. Nick's show. Yeah, I better check. What time is it? And I go like this. And I'm like, oh, I didn't have my watch on me. It was charging in the living room. And I'm like, let me go. So I go into the living room to see what the time is. I'm like, shit, 10:15? I'm like, I missed it. It already ended like 2 hours ago or something, And that's why, for those of you who were there on Friday, I didn't show up at all, even though I told Nick I was going to be there. I just so zoned in on the work I was doing. So anyways, at least it was for a good reason. So we can have a show for you guys tonight. So that's that. But yeah, let me tell you again, for those of you who don't know, when I say Nick, we mean Nick Barucci on the EXP. So that is his show, The Original Art Experience. You could catch it here, the URL, YouTube, right here on YouTube, youtube.com/EXP. And that's a claim show, typically a claim show / talk show. And you can typically pick up artwork, affordable artwork, sometimes more higher end artwork, but usually entry level type stuff. And it's a great show in that Nick started it because he wanted to try to do his part to grow the hobby, the original art hobby. And it has worked, because I know for a fact that there are people in his chat who have admitted that they never collected art before. They saw his show, they watched, they bought some cheap art, and now they collect art, So that was the whole point. So it's succeeded. So it's pretty cool to see that. So so check that out. Oh, and I guess I don't want to screw them on this one. I actually did find they this coming Friday's episode, they actually scheduled it shockingly early in advance. So let me just, for those of you who need the direct link, here it is. I'm popping it in. That's for this Friday's Original Art Experience with Nick Barucci. Check that out. All right, there you go. And that's it. So that's it for the promos, I believe. Let me just catch up here real quick on comments. God, a whole bunch of them came in. Hold on, where am I? Okay. Show us some charts and graphs already. Yeah, we don't got that. Organize everything so that the contents are easily accessible, similar to going to CAP and searching through the various contents dealers, however, not in the sense of being under the same umbrella. Well, I organize all my series in their own playlists, if that's what you mean. Like, so all my show and tell episodes are always immediately put into a playlist, show and tells, if you just want to see that. If you want to see the hangout series where I just hang out with people and we don't really show art, those are all in a playlist,
And chapter stops. You're great with putting named chapter stops. The second it becomes an archive, you can just pull up the timeline and find the thing that you want and zero in on it. And nobody else does this.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that, Matt. And it takes a long time too. I typically finish a show. We finish the stream. And as those of you who've been on in the studio with me as guests know, when we end the streams, typically we often end up chatting
another show.
It's a whole other show privately, you know.
Yep, a private show.
But what was the point I was going to make? I lost my train of thought there. Sorry, what did you just
the time that goes into it? And we were talking about, you put the chapter stops in.
Oh, the chapter stops,
accessibility,
thank you.
Descriptions, categorization, all that stuff.
That's it. So once,
and that's
once
a shit ton of work.
And that's it, right? So you typically, as you guys know, especially on the East Coast, where I am, so it's a lot worse for us East Coasters. But we finish the show, we stop broadcasting. Typically, my guests and I shoot the shit for quite a long time, and then when I'm finished with that, I immediately get to work on chaptering, breaking up the each episode on into chapters. For you rewind guys, so all you rewind people, I do it for you just to make it easier, because I know you guys don't like to watch the entire episodes. You just want to kind of pick your spots here and there. So I try to make it easy for you guys to figure out what you want to watch from each episode. So, but yeah, a lot more work. But what are you gonna do? I want to do it. So, but yeah, I appreciate you also bringing that up, Matt. That's very cool of you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Standing by with my credit card. Who's the next hot artist? It's time for me to lose all my money investing and speculating in comic art. Yes, Dan. I might be done assembling my daughter's IKEA bed before we start. I know. This is, you've been here before, not often enough, but you've been here before. You should know how it goes. Start dropping knowledge. You got to be. All right. I'm getting to it. I enjoy your willingness to interact with the chat, but sometimes I feel guilty for derailing the actual topic. It's okay, Antoine. Trust me, you're not the only one who's derailed episodes. And typically, I'm the one derailing my own episodes. So it's all right. It's all good, man. As long as we all have a good time, that's all that matters. The zone actor? I don't know what that means. Zone actor? I'm going to assemble Voltron before they start. I missed it too, and we get a piano recital. Oh, okay, lovely. Cool, Moggy, a proud papa. Yeah, for sure. Oh, sorry. That's the link. This is how small the OA hobby is. You can mention some collectors by first name only, and we all know who it is. Try that in the comics hobby. Exactly. Well said, Mike. Well said. Chin Topics, what are your thoughts on Absolute Batman original art? Yeah, we're not going to talk about that because I don't know if you're joking. Just for contents, the OA sold out and the cover sold first. Okay, so you are being serious. I can tell, Gil. So I'm just going to tell you, go back, go to my homepage, hit the live button at the top, right? The live tab, hit live because all my shows are live. Hit that, and then it's all listed. All my episodes are listed in order from most recent to oldest. Go down, I want to say, I don't know, 4 to 6 episodes, right? From tonight, and you'll see the thumbnail with the Penguin from the TV show. The Penguin with the Joker from the 2019 movie. That's on the thumbnail. Go to that episode. I believe it was an episode of Hangout, and I believe that was also one of the replacement episodes for a Nicky B not being able to do the show with me. It was an emergency episode. Go to that one, Gil, and look at the chapters, okay, all the listed chapters, and you'll see there is a chapter, I don't know, 40 minutes, an hour long, I don't know, but there's a chapter where we talk about Absolute Batman, both in context of the comic book and what we thought about it, as well as in context with the original art. So yeah, watch it, and that's my answer to you about that. We're not going to talk about that tonight because we've already talked about it, so we've covered it. So check that out. Okay, it's personal. So is it tonight 5 or 6 hour show? No, the answer is no. Greetings. Oh, what's up, Dan? Good to see you. 8 hour show. Yeah, no, definitely not. Ruben does it for us. Sounds like someone has a bit of messianic complex. Not me. Who, me? I'm like Alfred E. Newman. Next hot trend is monoprints. We got Mr. Monoprint with us here. You don't want to get into that. That's a whole show all it's on its own. But yeah, okay. Thank you. Appreciate everybody for allowing us to just shoot the shit like this. This is part of the fun for me, you know. I know some of you guys always want to get to the main topic, and I get that. But I love just shooting the shit. So that's a big part of the fun for me, and that's why
when Ruben does the chapter stops, there will be a chapter stop 1 hour in that says "Show starts now."
Show starts now.
Exactly. On the rewind, you'll be able to skip this first hour, and you'll be right there. So it's all fine.
Mind like a steel trap. Right on, John. All right, everybody. So yeah, look, you guys saw the thumbnail. Here it is again for those of you who weren't familiar with it. All right, those of you see, particularly if you're only watching on your cell phone, you may not have noticed that there is some text there that is in very, very small font. Okay, under the "You can't lose." All right, there's some text there, and in case you didn't notice that or you couldn't see what it says, "Yes, I'm being facetious." Okay, and so obviously, and especially if you've been here before for any number of episodes, by now you should know I was never going to do a show where we try to give you advice on how to invest in artwork because you can't lose, nor would we ever tell you you can't lose. Okay? So the whole point of tonight's show is it's not so the intent tonight is not the information tonight that we're going to show and tell you. It's not so much for those of you who are here, experienced collectors who've been here, a lot of times before. It would be more helpful. Look, it'll still be enjoyable for all of us, for sure. But in terms of being useful, it's primarily for newer collectors. Those collectors who step into this hobby and they see, so much action going on. They see prices, for the most part, shooting up all the time. And they think it's easy to just get into and make money with it. Yeah, it's mostly for them. So basically, it's a two-part episode. So 2 weeks from now, we'll have part 2. And it's a two-part episode where Matt and I will show you some examples of essentially how even in a hobby where, yes, over the long term, almost everything goes up in value for sure. But I wanted to focus on pointing out how if you're not taking a longer term approach, okay, so because I don't care if you guys want to speculate and flip or whatever, go ahead and do it. Okay, go ahead and do it.
To be honest, yeah. I flip.
Right.
I flip art a lot, but you got to know that there's risk. That's exactly what Ruben is saying. Is like you have to understand there's risk. Never believe anybody who says you can't lose because you can always lose.
Yes.
And so that's the explanation, the facetiousness of the comment. One other thing I wanted to say, and so I think before we even get to the meat of what we're going to bring up, and Ruben's picked out some amazing examples, I think that even the greatest artists, the greatest painters, take out a sketchbook and they do rudimentary drawings every once in a while to work out their the backbone of their illustration and to keep their chops up. And so I think even very experienced collectors need to hear this every once in a while. They need, because we get caught up in trends and we start making the same rookie mistakes that people who are new to the hobby make. And so it's good to hear every once in a while that you need to be safe occasionally, because here's the deal. If you aren't a billionaire and you're buying things based on how the wealth in the world has trickled down to you in some way, so that when the market goes bad, you're going to feel it a hell of a lot more than someone who's at the top of the chain is going to feel it. So when it comes time to unloading things that you paid a lot of money for, you're going to get hurt the most. So if you don't understand that, you're going to find yourself in precarious situations. We usually think of art as being somewhat liquid. It's really not. It's one of the least liquid things you can put your money into. That the only way to make money in art sales in the writ large, which is to say that in most cases it's by volume, meaning that you have to buy and sell a lot, which means that you have to understand that sometimes you're going to lose money on some pieces to make money on other pieces. And if you have enough inventory, you can do that. Most collectors don't have thousands of pieces in their collection to be able to be unloading and making money across, an aggregate of pieces. A lot of us who are collectors, who aren't necessarily collectors and resellers, have just the stuff that we like. And maybe we even bought intelligently. Maybe we even bought ahead of the hobby in a way that people that bought after appreciated our taste to the point that now what we have is worth more. Well, when you need money and you need to sell it, those people don't have money.
You're freezing up, Matt.
Yeah, I just saw it freeze up here too.
Okay. Did you just see you freeze up?
Yeah, I saw the whole thing freeze up. The whole show went black on my end.
Me?
Yeah, but I don't know if that speaks for the whole audience. But okay. just to nail that, to bring that last point home again, because I think it cut out, is that when you need to sell, when you've got artwork that you need to sell, the people that want it from you, they don't have money either. They also need money because they are affected by the same economy that has affected you. So understand that this isn't a super liquid hobby, that you really have to be understanding that you're buying this stuff because you love it. It is possible to make money off it, but it is one of the things that you are least likely to make money from in an investment, which is not to say that you can't make money in it, but you are unlikely to unless you wait a very long time. So patience is the reward in art collecting of any kind, whether it's illustration, whether it's painting. That the quick flip is a thing that happens only at the very top of the economy, and when things change, it changes drastically. So that said, I wanted to use that as a preface to what we're going to discuss.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That's very well said. No, and I'm glad you prefaced it by saying all that stuff, Matt. Because guys, like I said, it's you think about it, a lot of people have always equated collectibles. Those of us who started with comics primarily. We always, even as a kid, I remember thinking, wow, this is very much like the stock market. It's very, there's a lot of similarities, right? But it's not quite exactly the same. But I will say that one of the similarities that if you are looking to make money in it, so one of the similarities that you can correlate to the stock market is that just like in the stock market, where you've probably heard a million times when you first started looking into it, you would hear the pros say, take a long-term approach and you'll be okay, right? If you want to get in and out, and speculate more and short-term thinking, over the long run, you're probably going to lose. You're just not going to do very well. Most people, that goes for most people,
And if you do come out ahead, you come out slightly ahead.
Right.
So is it really worth the effort is really what it boils down to if you're going to do it that way. But everybody thinks that they're witty and have a good sense of humor, and in that same respect, a lot of people think that they know better than everybody else. And so, well, maybe you can't do it, but I can do it. Or, hey, look at this dealer. A dealer's a dealer. A dealer is somebody who's turning over stock constantly and not afraid to lose money on some pieces because they're just going to take that money and take it as a quick loss to put it back into something that they can make faster money on. So like that's their business. That's their 9 to 5. And in many cases, they're 9 to 9. And that they're so deeply involved in that aspect of investing in the hobby, just as the people who do best in the stock market are 100% invested in the stock market. They're not passive investors. They are very active investors.
Right.
And, so that's another really, really important aspect of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go, everybody. So what we're going to do is, and this is part of the reason why I was okay with just having us all chat for the first 45 to 60 minutes or whatever, because typically, so this is, as you guys saw, I decided to put this show. I was originally going to do it under the series, an episode of Comic Art 101, because it's kind of educational for educational purposes. But in the end, what I wanted to do was show you examples of artwork that sold and then resold for less. And no doubt, the owner's thinking they probably at least get their money back out of it, if not make profits, you know? And so since we were going to show examples, I decided, well, it's kind of like a show and tell. So that's why I put it under the show and tell series. And so what we're going to do tonight is that, unlike a typical collector show and tell, though, that where I usually have about 20 pieces, tonight we'll only be showing 15. And again, that's kind of why I thought, well, it's okay if we shoot the shit for the first hour because we have less pieces. Having fun on my show, for those of you not really aware, having 5 less pieces, it sounds like nothing. 5 pieces, an extra 10 minutes. Nah, and 5 pieces is 30 to 45 minutes saved on my show, right? Because we talk a lot in between every piece, right? So that's it. So we got 15 pieces to show, and then yeah, we'll all talk about them. And you guys, of course, we're looking forward to hearing what you guys think and have to say about any of these examples, because in some cases you kind of will know because I've got dates. I've got month and years of when these items were sold. Not exact dates, but month and years. And so you'll be able to see how long, you know, how much time passed between when it was first purchased and then resold. And yeah, we're curious to see what you guys have to say about, you know, why you think it happened. I'm sure some people will think, oh, that probably happened because of this. That, you know, probably happened because of that, you know. So yeah, either way, whatever the reason is, well, you guys all have opinions on it. We all have opinions, so we'll give.
If nothing else, it brings added context that we can all discuss.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
because you know it may not be a main factor, but anything that you bring up is going to have a certain validity that is applicable to why you think it didn't sell, which other people are probably going to think the same thing, you know, and that we are going to understand these as contributing factors, you know. So having the date that it's up, hey David, having the dates there allow you to also, as you guys can kind of leave and type in stuff, you can see, well, what was the general economy like that month as opposed to the month when it sold again. Like, this gives you an ability to really participate in the show in a way that we can't because we're here talking about it. But I think that should make it a really, really fun and interactive topic for us.
Yep, absolutely. And Stanley, I wouldn't call it a problem. I know you don't mean it that way, but yeah, the market's small. No one knows the value of everything. It's true. I mean, I consider myself someone who knows a lot in terms of the values of a lot of things, but even I don't know the values of everything because I don't keep up with everything, especially not like I once did when I was a full-time dealer. It was more important to me back then.
Yeah.
But the difference, though, Stanley, is that when I don't know, I do my homework. See, I take the time to do my homework. That's the difference between me and a lot of people. A lot of people they don't want to do the homework, and they just whatever. Oh, I got this. I need money. I want to sell it. Okay, I guess I'll just throw it out at some, you know, some either eBay or some auction house or what, you know, without even asking anybody the advice, not even looking into whether it's a good time to, you know. So that's the difference. And then they take losses. No, not always, but they can, you know. And the less homework you do and research you do, the more likely it is you're gonna lose.
And one person's problem is another person's gift.
Yeah.
So that ain't a problem for me if I know the value of the thing that you don't know. But it's also, you know, people that are collectors that are also part-time sellers that want to leave money on the table for someone to speculate on. You know, like if I have something that there isn't a lot of data on, you know, where you look and you're like, well, geez, what is this worth? I've never seen anything quite like this come up for sale. What do I mark it at? Well, I know what I paid for it. I've seen what something has gone for. I think I'm leaving money on the table for the right person to buy it. And then if they know somebody who will pay more for it, good for them. Then you pass it on. Like I don't believe that art sales are win and lose. I think that There's a bunch of steps to it. And whether you enjoyed it for a long time is an equity that I think needs to be calculated. We've talked about this. We've done shows about it. But that even if you're making 3 or 4 times what you paid for it, that's a win. And if it's still half of what someone else would probably pay for it, but they didn't have to pay half for it, number one, they love you because you made their day. And even if they're a flipper and they flipped it to somebody else, obviously the person they flipped it to is happy because they paid more for it than the person in the middle who feels good because they made money. So these are all good things. These aren't problems. These are aspects that are unique to this hobby insofar as they affect price in a way that we can then calculate and see with a little bit of research.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to point out real quick, guys, that you'll see tonight, the examples that we're going to show, you'll see the thing that I've expounded on so many times over the years, that even when you're because when you talk about making money and you hope your collection goes up in value and so on and so forth, how do you make sure or how do you increase the likelihood that your collection will grow over time? And one of the many things I've said is like, okay, like you should collect what you love. That's my first thing I always say. But if you're a little bit more money conscious about it, right, making money, then I would say, look, one of the first things I say is if you want to stick to the most popular characters, the most popular artists, that will increase your odds tremendously, okay? But what you will see tonight is that even when you do buy art by big name artists, popular characters from popular titles, you will see tonight that even doing that doesn't automatically guarantee a win over time, whether it's long-term or short-term, so you'll see that. And that's also very interesting. So I think we're good to go. I wanted to say Metal Elf Collectibles, evening to you. What's up? First time here, I believe. Let us know if you know either Matt or myself. Do we know you? Always like to know, since we are very interactive with the people who come and watch live. We'd like to know who we are talking to. So let me know how you found the channel, and that's what we'd like to know. And while we wait for your answer to come into the chat, I'll buy all the Tentacles original arts. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
Maybe he likes art with tentacles on it.
Okay, I think it loses some of the fun factor if bought the flip again.
For you, maybe. For somebody else, maybe not. I mean, like, you can't value someone else's pleasure.
Right, because you're Mike, you're thinking about it in terms of you're a collector. And believe me, that's great. That's the greatest thing. Collect, buy what you love, and in the long run, you're going to be fine. So that's for sure, So you're not really sort of financially motivated, but there are people, a smaller segment of the hobby, there are people who they love the fun of trying to beat the market, the idea of, hey, it's sort of like you test your own knowledge of how much you know the values of art in this market, because you look at things and you think, ooh, I think that's going for way too cheap. So you think, I'm going to buy that because I think I can make some money on it. And then you test yourself, you sell it whenever you think it's appropriate to sell it. And then you'll find out, did I make money? Did I lose money? Did I break even? And it's a challenge in and of itself. And that could be fun.
Yep.
And it is fun for a lot of people.
And sometimes setting the new price is fun.
Right. Exactly. Their fun factor is the flip. Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. No matter what collectibles category, knowledge is priceless. Exactly, CJ, for sure.
I think you can put a price on it. I think that's the whole point of it. But it is a very, very important thing. And that's a thing that makes it fun. For me, knowing the comics and therefore being able to predict value is part of why I do this.
Yes. Yeah, right. There you go. Exactly. Bondage pages are harder to find than bondage pages.
Pages are harder to find than bondage pages.
Metal Elf, thank you for that. But can you just tell me how you found the channel? Like, how did you find out about me or my channel? Or how did you find out? I'm just curious if was it that YouTube put the the show advertisement for this for the tonight's episode in front of you, or what? Let me know, please. Okay, so Matt, yeah, you ready to go, man?
Let's do it.
To do this. All right. We're at a high, everybody. 51 now. 51 viewers. That's awesome. Really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, man, I can't thank you enough. That's very exciting. It goes to show that as much as some people in our hobby, including me, often like to say, like, don't talk so much about the values. Let's talk about the love of the art, whatever. This goes to show a lot of people, even those of us who love it for the sake of the art, we still find it fascinating. It really is an infinitely fascinating topic to talk about the values of it, right? The business of the hobby, right? So, and
as a reward for people who are hanging in, hoping that we're going to make recommendations, I will make a couple of recommendations at the end of the show based on what we talk about and based upon things that we haven't talked about. So I think that in order to get from A to Z, there's a lot of letters in the middle. So bear with us as we go through the alphabet, but you're going to get what you want.
Okay. And John, I don't think we have time to get into this because everybody obviously, it's been an hour and a quarter. We want to kind of get into the art.
We've done shows on it.
Giving a lot of arts going digital. Want to take it quickly, Matt?
Really quickly. I think that artist proofs, in the absence of original published art, are the only artifact of a collectible and therefore have value. People understand that. And there are a lot of instances of people whose work is done only as artist proofs that have gone up in value. There are also instances of artist proofs sitting there and not selling. So it really depends on what it is. If you've got a first appearance and it's an AP that is a digitally produced comic, then that's going to have value because people want the first appearance. Now, it's a trust issue with most people that people feel like as an artist proof can be reproduced. And so if you're really investing in trusting that the artist will not do that. Most of the really good APs are done on really thick, very archival paper. They have a watermark or a pressure mark on them, a stamp, and a signature that indicates that they are what they are, along with a certificate from the salesperson that is also signed by the artist. So in that capacity, if they were to go ahead and produce another version, that would be fraud. And
you're coming kind of going in and out the map. Yeah, I think it's a blue.
So yeah, if someone did not,
repeat that last sentence if you don't mind.
Yeah, so if someone were to reproduce something that they claimed was a one-of-one AP, that would be fraud, and I don't think anybody wants to commit fraud. Okay, so so I think you're basically safe in purchasing APs, but I would limit that mostly to if you love the series and you want to have something that connects to it that is unique, do so. Understand that that's just like having an autographed comic, at the end of the day, that its value is going to depend upon the initial sale price and whether or not that there are other people that believe as strongly in having a totem from it as you do. So far, that's been mostly rewarded.
Okay, excellent. And he thanks you for the answer. Sorry, John, but we got to get on with the show. It's already planned out, and yeah, it's that time where we got to get into it. So I can't get to your second question about digital pencils versus inks or whatever. Sorry about that. Metal Elf Collectible says yes, he collects original art when he can. Excellent. Well, I appreciate you dropping in, man. I'm glad you found it. And this is what I say, guys, when I say, if you don't mind, please hitting the thumbs up here below here. That's it. The more people that do that, the algorithm on YouTube might put it in front of somebody else who's never seen the show before. And there you go. Metal Elf Collectibles, first timer here. So that's nice, So yeah, if you don't mind, let's see if we can get up to 50 before while we're still live. Let's see if we can hit 50 likes. So if you're watching right now, please, and you haven't done so, please hit the thumbs up. I would appreciate it.
I will disagree with the "it's like crypto" comment because it isn't. It's physical, so it exists in the real world. But I would say if you're going to compare it to anything, compare it to lithographs. And no one ever has a problem with lithographs becoming valuable. So if you look at it in that capacity, then think of it that way and it will make you happier. It will make you understand, I think, what it is more comparable to. Now, a lot of people that collect original art won't collect lithographs. And that's fine. You have the ability to make decisions about what comprises your collection. But if you follow a series that is created digitally and you want an actual totem from it, you are limited to an AP if you want a piece of that work.
But all these guys, I think I'm sure what they're saying, which is what the thing that I don't like about it either, other than the fact that it's not original hand-drawn art, is like Antoine is saying, right? Ultimately, it comes down to trusting the artist. That, trusting that they will never get into a situation where, oh my God, I need money. Okay, I sold that one ages ago. They're not gonna, who knows where that thing is? Okay, nobody's gonna notice if I print another one, that whole thing, right? So, and they're right about that. That's it's
but they don't have a problem with Bob Layton redrawing the cover of, an Iron Man comic 100 times. So I mean,
that's true, but it's still different because most collectors still prefer something that is
analog,
exactly. Exactly. Yeah,
I get it. Totally get it.
Yeah. Even though it's one of 150 that may exist, each single one is still analog, so they're happier.
Yeah.
So hey Tom, what's up? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Good to see you in Chicago, baby. John, thank you. I appreciate you understanding. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Hey, Sonny, there's an artistry to making lithographs that doesn't exist in a printout from a computer. Well, yes. And my framer explained to me lithograph making and the artistry behind it or whatever. It didn't make me want to buy any, but it certainly was informative and made me kind of appreciate more that it's not just a junky poster or whatever, Yeah. And Black Viper of Thorn says it's the paper trail. Exactly. Just like the NFTs, the mathematical equation. Yeah, for sure. Now we get it. We told, both sides get it. Matt gets it. You guys get it. I get it. We get it. We just, as long as everybody understands what they're getting into, that's all that matters, right? Analog in the bottle. Yeah. And an original recreation is different. Now, what tools, resources, strategies, and data sources?
That was a reference to Demon in a Bottle because.
Oh, is it?
He's reproduced that cover 100 times. Yeah.
That's true. James asking, what tools, resources, strategies, and data sources do you use to research a piece's value when setting a price to sell? Well, James, I think I would say most of us use the same things. I mean, you use whatever's the easiest available to you, right? So you go to the easiest possible thing. It's like in your head, when you're an active collector, where all the art typically sells from, right? Tons of it is sold through auction houses. So the first place most people go, okay, let me see if I can find any comps at Heritage, right? You go through the whole Heritage archives. And then those of us who follow different auction houses or eBay, web trolling the dealer websites, those of you that are active, you're so active that the prices kind of stick in your head. You see them so often. You're like, oh, I think I remember seeing that guy. On that dealer on his website, he had one of these for this much. So that's already kind of in your head. But yeah, I don't think we have any sort of secret way of coming up with it that you don't already know, James.
I think he's prodding for an answer, and I think one of the answers that he wants us to give is CAF. Obviously, if you go on to CAF, you see what's available for sale, and you can compare the quality of a page to the quality of another page. But you have to take into consideration the artist, the series, the writer, whether it's from an award-winning run, whether it's a popular character, all that stuff, and then the auction prices, of course, and then kind of put those in a soup and combine them. Now, if it's available for sale and it hasn't sold, then it hasn't sold for that price. So that doesn't really tell you what the value is. That tells you what people are marking it. That tells you what the asking price is. A Heritage auction number will tell you what the value is because someone paid for it. So really, the only numbers that matter have to be within 6 months.
Yeah, exactly. So I'll say that yes, while you can go to CAF, that's never my first choice. The first choice should always be a place where recorded sales have taken place.
Yep.
So
Heritage,
yeah, Heritage,
Comic Link, Comic
yeah,
Connect,
exactly.
Metropolis.
And then the dealer sites as a secondary thing, because yes, I know a lot of you will say, "Oh, but you don't know if it was traded. You know, you don't know if he traded instead of like." Guys, people have been saying that for 25 years in this hobby. Back in the day, yes, a lot of trading went on. Now, believe me when I tell you, the hobby has grown more than enough over the last 15 years to where when you see something marked sold on a dealer's website, believe me when I tell you, there's a very good chance the art sold for cash for the price listed. And even if it didn't, you know that, okay, if he gave a deal, you know that they don't give, you guys, you've dealt with these dealers.
They're
so
tight.
You know,
they're not big deals. It's 10%.
You know the more or less the percentage discounts they give. So you can factor in if it's listed at $3,000 sold.
Yeah.
Okay, even if you don't believe it sold for 3,000, believe it probably still sold for at least 25.
Yeah.
So just say, okay, so this piece might be worth anywhere from 25 to 3. And then you go to the next place and try to find another comp and see what that, So you just grab from everywhere, as many places as you can, and that's how you do it. James, I think, I don't know if you were serious about this. It looks like a serious question, but I'm kind of surprised because I don't know. You've been around long enough to know that how to do it, So, but anyways, like I said, I don't think that we have any different places ways of collating the data than you do, So, but
it's funny.
You're wrong, Matt. I wasn't prodding. You mentioned this was a 101 show for New York collections. You don't have the information out there. Okay, so he's being serious, and that's fine. I guess you're kind of a New York collector, James, but again, you're active, right, James? You're active. You've been active since you've been in it. I consider you no longer, you're newer, but not new anymore, and being active, you become more of a veteran much more quickly. The more active you are, because an active collector, like a really active collector, in 2 years, you could know as much stuff as somebody who's been around 15 years,
if you have a focus.
Yes.
So if you have a narrow focus, like, does anybody know more about Guardians of the Galaxy artwork than Ian? At this point, that's what his focus is. That's what his area of study is. So he knows what stuff sells for. Where it gets difficult is that obviously we're talking about unique things. We're talking about one page, what makes one page more special than another page. And that has to be factored in. So just because you and I may both have pages from, the first issue of New X-Men from the Morrison Quietly run, some pages are more valuable than other pages. Some pages may be a first appearance of a character. Other pages may be an iconic moment. A splash page is worth more than a panel page, usually. And there are occasions where a first appearance appears on a panel page, and that would make it the most valuable page in the book. So there's an expertise that comes from being a comic reader that you can take into consideration. And I was, kind of joking by saying that, you were prodding for us to mention CAF, but I think that we should mention CAF because I think it is an easy resource to check what people believe something is worth. Right. So what the quote unquote fair market value is assessed to be based on what everybody is pricing it. If I pick up a page from, name an artist that's represented by an actual rep. And so you're going to go and compare, well, what's the rep selling it for? So if I want to sell it, I have to market less if I want it to sell, because otherwise you can just go to that rep. Right. If it's a page that's on par with the pages they have. If I have a title page, that's going to be more valuable probably. And if it's a title page that features a prominent character from the run or a character that particular artist is asked to draw, frequently, then that makes it a more desirable piece, and therefore you can put a premium on that. So, these are all factors that work into why one piece is more valuable than another. But what we're talking about is, why is one piece valuable this day and not valuable the next day? The same exact piece, not like 2 John Byrne pages from X-Men, but this John Byrne page from X-Men. So, I think, a lot of guys, you have a lot of questions. Let's get into this.
Yeah.
And then after you see a couple of these examples, then hit with the questions so that we're going to get there. And I think that, otherwise the show will be 10 hours.
Yeah. And exactly. And given that we're starting 1.5 hours in, even with only 15 examples, we might not want to talk too in depth about every single example, because then it will be 10 hours,
Yeah.
But yeah, let's start it off and see how it goes. And yeah, CJ, appreciate that. But I appreciate that, James. Like I said, it's good. Like I said, and Tom, you said, we all know. I know I know most of you know. That's why I prefaced it earlier by saying you guys can still enjoy it, but the information, it's more for newer collectors, and I mean newer than James. You know what I mean? Because you, like I said, you could be new or newer, but so active that you've gained so much knowledge in the few years you've been in, right? Like James has. So I don't really consider him as a guy who needs to listen to the information we're showing.
But also, James buys work that is expensive. And by buying work that is expensive, that influences the hobby, because, price changes and values start at the top and they work their way down. And even if you're buying in the middle, the fact that he's, a big X-Men collector and he's collecting a specific era, he's got some really amazing pieces in his collection. But because he came in, when he came in, he wasn't getting like those low prices that we saw years ago for some of the stuff that he's getting. But he's still not probably paying top of the market prices either. I think that James knows in assessing what he's purchasing, whether or not he's paying quote unquote too much, which is in itself a subjective term. But so what we're going to address here is Ruben pulls up the first piece is an example of an artwork that sold for a certain amount of money, and then it sold for less when it was resold a certain amount of time afterwards. So let's pop that up.
Yeah. And yes, Black Viper of Dorn, you got your answer to this question. And I also noticed you asked earlier, is there any way to stop shilling? The answer is no. As long as you know somebody's willing to put in bids for you, there's nothing you can do. Nobody can do anything about a shilling. But as I've told friends, a particular friend in question, I have a regular private web chat with every week. He's always convinced that shilling is a big thing in our hobby. And I'm just like, no, I don't. Look, we can argue all day long about it.
It's usually two guys that want the same page. Two guys want the same piece of artwork. That's what drives the price up.
Yeah, exactly. He thinks it's like a mass scale thing on auction houses. I'm like, no, I don't. Whatever. You believe what you want. None of us can prove it either way, right? I don't think so. Whatever. Believe what you want. So, so I don't think it's a big deal. Black Viper of Dorn. The main thing is, do you want the piece badly enough? If you do, it's more important to understand the approximate value of the piece. And if there happens to be a shiller, which by the way, you will never know, but if there happens to be a shiller there, it won't matter, because ultimately, as long as you're willing to pay what you think is the fair market value and you end up winning the auction, you should be happy. You'll never know if it got shilled or not anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just be happy if you get something for what a price that you're willing to pay. That's it. You're going to hate the hobby if you spend every day thinking, am I getting shilled? Oh my God, is this going to get shilled today? If I participate in this auction, is that going to... It's so negative. It's just going to eat away at you, and you're going to leave this hobby, And there are a lot of people who place a bid to keep track of a piece, and they're sure they're going to get outbid. So are they shills? They've certainly driven the price up $5. And I've been, I've put opening bids on pieces to track the piece and then won them. And I'm like, well, great, I got it for the opening bid. Like I'm happy that I got it, but is that shilling? Because you didn't really want to win it. You played an active part in driving the price up, but it's probably not anywhere near the top of where that piece wound up. And look at Black Viper says, can't stop shilling. How can we use the high auction results as constant? Again, because it all comes down to what you believe.
Someone paid it.
Yeah, it comes down to what you believe. In the end, that's what really matters, right? Do you truly believe that 800 plus lots in every single heritage auction is being shilled? Okay, if you want to believe that, then you got to believe it. And then, yeah, then the answer is that's right. You can't believe anything you see or hear in life. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
that's an awful way to live.
And
So
let's make a separation between a shill bid and a shill win. There are no shill wins. You know, like unless somebody reneges on their bid and then it doesn't show as sold, it comes back off, it doesn't show as sold, the price will drop. And then when the auction house reports the sale, they report what it actually sold for, not necessarily that top bid. So, you know, shill bids are just something that drives the person who wants it the most to have to pay more for it. So that person was willing to pay that and maybe even more than what it sold for. But the second person who wanted it didn't drive the price up as high as that winner would pay.
right. So and look, so Black Viper says, so it just boils down to what you want to believe. Correct. No actual way to stop shilling. Correct. Then he says, that's not the problem, Ruben. The problem is people using high auction results as comps in private deals. But that's not really a problem. I mean, yes, it's a pain in the ass, but I understand people do it to me.
And shilling, that doesn't play. Shilling doesn't play really
Right.
an active part in that. That the person that paid the highest price paid the highest price, so that piece was worth that to them. So, you know, I think you have to kind of get outside of what they think, what he thinks the definition of what he thinks shilling does and why he thinks it's illegitimate. Like that just drives the price up for the person who won it. You know, it's not a fake price. It's an actual price.
Right. But so here's the thing, Black Viper. So this is why I keep saying, I've never said, oh, you want to, you know, do your homework. You want to learn the value of the market prices, right? Fair market value. I've never said, yeah, go to Heritage and check what a single comparable page might have sold for and use that. I've never said that. That's why I always say, look in as many places as possible, find as many examples as possible to get a FMV. FMV is never a single fixed price. It's a range, right? It's always a range, right? It's a range. It's, you know, it's roughly every given page, because it's not money printed by the government, right? It's a collectible. So there's no fixed price for anything. It's worth roughly this price and that price. Why? Well, because other comparable examples that have sold in the near recent past have sold for those ranges within that range. That's why you take that bottom and the high, and it's somewhere in there.
Yeah.
So yes, while many people love when they're selling to try to pull the highest possible price from one example on Heritage, don't listen. If it bothers you, don't
buy it.
Don't fall for it. Yeah, just decline the deal. If they don't want to agree to what you're saying, that, oh, okay, that seems like a pretty high one example, it's more of an outlier, I think it should be, you know, reasonably a little bit, you know, somewhat lower than that. And if they don't want to budge, then obviously you're not going to make
a
deal.
Stalemate. Yeah, but just because he doesn't want to pay it doesn't mean somebody else won't pay it. And why you're using that comp as a base mark is that the same guy that paid too much at Heritage may buy it from you. You know, like, you know, it doesn't, this maybe isn't a one and done collector. This could be somebody who's a deep collector of this particular artist or that particular series, or wants to finish that particular issue. There's a lot of things that go into why people buy something. You know, people can price something anything they want, and until it sells, it doesn't enter the record. But once it enters the record, it becomes one piece of aggregatable information that you have to weigh up against other pieces of weighted aggregable information. And it's still a comp. If someone paid it, it enters the composphere. You know, like, it is an important thing.
I don't get why he's saying that I'm missing the whole using it as a comp aspect. I don't think I'm missing anything.
I don't think he understands the nature of the business, maybe, or he's so locked in an idea of hatred against comps, or he wants a piece that somebody comped against the last highest sale. He doesn't want to pay what that person has it marked. He's bent out of shape about it. And maybe somebody else is going to pay it, or maybe they won't. And maybe that seller will circle back to him and say, well, hey, now it's this price. And he may be like, well, I'm not going to give it to you. But I mean, at the end of the day, these are unique pieces of art. So the last piece that's sold, if it isn't the same exact piece, which again is what we're talking about in this show, so we're a little off track already, 2 hours into the show, that is a comp only insofar as how does it relate to that last piece? Is it a quote unquote better piece, or is it a worse piece? Because that's going to be something that you need to talk about too. Like if it's a more desirable, if by everybody's opinion, all relating into these things, would a collector of knowledge consider that next piece to be better than the one that sold? Because if not, then that comp can only be used as a comp to price under. And a lot of people use sales to price under the sale. So you should be happy about that, in a degree. And I mean, at the top of the chart, that's not going to affect you anyways, unless you're $1 million collector that's spending a ton of money. Shill bids don't happen on every single auction. They happen on some. And usually they happen on very expensive pieces. So anything at the middle or lower end of the market, I don't believe there's a lot of shill bidding happening on. So that's another way to look at it.
That's it. But Black Viper, I believe James was talking to you. I think your name is Seamus. I think you're Seamus. Let me know. It's easier to say Seamus than Black Viper of Dorn. Would you ever get on camera? Because if so, I would be happy to do another similar type episode soon. In fact, I've got December 29th still open. I would love to do an episode with somebody in the studio like yourself, who seems to have this opposing view to what I'm saying, because I want to try to help you. And it just seems like maybe we're not understanding each other. I don't know. There seems to be something lost in translation or something. But to me, it seems pretty clear cut. I believe we've answered your question. I don't know. You still seem to have an issue with the market and how it works. So I don't know. Let me know if you've ever.
Well, let's table that.
I'd love to do something with the camera.
We'll table that to be discussed at a later show, and we'll get on with what this show's about.
Yes. Okay. Last comments. I won't be taking any more questions. That's because I'll get to the examples. If it helps, of course it helps. Marathon Man Marcus only wants Manix. Auctions the whole just one data point. It doesn't always have to follow to the penny. Exactly. That's why I say, look everywhere. You start with the auctions, then you go to the calf dealers, whatever. Everywhere. The point is to find as many comps as possible for the thing you want to buy. That's it. Get an idea. All you need is an idea, and a few examples is typically enough for you to get that idea. So that's it.
Bam.
It's not hard. It really isn't hard. It just takes time. You got to be willing to do it and not be lazy.
Scene. Yeah, it's totally.
Yeah, man. But it's not difficult though. You just got to be not lazy, basically. So no sense on getting max auction values. Let them take it to the risks. Yeah, exactly. I can't get any more, man. It's busy. Yeah, he's tied up in Lance's basement. Coming across artwork in my collecting area, which rarely hits a secondary market, and the original artist sold direct without track prices, so the comps are difficult. Listen, not everything is going to have tons of but look around.
I have stuff that I find very difficult to comp because it's so rare.
And when you if you sometimes can't find comps, sometimes, well, what do you? The next thing you do? Well, base it on what you paid yourself for previous pieces like that. And think, okay, how much time has passed since I last bought those things? Give it a little, maybe a little bit of a boost on price, and think, okay, that. At least it's an idea. That's the whole point, is to have an idea. It's not an exact science. You're not going to get an exact price, but there's always something you can do to give yourself an idea of what it should be worth. Sure, what I just walked into, but I'm sure I disagree with you. What can I say, Sean? Get out of here then. Just joking. Next. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's get into this. So thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Alex working. Dynamite. No. Everyone. Sorry. Can't respond to everything. I just landed back in LA from Villa. Listening only. No worries, Carl. Auctions have a lot of dynamics. That's for sure. The possible charity aspect. Oh, yeah, exactly. That's why I say you got to get from everywhere, as many places as possible. There's never just one place you go get data for pricing.
And you can't base comps on outliers necessarily.
Yes,
if it's an outlier, you shouldn't. Some people do. To his point, some people do use an outlier as the example, and they will get their comeuppance. The piece won't sell. Now, but some people aren't interested in selling the piece now. They're putting the price there to establish a price of an asking price, and they'll sell it for what they're going to sell it for, or maybe they're willing to wait for 3 years until the market comes up to it. Now, you don't have control over that. The person who has the artwork gets to do whatever they want with the artwork. If they want to burn it in a fire pit in their backyard, they get to do that, as silly as that would be, as long as they're not trying to cheat their insurance. But, they have the onus. They have the ability to do with it what they want. And so disagreeing with someone's price doesn't really affect anything. And whether or not asked for prices don't really establish a market, they establish a baseline. And like you say, you can offer lower.
Yeah, exactly. So that's it. I mean, guys, as you saw, what I said earlier, when there was like 51 people, where it's fluctuating, 47, 48 now. This topic, right? The values of original art. It's a fascinating topic. Nobody ever gets tired of it. That's why it always comes up. And this is proof positive. An hour and 45 minutes in, it feels like we've been here, at least for me. I don't know about you, Matt. It feels like we've been talking for only 30 minutes because there's so much that can be said about this stuff, right? We could, I'm not even joking about this. And I think you guys would all agree. We could do a 4-hour show tonight and without even showing the examples that we have, right? To show people we could keep talking about all this without even showing anything. So that's how fascinating it is. That's why it's so much fun. So I'm glad we're doing it. So let's get the show on the road. We will start showing our first example here right now. So let me cue up the images, everybody. All right. And let me tell you that this first image, I do have to, because I've always been all about full disclosure. It's very important. I got to tell you, this first example, you're going to see that when it resold, there's I'll show it to you, but I'll tell you because I know everybody's going to discuss why it might have dropped in price or whatever. I'm going to tell you something about this piece that was not revealed the first time it was purchased. It was only revealed after the buyer bought it, and then it got resold. So let me show it to you guys. All right, first. All right, check it out. Let's check this first one out. All right, so this is Amazing Spider-Man 374, page 10. Beautiful, amazing splash by very, very popular artist, Mark Bagley, with his regular inker, Randy Emberlin. So this one sold on Heritage, April 22, for $40,800. Okay, so big time money. Okay, I mean, yes, this was probably the tail end of the peak of COVID spending like crazy. Okay, so that's all well and good, right? Okay, but now what happened was when the person who won this, when they won this for $40,800, what I want you guys to know is that it was framed. It came framed, right? And then when the buyer received it, they wanted to unframe it. So when they unframed it, they realized, oh shit, the artwork is wavy, first of all. Okay, so the page is wavy. And it absorbed, like, it doesn't seem stained, so it doesn't look like it was in a flood per se, but it seemed to have absorbed humidity, moisture, water, something like that, and you just couldn't see the waviness through the frame because it was glazed, right? It had glass in front of it. So that's the thing. So he wasn't happy, and that's why he said, well, I got to get my money back on this, right? Like, because it probably, if you had disclosed the issue, I don't think it would have gone as much. So Heritage agreed, and they took it back. It was a friend of mine who bought it, actually. So that's why I know how this happened, how it all went down. And so they took it back. I guess they had to buy it themselves. right, out of their money, right, their bank account, and now they own it. And then they proceeded to resell it, right?
Right.
So check this out. They then resold it not too long after, okay? So let's remember, April 2022 is when it first was purchased at this price. Then they got it back because of the damage that I mentioned. And then here we go. This is what happened. Oh, and I'm sorry. In my rush, it was a few months later. It was, of course, not in the same month. So I really apologize for that, guys. But it was a few months later. They resold it, and it sold the second time for $32,400, which was a 20.59% drop. So so they took a hit. They took a hit there of, let me see. So 48. So yeah, so they lost $8,400, $8,400 loss. Very interesting because, again, it's an outlier because of the fact that it had been damaged, right? So we'll never know how much it really would have gone for if it had been disclosed the first time. And in fairness to Heritage, it was framed. And as I think most of you know, they don't unframe things. If it comes framed, they just photograph it framed. They don't open it up to check for damage or condition issues. Okay, so that's why they didn't know about it. They sell it as is, as it comes into them from the consigners.
Although, to be clear,
right,
if it was wavy to the point that the collector returned it, that should have been evident in the frame.
I got to tell you, I've seen somewhat wavy art behind glass that looked okay. And then I took it out and I bought it, right? I had it and it was wavy.
Yeah.
It didn't show through, believe it or not, through the glass. Somehow the way the light refracts, right? Like it just somehow hides it.
Usually the matte would bubble. So that would usually be a giveaway. Now, another interesting thing about that waviness is it would have been really easy to press that flat. So even as a damaged piece, they should have been able to press that flat. So here's a question. When they relisted it, did they disclose that it was wavy?
Well, not
or did they just resell it?
Oh, the second time?
Yeah.
When they resold it? Yeah. When they resold it, so yeah, so check this out. Here, I'll show you. I'll show you the. So here's what it looked like the first time, right? So it just looked like the page itself.
Yeah.
And then when they resold it, check it out. Look at the difference
with the tape on it.
Now that's right. This is how it looked like when they took it out of the frame. It had been taped down to the backing board, and that's how they inserted it into the frame. But that's how the framer had done it. You know,
they should have shown a photo of the frame with the piece because that's what you're getting. I mean, that was a super misleading listing. They should have shown it framed. I mean, and honestly, often Heritage will show the frame if it's a framed piece. So that's weird. But they also should have just pressed it. I mean, like, they probably could have pressed most of the waviness out of that for sure. But certainly that picture with the kind of, missing with the glue on the top of whatever was on the top of that page, probably from the matting or that whatever was in front, and a bad framing job, clearly, looks ugly. And so that does look better previously than it did in the resale. So this is a really interesting, that is a very much an outlier from what we're going to be talking about next.
Yeah. So there's a logical outcome, a lot of comments. Actually, I know they take art out of frames now. Do they though? Do they? Because I thought that they still only did it on request. But yeah, let me know. Let me know if you know for a fact that it's automatic that they do that. We've all seen Heritage images that don't look like the actual page. Sure, I'm seeing that some pages sold in prior auctions not too long ago show up again in the same auction months later. And it's not, again, I don't know what you guys are so obsessed with shill bidding gone bad. It's not necessarily, how do you know? You don't know. It's not why everybody thinks that it's all about shill bill.
And some people buy pieces and then immediately put them back out for sale. You know, like there's a lot of buyers that just like buying. They just like auctions and they keep spending. And if it's a high profile enough piece, Heritage will allow you to relist it for sale again. And if you want to relist it for less, you can relist it for less. Yeah. So, you know, I think people are focusing the wrong thing. I think there's a certain amount of almost conspiratorial paranoia about what role shilling plays in, you know, the marketplace.
Yeah. Listen, guys, just let me tell you really quickly. When I first found out that Texas law allowed Heritage or anybody in you know, based in the state of Texas to bid on their own auction, to allow any employees to bid on their own auctions, I was as incensed as anybody. I couldn't believe that could possibly exist in law, especially. And so because of that, and I found this out when they first opened, right, with their website and everything in the early 2000s, I think it was. Because of that, I was so incensed. It took me until 2008 before I finally joined Heritage and I got myself an account on Heritage because I refused to participate in that, you know, because I was obsessed with the idea. Oh my God. Well, that means everything's being shilled. They're shilling everything.
I wish they did it on some of my auctions. Yeah. You know, I wish they had shill bid on some of my auctions.
Yeah. Everything all the time. Listen, the fact that I have consigned many comic book art items to Heritage over the years, and believe me, if they shilled all the items, I would have been much happier.
Yeah.
Because, if they shilled everything, I'd always be like, woohoo! Let me just get rid of my collection because, my God, they get me top value for every piece. No, it doesn't happen. So that's the thing. I let go of the anger. I let go of the idea that everything's being shilled. A lot of the stuff's being shilled. And I just said, you know what? All that matters is, am I willing to pay the price that I'm willing to pay? As long as if I can bid a price I'm happy with paying for the piece and I win it, then that's it. That's all that matters. I'm happy. I got the piece for a good price. And that's it. And that's the decision everybody has to make for themselves. If you can live with that and be happy with the price you get it for, great. If you're going to obsess at the back of your mind constantly about, oh, but I wonder if I got shilled. I wonder if they're shilling this one. Man, you're never going to be happy. You're going to be hating the hobby. I'm telling you. So anyway, so that's that. Man, yeah, this is a really interesting, a lot of activity for sure. My experience has been you can buy on credit as long. I don't know why you're talking about that. The credit, sorry, gonna have to move on from that. Sorry, Sean. Texas Hold'em, they are marking 20 as a seller, 20 from the buyer. Why would they care to prop up prices? I mean, that's a good point.
I mean, they have certainly, they own WADA, which is a video game and media grading company. They very famously bid and won the Super Mario Brothers WADA Mint 10. And that's the thing that signaled to a lot of people that something, you know, was rotten in Denmark. And they did that because they wanted to show that WADA had achieved the highest price ever for a graded video game. So that was a smart move for them to do for themselves, as fishy as it is. But that means that they must have had 2 employees bidding it up for it to get $2 million, because no reasonable collector was ever going to pay $1 million for a WADA 10 Super Mario Brothers game. So, I mean, you know, at the top of the market, that's the only place where it's even of concern. Unless you are somebody who is frequently buying at the top of the market, it's not going to affect you.
Yes, exactly. All right.
It's not worthwhile otherwise.
Let's move on to the next example, everybody.
Yep.
All right. So here we go. Let's cue this up. All right. So the second one, here we go, everybody. So it's a Moon Knight, a page from #1. So that's, you know, it's a key issue in the sense that it's the first issue. So, you know, that's always going to have the first issue premium. So this is pre-COVID, right? So,
last page and title page.
Yeah, it's the end page by Bill Sienkiewicz. Beautiful art, a great artist. So yes, it's fine. Sold for $3,400. I'm sorry if you don't see. By the way, just FYI, everybody, if you don't see name of an auction house or wherever it was sold, that's because I'm not positive, but I can tell you guys that I typically, over the last several years, for the most part, like, have only been keeping track of Heritage and Comic Link, and on very rare occasions, eBay. So that's pretty much it. So I believe, given the quality of the scan, I'm 99% sure this was Comic Link. Okay. So so this sold pre-COVID, 3,400, and then check this out. The buyer decided that he was going to sell it in December of 2019. So check it out. May, the 5th month. And then 4 months later, he threw it up at Comic Link, right? He throws it up at Comic Link only 4 months later. After and so it was probably Comic Link both times. And look at that, a 32.36% drop. So that's basically 1/3 of the value, right? If we look at it on a net basis, which is always what kills you even more, it's $1,100. I mean, to throw away $1,100 4 months after you bought the piece, I mean, it's I don't know, it's pretty sick. But here's the thing I want to say about this piece. For me, I remember when this thing came up, and I remember when it hit 3,400. I remember my reaction was 3,400. I was like, yeah, it's the first issue, but it's the inset panel at the top. It's got a little bit of Moon Knight. That's not worth too much. The splash is where the value should be and is. But you can't put at the time, especially 2019, $3,400 for the villain's back as he's lying face down unconscious on the ground. As beautiful as the art actually is, and it is, it's beautiful Sienkiewicz art. But the content, what I always say, guys, about content quality is more important, even, I believe, than name value of the artist. It provides more of the value than the artist's name. And so I remember thinking, that's insane. Like, why would you bid this up to 3,400, right? And then 4 months later, this made more sense to me. You know, this again, you could argue, well, did it drop by 1/3 because, he flipped it too quickly? That tends to happen. I think we've all seen that when people flip it a few months later, more often than not, it sells for less. Because people are kind of like, I think it's a psychological thing where collectors are like, already? Right? As soon as they see it again, like, already? That just sold. And it's like a turnoff, right? It's a negative thing that goes into your head. You're like, what? Already? And it turns you off as a collector. Like, even if you typically love that artist or that character or that title, a lot of us think, I don't know, like, I'm turned off by it. Like, you already want to dump it? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of us who may otherwise have bid on it, if he had held on to it and only resold it 5 years down the road, I think a lot of us are like, let me just see what happens. I'm not going to bid on this, you know? And I think that's what helps to drop the price, because people are like turned off by the whole idea of it. You know, what do you think?
Couple questions. So was that Bushman on that page?
That's Bushman. That's what it looks like, Bushman, yeah.
Moon Knight #1 is Bushman's first appearance. That might be the only splash page that Bushman is on.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at the book. But the real lesson here is 2019 was the bottom of the market for a very long time. Second thing, December is the worst month to sell anything. December is always a terrible month for art sales, except very inexpensive stuff. So to have bought something in April with probably tax refund money and possibly paying too much, as you said, comparatively to where the prices were at, and then to sell it in December, you know, so April, highest possible prices 9 times out of 10 at auction. April and May are historically the highest auction months. December is historically the lowest. November would have been a better month for him to sell it than December. January would have been a better month to sell it than December. But if he had just held on to it for a year and a half and gotten into 2021.
Right. But again, nobody knew that was going to happen. And in fact, for the first like 2 months of COVID, most of us were super worried that this might be that one big world event that trashes the value of all our collections, right?
Yeah.
That first month or two, it was like, oh my God, what's going to happen here? Even I was like, oh my God, should I start trying to sell quickly? You know, and yeah, thank God a couple of months later, everything skyrocketed instead of going down, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, there's no way to just foresee that happening. So you can't say, well, you should have held on, but at least until COVID. But you can say that, yeah, it's a good example of maybe you just, again, hold on if you can. Hold on. Again, thinking more long-term, like in years, not just a year or even 2. To me, that's still short-term, you know? But think of in terms of at least 5 and beyond, you know? If you can, you know? And then typically you're there, that's long enough where you're going to be okay, typically, you know?
Yep.
But man, a few months typically is, that's not a good thing. And look, Mike makes a great point. When someone flips, they've already taken themselves out as one of the bidders, the top bidder the previous time, right? That's one of the bidders that helped it go to where it went. And once they're gone, you're guaranteeing yourself that if there's no extra new bidders the second time, it's probably going to go down, you know?
And especially if that's the last piece of its ilk to go to market.
Yeah, it's a dynamic market. Who knows?
Yeah.
Comic art Boston. Who knows what it would sell for now? That's not what we're talking about it. But he would probably have gotten at least his money back. I would think. You know,
$20,000 probably.
Have a great evening. Thank you, Comic art Boston. Thanks for dropping by again. And later, Cab. Have a good night. Tom, good night. The Pittsburgh Shillers. Okay, good night. All right. So anyways, there we go. Let us go on to the next piece. Why don't we? All right. You ready for the next one, Matt?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I love this one. Okay, so this is another great example, everybody. So this example is one again. Okay, right now we've seen 2. I'm going to say great artists because I know not everybody's going to love every artist. But on the whole, across the entire hobby, Bagley is well loved, well collected, so he's a great artist. Sienkiewicz is brilliant. He's a great artist, so I can say that. So this next one, another example of a formerly great artist, the artist of the 1980s, without a doubt. There's no argument here. Great content quality, A+ content quality, meaning it's a splash. Great characters, great artist. All right, and let's check it out and see what happens in this case. Check this one out. All right, Sensational She-Hulk, fantastic splash, homaging the first appearance, first Silver Age appearance of Captain America, the original Avengers. How they thaw him out after they thawed him out from the iceberg. So January 2023. Sells for what I remember at the time thinking also, wow, like pretty strong. Like going into the 5 figures for this, I thought it was strong. Some other people were kind of like, nah, I don't know. Given the content, it seems fair at that point in time. Okay, fine. We don't need to argue about that. But it's beautiful. It's again, it's got everything about it is a plus, right, Matt? I mean, the artist, the characters. It's a popular title that people collect art from.
That seems like a high price to me in January 2023. And mainly because it's a She-Hulk comic and She-Hulk's not on the page.
Yes. Yeah. No. Yeah, that's true. However, this is kind of like what I refer to as the what do you call it? The exception to the rule. It's the exception to the rule, right? Because yes, typically people love Sensational She-Hulk pages by Byrne, yes. But the person buying this is not somebody who typically buys and seeks out Byrne She-Hulk pages. The person that are bidding on this and ultimately winning it are guys who are just like massive John Byrne fans.
And Avengers fans.
Right? Byrne drawing the Avengers, right? That's so that's why I think, okay, it makes more sense that way from that respect, you know?
Sure.
But having said that, Check this, guys. So this is January 2023, 14,500. And then it's put back out on the market in September of 2024.
Wow.
Okay. So less than 2 years later. All right. It's approximately 20 months, I believe it is, for 33.79% loss. Okay. And on a net basis, check it out. 14.5 he paid, and he received, it sold for 9.6. So it took a loss of just under $4,900.
$5,000, right?
Yeah. So you got 4,500 here plus the so $4,900. And let's not, I don't want to get into this because we all know, but let me just mention it this one time. I'm just comparing when it comes to these percentage losses that I'm showing you guys, that we're showing you. I'm just comparing the sale price to the sale price. Keep in mind that when the person resold it on Heritage, for example, that's not what they got in their pocket, right? They didn't get this. At best, they got somewhere like in order for it to sell for 9,600, they had to enter a bid of, I don't know what, 8,000 or 7,800, something like that.
They got 7,680.
Yeah, $7,680. And that's sorry, is it 70?
20%.
Plus 7,680?
Yeah.
Plus the 20 is 9,200.
No, but you're doing the math backwards. You have to do 80% of the realized price.
No. But I'm trying to figure out what they entered into the box for it to attain.
Oh, to get that.
Yeah, exactly. So let's call it about let's say 8,000 plus 20%. Yeah, 8,000 exactly. It comes to that would be 9,600.
Yeah.
Is that what we had? Oh, sorry, guys. Not that 96 exactly. Yeah. Okay, so he entered 8,000 into the box, which means at best, and by best I mean if he's one of those people who has if he has consigned enough stuff and he's got a good deal with them where they waive the seller fee, then he did get $8,000 in his pocket. But most people get charged, even if you get a deal from them, most people's deal is around 10% seller fee. So if he got that kind of a deal, it's 10% off the 8,000.
Yeah.
So that leaves him with 7,200.
Yeah.
So at most he pocketed 8,000, and more than likely 72.
He lost half.
Right. Exactly. Think about that, guys.
Wow. Yeah, that's something people don't calculate a lot. That's really important, Ruben. That's really, really important. So you're talking about a year and 8 months. And in a year and 8 months, that piece he lost half of the value he had put into it, because we know in the first auction, he paid the exact number of what is presented. He paid that number, which is whatever the hammer price was, plus the auction house fee. And that was $14,400 or whatever, or $500. And so when he resells it, he doesn't get 80% of the hammer price. He gets 80%. He gets 80% of the hammer price, not 80% of the total reported fee, which Heritage reports the full fee with all of the what the buyer paid. So it's hammer price plus commission. Guys, pay attention to this. This is what makes resale catastrophic in a lot of cases. And like you say, like when people are really shy about talking about, how much money they lose and how much money they make in resales. When you figure in the shipping and the PayPal fees and all that stuff, just in a straight sale, you have to kind of figure that into, how much you have invested in the piece, and you make very small margins. In this case, even the hammer price is deceptive because you have to figure how much less he got than that. And honestly, it was probably 20% less.
Yeah, and like Michael says, I didn't want to get into the weeds, obviously, because we all know that if you happen to live in one of the many states where you have to pay the sales tax, they lost even more money.
Well, but he made more money on the dividend of it because he took it as a loss.
What do you mean?
So he took the loss the previous year in the purchase price if he filed his taxes wisely.
Oh, okay. American.
So
I don't know
losing
how you guys...
that money, he gets to file that loss
on
his next taxes. So he gets to file a basically a $7,000 loss on his next year's taxes. So that stuff is, he made money there at least.
Oh, okay. Sean, yes, they offer. Typically, it's 10% off the sell. Yeah, a 10%.
Now, was that both heritage? Because those are two totally different photos.
So let me look at that again. Oh yeah, no. So no, I don't. This is why I didn't list this one, because I'm not sure. But again, with the knowledge that I typically 99% of the time only follow Heritage and Comic Link.
Right.
I know I can say based on that alone, the high quality scan tells me this was purchased through Comic Link the first time.
Well, then Comic Link takes less of a commission.
Yeah,
the hammer price is going to be closer to the recognized price.
Well, no, yeah. So this would have sold for $14,500, and the buyer does not pay anything extra. They just pay the $14,500. Okay, so that's
it's like 5%, right?
No. Only the seller loses 10% for selling it. The buyer doesn't pay any fee extra, unless you pay 3% just to cover the credit card fees if you want to pay by credit card.
Right.
Otherwise, you just pay the showing, the price that shows.
Gotcha.
So yeah. So Comic Link most likely 14,500, and then here it was resold on Heritage.
Oh, he got screwed.
So he lost over. Yeah, I worked that out before tonight as I was putting all this information together. I worked it out that it comes out to slightly over 50% that he most likely lost, not including taxes with all that stuff, But yeah.
So that's not a relist. That's a fresh listing at a different auction house where he probably paid 20 to 22% back to the auction house on it. Yeah, that's a loss of half.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. So. That's a beating. And again, think about it, guys. That's a gigantic beating of over $5,000 down the tubes in less than 2 years on something that person no doubt was feeling like confident, like, oh man, if this is John Byrne, it's really good quality John Byrne. It's Avengers. It's an homage to the first appearance or return of the Silver Age Captain America, Avengers 4. Yeah. It's got everything going for it, and not only did he still lose, he lost big time, like shellacked, So, but what about the warm feeling in his heart he had while owning the investment? Let's not get into that. I'm sure he wasn't too happy. And yes, the whole sales tax thing. Oh, sorry, I already had that one. Safari only shown money losers. You can't advertise that this show is about can't lose money makers.
He didn't read the fine print. He didn't look at the asterisk.
You didn't read the fine print. We talked about the word facetious. Like I spelled it correctly, remember? And believe me, Marcus, if this doesn't make anybody happy, it's going to get worse. It's only going to get worse as the show goes on. So, be prepared for that. Price realized plus tax and shipping too. No, exactly. All those. I didn't want to mention that, Larry, because obviously we all know that. And, we don't want to have to keep mentioning the things that we should all know, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Keep that in the back of your mind, because all the numbers I give you here, that we're going to share with you tonight, it's that plus all those extras that we're not going to keep mentioning all the time, right?
Now, for Seamus, who is concerned about shill bidding, clearly no shill bidding happened in that second sale. So why would they shill bid it once and not shill bill it again? But another important factor, which I think speaks to, network perception, is now the fair market value has dropped on non-She-Hulk John Byrne Avengers pages as a result of that massive lower sale. So those sales affect the perceived market value as just as high sales do. They all play a role. So at the end, it all comes out in the wash.
And Mr. Redjack, as you've noticed, I've made no attempt to name names of the people who bought, who then sold, who then bought on the resale. This is not about rubbing it in anybody's faces, right? We're not doing that. I would never do that. So if anybody watching tonight, whether it's live or on Rewind, if they find one of these pieces and they were the seller, don't take it personally, right?
Yeah.
This is just about data and trying to show people that investing in art, it's not guaranteed that you're going to make money. That's the whole point. It's not about making fun of people, laughing at people, whatever. So we need examples. These are examples.
We're not laughing. We're feeling the pain with the person. Like we're like,
yeah. I'm empathizing.
Yeah. Another thing that I would add, I've been watching the John Byrne market over the last couple of years, and this year in particular, 2024, has been very bad for non-X-Men John Byrne artwork. That prices have really kind of sailed off. His Superman pages are worth less. His, like a lot of like stuff that you'd think would be high demand are going down. And what's funny is like artists who came on Superman after him, their trajectory seems to be going up. And he was kind of the Superman guy. So it's interesting, like if you pay attention to these things.
Yes. Sean, you're trying to see, when you make this comment, right, I'm assuming that he only sold the one piece of art. I'm not assuming that. But we don't want to get into the weeds, right? Again, of course I can start saying, but maybe this, but maybe that. Of course, there's a whole bunch of maybes, right? We know that. We know that he may have sold a bunch of other things and that, the profits on the other pieces absorb the loss on this one. Yeah, of course, that's possible, right? And when you are selling multiple pieces, that's what you want to happen. When you're selling a lot of stuff, there are going to be pieces that lose you money and, and others that make you money, with the idea being that, yes, you're going to have more winners. Those will absorb the ones that lost. And you'll hopefully be happy that when everything is evened out at the end, right, weighed against each other, the losses and the gains, that you will still be ahead, right? We get that, of course. This is not the point, though. The point is to show any given piece, even when it's a great artist, great quality content, great characters, the point is most people think you can't lose with that kind of stuff. That's like this A+ quality stuff. Most people have this idea that they can't lose on that kind of stuff. My point that I'm trying to make here to show newer collectors is that if you take a short-term approach to making money in this hobby, it doesn't matter how good the content quality is, you very much can lose a lot of money. That's the whole point. So there we go.
And it's completely beside the point because he could have chosen not to include that piece in the auction. That if the idea was, I'm going to sell all this stuff and I'm going to hit on some and not on the others, why would you put the stuff that isn't going to hit? Wait, put that stuff in later. So what does that mean? That dude needed money. And if he needed money, other people probably needed money too, because it reflects the overall economy. Now, unless it was a guy who ran into having to pay medical bills or something like that, where it's like a very isolated to him and not the market at large. When you look at September of 2024, which of course was only a couple months ago, how was the economy doing a couple months ago for collectibles? Yeah. It's kind of in the toilet. So it wasn't a great time to be selling something like that. So if most people, when they are motivated to sell, are motivated to sell when they need money, not necessarily selling at the top of the market.
Yeah, exactly.
And people don't know when they're selling at the top of the market. It's proven by history. Is to Ruben's point, you don't know. But when you see prices starting to rise, that's, if you're going to get rid of stuff, that's when you get rid of stuff. But people who are collectors get caught up and they keep buying and buying and buying. And then something economic happens to all of us, and there's not a receptive market to that piece. And so only somebody who's like, well, you know what? I'd pick that up for $10,000 and wow, I got it a little cheap, so, the person who has it now, if they hang on to it a couple of years, that price should come back.
It's soon. It's a decent buy. I think it's a pretty solid buy for the person who who was fortunate enough to get it for under 10 grand, you know?
Yeah.
Antoine, you must be really young. How young are you, Antoine? As Byrne never had a memorable Avengers run, buying that piece was quite speculative. What are you talking about? Like all the guys that are like our age and older, like in our 50s and 60s, that's what they love. The Byrne Avengers run of the 1970s. Of course, he had a memorable Avengers run. But the Mandela effect, Byrne, okay. Mandela has to sell. Yeah, somebody said it. Dan, was it Dan? Yeah, believe it or not, Mandela isn't that. He's like the biggest player that everybody knows by name. But exactly, Dan, he is far from the biggest player in this market these days. You know, he used to probably be, I think he was top 2 or 3 before the really strong growth of the hobby. Let's say COVID onwards, certainly. That brought in much, much bigger players, I believe, you know. Players that have been...
You could even say, you know, in speaking about John Byrne, you could say that his West Coast Avengers run was revolutionized what was a terrible title, and then it became a really good title and one that was selling very well. You know, the White Vision comes out of the John Byrne West Coast Avengers run. So having, you know, Avengers by one of Marvel's keynote artists, which actually the scarcity makes it better. You know, like if you know, John Byrne was an X-Men guy, if you view him as an X-Men guy and a Fantastic Four guy and a She-Hulk guy, and you don't view him as an Avengers guy, then the idea of getting an Avengers page from this amazing artist from that era could be good. What makes it kind of funky for me, as I said, is that it's a She-Hulk page that doesn't have She-Hulk on it. And that's something that, you know, collectors who determine market value, not necessarily all of us, but people who buy at the top, they pay attention to that stuff. You know, to Ruben's point about the Moon Knight page, it's not a great Moon Knight page, but if you are a Moon Knight fan, maybe that's a phenomenal Moon Knight page because it's one of the only, you know, full page shots of the villain in the first appearance of that villain. And Bushman is a very significant Moon Knight villain, was even used in the you know, the Disney Plus show. But you know, we're looking and we're seeing a pattern among short-term purchases and sales. That's not everything we're going to talk about.
Right. And I wanted to get to a comment here. Hold on. Stanley says, don't you think this hobby has wealthy people that are not affected by the economy?
Yes.
Of course. That's what I was trying to say, Stanley, that when I said, you know, when somebody mentioned Dave Mandel, right? That's what I'm saying, is that from COVID onwards, we have seen people, listen, you don't even have to see who these people are, which most of us don't know who these people are. But as I've made the point on multiple shows before, you see every Heritage auction, every Comic Link auction, every Comic Connect, whatever, hundreds and like almost 1,000 pieces, 800 to 900 pieces, every auction, high-end stuff, most of it, right? It's worth tens of millions of dollars. It all gets soaked up like a vacuum cleaner. Auction after auction after auction, the vast majority of it never being posted online, never being resold, right? That should tell you, of course, there's many people now in the market whose finances are not affected by the economy. Whereas if you look at now, the guy that like Dave, who, you know, for many, many years was one of the top 2 or 3 guys, but even he has always, on occasion, needed to sell stuff to be able to afford bigger pieces, you know, that he wants to get.
And he owns pieces sometimes with other collectors where there's like 3 or 4 of them that pool their money together to buy these pieces. And I mean, there may be, you know, and this is absolutely not the same as shilling. I'm not saying this is shilling, but if you're somebody who owns a lot of X-Men art and you see an X-Men page go up from a run that you have a lot of pages from, might be worth your while to drive the price up, so that the rest of your pages are now perceived as being worth that much. But also, do you think a guy at the top of the market is buying an Avengers page from a She-Hulk comic? I mean, they don't care about that stuff. Guys with a lot of money are buying top tier pages. They're not buying mid-level stuff. Sometimes people buy a little bit of that if it's the right price.
I believe there is. I believe there is, Matt. I believe, yes, you're right that there's people in the market that are buying, the top high end stuff, right? Like into the 50,000 and up kind of material.
Yep.
But I believe, and again, there's no way to prove it, but I think just the fact that what I say all the time about all this material gets sucked up like a vacuum, to me, that tells me there's even more people than most people think with these kinds of resources, to where they're all on, Mandel and above sort of levels, but differentiating. And some of them buy whatever, some of them probably hire people to say, they pay somebody to, buy up whatever this cool comic art, whatever.
That absolutely happens because they don't want their name connected to it because they know they're going to get overcharged.
This is my budget here. Just buy whatever you think is right for me. Yeah. And I think there's other guys that do get involved because maybe they were comic guys at one point, right? Comic readers. And I think there are guys who, I don't want to get into the $50,000 to $100,000 plus pieces, but I'll take 10,000, 20,000, whatever. So this kind of She-Hulk piece with the Avengers, I think there are people that are buying this kind of material. Anyways, nevertheless, let's keep it rolling. You ready to go to the next one, Matt?
Next, yep.
All right, sounds good. And thank you, Dan. Thank you. So the next example is, let's check this one now. This one. Okay, love this example, and here's why. So this is from X-Men 144. For those of you who were around back in the day, that was the fill-in issue by Brent Anderson, inked by Joe Rubinstein, and it had Despair and the Man-Thing. Okay, now here's the thing. So this sold April of 2023 for $2,000 on Comic Link. All right. Now, I just want to say, if you look at this piece, I remember I was around, I was watching the auction, and I remember when it ended thinking, why the hell would you pay $2,000 for this piece? Because the first thing I saw was like, yes, and believe me, I was a fan of X-Men. I love this issue, okay? Because particularly more than anything because of Brent Anderson. I love the artwork. But ultimately, $2,000 so that you buy 2 panels of Man-Thing, right? Because nothing else on this page has monetary value, right? I'm like, to me, that's an example.
No X-Men.
Of what?
No X-Men on an X-Men page.
Right. So sometimes it's okay if it has other content that's of interest, guest stars with value. Man-Thing, I like Man-Thing. He's kind of a cool looking character. But again, if that was a page from the same year and month from the Man-Thing series from 1980, right? That page with 2 Man-Thing panels with Despair. Wait, how many people know who the hell Despair is, right? So he carries no value, right? So that page today, maybe it's, I don't know, $300-400 or whatever.
$400 to be my guess, yeah.
Right? But because of the fact that it's associated to the X-Men name, that alone made these people, I gotta get that. I remember that issue. I gotta get it. Let me bid it up. $2,000, right? Okay. Now, let's see what happens here.
At the end of the day, it is still a Chris Claremont X-Men page.
And that's that. But this is the thing. This is why I always say people need to get over the name of the creator value, right?
Well, they like the story.
No, I get that. I'm not saying don't buy it. Don't get me wrong. Right. Okay. Right. It is. I'm not gonna bullshit you.
Yep.
It is a lower content quality to me on a scale of 10. I was thinking about it as I was making the slides. I was like, this is probably for me in the 3 to 4, 3.5, maybe a 4 tops range on content quality. Okay. So I bought plenty of pages that were low content quality. So I'm not saying don't buy it, especially if you're an X-Men fan. Sure, you should go after it. All I'm saying to those of you who are into this stuff, you can't buy badly. To me, that's badly bought. At least I felt that way when it sold for $2,000. I was like, why would you do that? To me, $700, $800 just because of the X-Men factor. You know what I mean? But like $2,000, it's just badly bought. So I'm not saying don't buy it. I have plenty of art that's low content quality. but I'm not going to pay higher content quality prices for them. That's all. It's just be smart with how much, don't get carried away with the amount of money you're willing to spend on this, on these lower content quality pages.
That seems like auction fever, right? Like someone had auction fever.
Exactly. It's very possible.
Only 2 people did.
That's true. Exactly. So let's check it out, see what happens. So April of 23, $2,000. And then,
or maybe he likes pages with fish on it.
You never know. September of 2024. So the 4th month to the 5 months, 12, so 17 months. So 17 months later, again, 33.96% drop.
Again, the dreaded September 2024.
Yeah, he lost. So this person lost a third of the money, but technically, probably, he gets less than that, because even at best, if he has a deal where they don't charge him at Heritage for the seller's fee, he only got something like $1,100 for this.
Yeah,
because that's the price, right? Plus 20% is what gets you to 1320. He gets, right? He doesn't get the seller.
He lost about $800 on this.
Yes, exactly. So
again, almost half.
Almost half, exactly. You man, that's a big. That's
and I
big.
mean, maybe he loves, God loves, man kills, and can't afford a Brent, Anderson page from that, because that stuff is very valued and very highly priced, and was like, this is the next best thing, and so overspent on it. And really, I think, it's hard to say, that he overspent, but I think we know he overspent, and it's proven in its resale value. Yeah, I mean, 400 to 700 is the full range, right? The full range of what that page is worth. So even the guy who bought it for $1,300,
$1,300,
I feel like he overpaid too.
Yeah, exactly. I do too. Although I'm willing to concede that we are wrong about that, because if it were to sell again and it still sold for 4 digits and above, I would say, okay, I guess we're wrong to some degree.
Yeah.
There's enough people that are X-Men fans that are willing to, pay up for the whole X-Men connection, right? Fine. But we can certainly say 2 was way, way ridiculous for something.
Well, again, maybe it was a Man-Thing collector who's a big Chris Claremont fan. But I mean, 2 people that have that narrow a focus seems unusual.
Yeah. It's fun.
X-Men is X-Men, except when it's not, right?
Exactly. Werewolf by Night show bump. That was one of the coolest things about that Werewolf by Night episode. To me, the Man-Thing, I thought he looked spectacular. I think that was really cool. It was my favorite thing of that show. So I don't know, maybe. Pins and Flappers, don't despair over the price, Ruben. That's funny. What's up, Rich? Ruben, the devaluer, whatever. Also talk of despair coming to the MCU. Was there? Okay.
Well, who was it that said, well, there was a Man-Thing movie. There was a Man-Thing movie back in the 2000s. It went straight to video. It was not very good. It was done as a horror film. Yeah, it was an independent. Try and find it. It's tough. But probably have to buy like a European DVD or something still. I don't even think it's on Blu-ray. But someone had said they thought that it was a low price on it. And by what metric? I mean, clearly not.
Yeah. Some people like the action, win or lose. That is true too. Yeah, you don't know. That's the thing.
Brent's a good artist, but I've sold, Eisner Award winning pages from Brent Anderson for less than $700. From out, what is it? City, that Kent Busiek wrote.
Busiek?
Yeah, they together won the Eisner for their run on Astro City.
Oh, Astro City. Yes. Astro City. Yeah. Brian, yeah, I get that. We know the X-Mania ever since we were all kids, right? And it was X-Mania all the time with the comics, right? We get that X fans are nutty about their stuff. We get it, and they'll buy anything just because they figure, well, it's X-Men, you can't go wrong eventually. But this is my point.
That's got to be the theory for that John Romita Jr. and the Mark Silvestri stuff from the early, from 2000, from 201, to a certain era where it's not great art. And there's a lot of second tier characters in it, but there's name value in John Romita Jr. There's name value in Mark Silvestri. Mark Silvestri became an amazing artist, but judging from his early X-Men work, you'd never know it.
That's true.
But there's nostalgia there. I mean, people read those and loved those.
I mean, listen, Stanley. Again, these are the things we can't account for. Of course, there's a bunch of things that, we just can't account for. You never know. Did they have to sell? Did they just want to sell? Was it intentionally a flipper guy who loves flipping? Was it somebody who realized they paid too much and was like, oh man, I paid too much. My friends are telling me I paid too much. Oh God, I can't stand to look at this anymore. Let me just get rid of it. I just don't want to see it anymore. Right?
And did they consign it in Heritage a year earlier at the top of the market, and they didn't put it in an auction until the next year? Yeah, I mean, this is another thing, and I'm going to speak directly to the chat on this. And certainly it's 20 years later, but speaking of Astro City, but it's also an Eisner Award winning run, and the issue that I sold the page from was in that run that won an Eisner. That issue of X-Men did not win any awards, although the previous run did win an Eagle or whatever the awards were in that run in the 1980s that were being taken seriously. Eagles in the UK. But an important thing to remember too is that it's even hard to tell by the date that it sold when it was consigned. So like if you consign the day after the biggest auction ever, like if there was, we'll pick an arbitrary month and say, that August of 2023 is the biggest month ever in art sales or whatever. And I'm not saying that it is, but I'm just using it as an example. So on August 29th, you consign your comics to Heritage for your comic art to Heritage for the next auction, and they decide when they're going to put it in. If you sign a contract and it doesn't have a specific date by which it has to be sold, you don't get to pick whether it goes into a feature auction or a weekly auction. Maybe it goes into a print catalog. Maybe it doesn't. So like you really have no control unless you are very on top of what the arrangement is. Right. So that's hard to tell by these sales too. We've got a couple of sales that happened in the same month and they're both low. So a 25% loss because of timing. Yeah, totally. I mean, certainly during the grading process for comics, when CGC was completely backed up, people were sending in all these comics that they thought were worth a lot of money because they were seeing prices at the top of the market. A year and a half later, almost 2 years later, when they get the comics back and the prices have come back down to earth, they're screwed. Would they even have sent the comics in at the prices that they were, being assessed for?
Yeah. So yeah, there's any number of things you have to take into account, whatever. But we're just kind of, giving it to you as simply as possible, get a basic understanding, which I guess you can take from this past example is, again, high content quality or low or anything in between. Doesn't matter. You can buy what you want. That's cool. Again, I bought plenty of low content quality pages. My Grummet, I have a lot of Grummet New Titans pages that are what you would consider low. They don't have any Titans on them because I like the run. Okay, so I bought them. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to teach people, the newer people among you, buy well. Don't buy badly. Try to be careful when you are looking at pages like that where the content quality is lower. Don't go crazy. Don't allow yourself to get too hyped up. Like, oh, I gotta have this, and then overpay. That was overbought. So it's okay to overpay. And I've said this a million times too. It's okay to overpay for stuff if it's higher in quality. If it's high end quality page, the value will catch up to it in short order anyways, Yeah. But when you badly buy a low quality page, you may never kind of get the money back. It may take 10 or 15 years or whatever,
There's another aspect to this, whereas that someone may love a thing and purchase a thing because they love it, and then meet one of the creators and have a really bad experience and want to purge it immediately. Like they're willing to take the hit because that personal interaction with the creators, and sometimes it's not even the creators, like maybe the franchise, like the current franchise, that they're still collecting comics and still reading it, and they hate the new run so much that they purge everything that they have that would, even from when the franchise was good, because they feel betrayed, or they feel belittled, or they feel insulted, and they just clean house. I mean, these are emotional reasons why people can make a purge or sell things, and you can't say that they're wrong to do it. Maybe selling that page for less was worth it to them, to have it out of their aura.
Well, listen, let me make something really, really clear if I haven't done so already. So, and I think I've mentioned this before on previous episodes. So when I was full-time dealing art, right, I always had a certain select inventory, okay, pieces in my inventory that I would be disappointed that they hadn't sold, right? Yeah. And I'd have them a year later, and I'd be so disappointed and or pissed off that like people didn't see it my way, that hey, this is a great page, that I would be like, okay, I don't want to see this shit anymore. I'm getting rid of this. Okay, and that's the only time I would use eBay. At the end of the year, October, November, okay, I want to sell this stuff off. I put a bunch of stuff that I was so tired of seeing because I was pissed off that it hadn't sold on my website, and I dumped them off. And in most cases, that stuff would lose me a little bit of money, right? But you're willing to do it because sometimes I just want that out of my face. I don't want to look at it anymore. Again, I still think these were great pieces, or at least good pieces for the value for the money. People should have bought these. I guess they proved me wrong. Nobody wanted them, right? And so therefore I'm upset. So I don't want to look at this stuff anymore. It's time to get out with the old and try to get in with the new again.
Now, an important question here. How long did you own those pieces when that sense of malaise hit you?
Oh, usually at least a year.
So within the realm of what we're talking about here, we're talking about, in this case, like a piece that was 2 years.
Yes, but keeping in mind that they were purchased with the intent of resale for, as my dealer inventory. It wasn't me as a guy on the side. Oh, I'm going to make a flip. Right. This is a good, no, I just thought pieces that I thought wherever I was buying them from, I thought, oh, that's really low. I got to buy that because that's a pretty good piece for that price. I could probably make a little bit of money on it, by putting it.
And I sell his stuff, and I've got a clientele for his stuff. So this is intuitive.
Yeah, exactly. And then when it doesn't, and you're disappointed. You're like, oh man, somebody should buy this. So I'm like, okay, whatever. I guess you never get it. Yeah, it's not an exact science. You never get it all right. Yeah. Still trying to sell a page from a creator who was a putz.
I know what you mean. Sometimes you want to sell a piece from a dealer who was a putz. I mean, like it's, like where the fact that you got it, the elements or tenets of the sale itself start to upset you over time.
Exactly.
And so certainly if you've overpaid emotionally in an auction, that may sit in your craw and be like, God damn, I got to get this out of here. I overpaid. I screwed myself. Maybe that person knew the day they made the payment that they paid too much. And the clock of the war against their own will started, and it ran out in a year. And they're like, I got to get rid of it. Yeah,
exactly. You never know. You really, truly never know. Again, all these things to consider. Oftentimes people collect beyond their means, meaning they have the cash flow because they don't really have the money to afford it, but they have this cash that's sitting here in this account meant for other things, but they don't need it for those things for a long time. So
at that moment,
right? They take from there and they'll buy it, but then they realize, oh, no, several months down the road, I don't know, I kind of need the money, whatever, but I have no choice now. I gotta sell it. So you don't know. You never know what the intent is. Obviously, we often, especially when it's only a few months or less than a couple of years, most of us assume flipper. It's not always a guy who's purposely wanting to flip, although sometimes it is. Obviously, we don't know, right? But anyways, let's keep it rolling. And yes, Mr. Red Jack, that's why we always say the best thing you can do is if you just buy because you love it, everything over the long term, you hold on to the long term, you will probably be much more likely to be okay over the long term. That's it. Long term, it really does make a huge difference. When you're in it for the short term, you're really drastically increasing the odds that you will lose money on art, you know? So, so there you go.
Sometimes you flip stuff just to troll people.
Just to troll people.
Sometimes you do it to troll one person.
One person. All right, let's check out the next piece, everybody. And so let's see. So despair, if we go from despair, we go to this one. Check it out. So Amazing Spider-Man, again, we go to Mark Bagley, very popular artist from his very popular Amazing Spider-Man run. All Amazing Spider-Man art has always been from Ditko all the way up into the 90s, always been very, very popular, regardless of who the artist was. But yeah, Bagley has become one of the premier Spider-Man artists of all time. Not only in popularity, but in terms of his importance to the character, given how many Spider-Man comics he has drawn in his career. So here we go, May 2021. I admit this was the peak, really peak COVID boom. All right, so $2,000. I remember thinking this is pretty crazy because really we're looking at another example of similar to the X-Men page. It's a 1-panel page, right? It's an 8-panel page, but in terms of the panels that have value, monetary value, it's only 1 panel. The first 7 panels have no value. All the value has to go into that final panel with Moon Knight and Punisher. So while I did expect that, okay, that's going to give it more value than usual because it's got a couple of good guest stars with Spidey, to me, ultimately, it comes down to it's still just 1 panel, and 2,000 to me was way too much. So let's see what happened here. May 2021. And then resold in November of 2022. So it's about 18 months, give or take a month, a year and a half or so. A drop of 34%.
This is surprising.
Do you? Yeah, you think this is surprising to you?
This is surprising because I guess really November 22 is the beginning of the drop. That if this had sold maybe even a month earlier, he would have made out okay. He might have at least gotten his money back. And maybe might have gotten his money back and made the difference, like the money that he lost to Heritage.
Right.
But November 22, now that I think about it, I'm like, November 22 was that month where everything started to drop. And people like, ooh, well, things aren't where they were anymore. I do think that $2,000 was a lot. I'm going to ask a question, and maybe you know the answer to it. Maybe someone in the chat knows the answer to it. When did Bagley's cover of Ultimate Fallout #4 sell?
When was that, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. I mean...
Was that around, just before May 2021?
Gosh. That's hard.
Or was it later?
I don't remember. I can't really pin it down. It's...
Now, another thing for me, and this will be a controversial take, and I'm sure that people in the chat will disagree and flame me for it. I don't think Bagley really came into Spider-Man until, with the exception of the Carnage comics, the first Carnage comics, and then Ultimate Spider-Man. I think that when he was the guy on Ultimate Spider-Man, that's his amazing... No, I'm using amazing not in the terms of the title, but like that's his truly remarkable Spider-Man run. And his earliest issues as the guy that replaced the replacement, so to speak, replacing Eric Larson, who did an amazing job replacing McFarlane, that Bagley was a drop in quality at that time in the hobby, that working in a comic book shop when that run came out, the enthusiasm for Spider-Man kind of disappeared except when Carnage was in the comic. That people didn't love Bagley's Spider-Man artwork because he followed 2 giants. And then but he was on the title for so long that he came into it and he got really, really good. Just as, When John Romita Jr. came on X-Men, I thought his work was pretty pedestrian, and he became a very good penciler. And now it's sometimes you get amazing John Romita Jr., sometimes you get lazy John Romita Jr. Similarly with, we'll say like Mark Silvestri's X-Men run, that his earliest work I felt was nowhere near the top caliber of the early artists that had been working with Chris Claremont. But then he really came into his own when he started doing his own series at Image, and then became like one of the best technical pencilers in my opinion. But that early work I thought was rough. And but I mean, again, you when you're talking about that run when you're talking about X-Men, you're talking about the Claremont factor. In that Spider-Man run, were those comics really well written, or were they just Amazing Spider-Man comics? You know, and to your point, he's in one panel. Yeah. So 2000 was I think high. If there were other factors that were affecting the price of Mark Bagley art, then that could have an impact. But that trajectory kept going up beyond the point where he bought. Like, I'm sure other Bagley pages that were of that quality sold for even more in the interim, but those people haven't sold them again. They haven't resold them and lost money, whereas that guy did.
Right. I just wanted to say real quick, I don't know if you're still listening here. 6 minutes ago, somebody named Alpha Channel posted your first time ever here. You posted a comment referring all of us as all of us. I think you're trying to be funny. I'm not sure, but by a religious slur. Just wanted to say, I don't know if you thought you were being funny and you saw us all laughing and maybe this is okay I got to tell you, that's not a good way to introduce yourself. So I'm not posting that on the screen.
Can you type that in the private chat? Because I didn't see it.
Oh, yeah, let me see. Oh, sorry. No, I almost did it in the,
oh boy.
Yeah. Give me a second, everybody. Let me see.
Oh, I see what he's okay.
You saw it? There you go. Anyways, I just put it in for you. But yeah, not cool. Not sure what you meant by that. But if you're still listening, if you wanna
explain it,
yeah. If it meant something else, not so bad. Yeah. That's fine. Go ahead. We're all very friendly here, but yeah, that's way over the top, especially as your first time here, your first comment. That's not a way to introduce yourself. So just keep that in mind.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, so let us go on to the next example, why don't we? Because we are definitely going to do a 4-hour show tonight. So the next example here is. So that was the Spidey. Let me see. That was the Spidey page, right? That lost the money. Okay. So next example here. Check it out. So Batman, from a great period when I first started collecting and reading comics around 1980. Wow. This is probably from 83 or 84 or something. The great Newton and Alcala art, fantastic. I think that's Nocturna up there, the woman.
It's a nicely drawn page.
Yeah, beautiful artwork, well collected artists, both Newton and Alcala. And so March 2023, in the preceding years to this, actually, I don't know, I think it was between 2021 or maybe, I don't know, 2019 to 20.
Well, the first months of 2020 were rough because that's when places started shutting and people were uncertain about their jobs. Then the checks start coming in around May, and that's when the uptick really starts to happen is May 2020. So 2020, 2021, 2022 were like amazing years where prices just started going up and away. 2023 was up and down. I think I know that you've kind of organize these in a specific order, which means this is going to have a bigger drop than the last one. But I got to say that in March 2023, 1625 for this page seems a little high. Right. I would say that $1,200 is where I would expect it to tap out. So they didn't like viciously overpay in that market for this, but it is a little more, I think, than it probably should have sold for. But now I'm very interested in seeing what it resold for.
Yeah, that's what I felt, Matt. When this sold, I was thinking more like, I don't know, no more than around 1,100, something like that. So
Yeah.
still in the four figures, but it's got good, decent Batman and content in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I felt 1625 to me seems pretty strong.
But I guess at 1625, that means they probably did pay $1,200, right?
Sorry, say it again, Matt.
That their bid probably was like $1,200.
Oh, well, let me see. So that would be, let's say, to get the 16 plus 20%, 14, 1680. So it would have been 13 and change.
So they overpaid.
I believe so. But let's take a look at what happened. So March of 23 is when they purchased this, and the owner purchased this. And then they resold it in September of 2023. So only 6 months later on Comic Link for a 38.16% drop. And took in $1,005. Oh, sorry. So $1,005 plus they, of course, we know that there's no ifs, ands, or buts on Comic Link. It's a straight 10%, right? So I didn't want to calculate those fees.
$905 or so.
But yeah, they pocketed $905 after paying $1,625. I mean, that's a massive hit,
I do think that second, like, I think that second person paid the right amount.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Because I was the first time I was thinking about 1,100, right? So that's close enough to 1,000, right? So that's what it sold for. So yeah, the second time I felt that was solid.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, as coincidence would have it, just yesterday I was on Instagram, and I noticed that somebody started either they followed me or they clicked like on one of my posts, and I'd never seen that name before, but it sounded familiar. So I went to see who they are, see if I recognize them. And I don't see pictures of their faces or anything, right? So I couldn't tell who they are. But I saw that one of their posts, as I scrolled down, one of their posts was this page.
Oh, wow.
So they were the person who bought it the second time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that whoever that person is, yeah,
I really like the page. I really like the page. And I think that they paid about the right amount of money for it. I'd even, like I say, I'd give them I'd go up 100, almost $200 on that, as a really, really nice page, and especially a really nice page with that particular character who there's not a lot of pages of. And it's got enough Batman on it that it's a good Batman page.
Yeah.
But the first person just clearly overpaid a bit. And I mean, but they didn't overpay tremendously in that market. So that this is maybe not quite the outlier that, the first page was, but an easy mistake to make. And so I guess this is maybe a really good case study, right? Because this is a very easy mistake to make. They overpaid a little bit, and then they took a bigger hit when they resold it too soon. So if anybody takes anything away, I think our biggest point has been that if you're going to put stuff at auction, and that's very different than putting stuff up for sale on your own site where you can price anything however you want, and you can accept whatever deal you want, and you know how much you're paying to PayPal, and you know how much it costs to ship stuff. If you know what you're doing, that if you're going to be buying at auction and selling at auction, especially buying from one auction house and selling to another auction house, then you should be buying from Comic Link and selling at Heritage, not buying at Heritage and selling at Comic Link. But you should put, several years in between, except when an emergency hits, and except when you absolutely need to liquidate whatever you can to make money. So, we don't know the circumstances behind these sales, but if you take anything away from it, aside from the fact that put your money in gold, if it's an investment and it's not a hobby, that you shouldn't expect to have a return on anything in less than a decade. In a decade, everything goes up significantly to make it worth your while to cover any resale percentages, to cover any conversion of currency or PayPal fees. In 10 years, you should make your money back. But we don't know what some of the prices paid in 2022 are going to look like in 2032.
Right. We don't know exactly. Marcus,
especially at the very top of the market.
Right. I just wanted to ask you, the guy who bought it the first time must have been the guy you censored tonight. So I noticed that earlier, right after that new guy who made that crass comment,
whatever. Yeah.
You commented right after him and you said, "Why did you censor him?" I don't know what you. I didn't know what did you mean by that? I didn't censor anybody. How do I censor him? And now I know that you're referring to that. I guess you're referring to that guy, but I don't know what you mean by censor. I didn't censor anybody. I can ban people, but I've never done that.
If we're going to read anything into what his avatar is, it looks very, we'll say, extremely right wing, like 1942 right wing.
Okay. Well, anyways, Nick hyped up Newton on his shows, so who knows, the Barucci effect.
John Newton was a really good draftsman, but I mean, when you like all those guys that worked on Batman in that era, whether you're talking about Jim Aparo, who was such a journeyman illustrator, and any of those guys were really, really good illustrators, and you have an amazing anchor like Alfredo Alcala on them, that work's going to look great. I mean, that page to me, and I like Don Newton. I like Don Newton a lot, but that page to me looks more like, oh my gosh, 70s Teen Titans.
What's 70s Teen Titans? Nick Cardy?
Yeah. That page has like a real Nick Cardy look to it with the combination of Newton and Alcala. Like that's a nice page. But is it an investment page? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. But either way, good example. Marcus, thank you for letting me know. I can tell you it was not me. So he must have decided he self-censored himself and deleted his own comment, because I'm not the one who did that.
Yep.
Pretty quickly. And by the way, I still see it. So for me, it's still here.
I still see it too. Yeah.
I guess because I'm the one streaming.
Yeah.
Right. So that's probably I still get a record of it. But publicly, you're allowed to delete your own comments. So yeah, he did it himself. It wasn't me for sure. So I thought it was autocorrect error, and the guy deleted himself. Hopefully, it was a mistake. Well, I don't know what else could rhyme with that, but anyways.
Yeah, and pay attention to what his avatar was.
Definitely, yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't really look at the avatar. There's some kind of.
It's like a Nordic axe.
Nordic, yeah. Exactly. I was like, oh, isn't that kind of Nazi-ish or whatever? I don't know. Like, whatever.
A little bit, little National Socialist.
Yeah. But okay, let us go to the next example, everybody. And from there, from Batman, we go. Stick with DC. Check out this example. All right. Some of you may remember this one on CAF, I believe 99% sure I saw this on CAF. So this is the Ed Hannigan prelim art for the 1987 relaunch, right? The post-crisis relaunch of Flash #1. And it was December of 2021. It was a fixed price, $2,000. And I think I want to say Chuck Costas was the guy trying to sell on behalf of Ed, but that could be absolutely wrong, so don't quote me on that. But yeah, I remember it as a CAF gallery, and he had about 6, 7, or 8 Ed Hannigan cover designs, cover prelims, yeah. And so $2,000, and I just want to point out also the reason it looks the way it does is it's what you think. The prelim is lying on a white board. And why it wasn't centered, I have no idea. That's only, I guess, maybe the first person who ever bought it, or I think these were actually sold for Hannigan. So I'm thinking Hannigan himself must have mounted it. But anyways, it was mounted, I believe, with glue to this board, off-centered the way you see it there. So then whoever bought it for $2,000 ended up selling it May of 2022. So this is December.
5 months.
5 months later at Comic Link, and he got 38.3% drop from what he paid for it. Plus on the 1, 2, 3, 4, he loses his 10%. So he's gonna he pocketed $1,110 on this. So $1,110 off of a $2,000 purchase. So he basically lost close to 50, maybe 45 to 47% in his out of his pocket. Pretty sad, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a sad drawing.
Well, no. So here's the funny thing is, again, it's a prelim. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be beautiful. I think Hannigan was a great cover designer. I think the original Geist cover, right? The original Geist cover would probably be, I'm guessing, something like 25 grand if it appeared at Heritage today. Okay, but certainly, in the tens of thousands, right? We can sort of, fight and argue about how many, thousands it would be, but it would be a good chunk of money. I've always been of the view, let me come back to you guys. I've always been of the view that segment of the market, cover prelims, have always been very, very undervalued.
I agree, 100%.
Yeah, there's good money to be made there if you want your to get cool pieces of art that can grow over time.
Colorist pages as well, I think, are criminally undervalued.
Yeah, but in particular, I agree with the color guides. I agree primarily with color guides.
Yeah,
not so much with any random interior page.
Yeah. They have far less desire unless it's something super hot, and then anything connected to it is hot.
Exactly. Yeah. But both of these things, I think, are things that are criminally and undervalued, as you say. I believe that with prelim, especially for a first issue of a key series, a key cover that's already 35 whatever years old,
Copper Age masterpiece.
Yeah, I think that should absolutely be worth at least minimum 10% of what the actual finished art would go for. I've always felt that. Okay, so to me, I gotta say that when it sold on CAF for 2,000, I thought, oh, to me that's good. That's a very solid price.
I can agree to an extent that because it's Flash #1,
right,
and it's a good layout, that it didn't surprise me that it went for $2,000. And again, this is also before, this is like Flash movie hype, right?
Yes,
where, so it's definitely benefiting from Flash movie hype behind it before people saw it. I still like the Flash movie. I don't understand why it wasn't more successful, but that particular drawing, I don't think is a good drawing. The face is really jacked up. And I think what really hurt it is that Ed Hannigan isn't the guy that actually did the cover. So no. If it had been an Ed Hannigan prelim and an Ed Hannigan cover,
right.
It would have maintained value. Yeah. Or a Geist prelim and the guy
for his own cover.
Yeah. Then it would be a lot different.
Yeah.
And actually Geist's prelims are really, really good. And I love Hannigan. One of my favorite Spider-Man covers of all time is an Ed Hannigan cover. I really, really like Ed Hannigan, but that prelim is, what was it? It's Tennyson said it's dookie.
Let's take another look. I mean, here we go.
It's rough. The face is really rough. The body is really rough.
Obviously, the face is it's the problem. Is the biggest problem.
The shoulder is really, really whack.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's issues, but again, it's a prelim. I mean, that's it's just give the guy who's scheduled to do the finished cover the general idea to follow. Yeah. So he doesn't have to do any thinking. Don't waste any time on thinking. Here we go. Hand this over to him, and he's just going to draw his version of your cover. That's it, So it doesn't have to be perfect, and it shouldn't be. Typically, it won't be. I don't know. Bottom line, I think given that it's the Flash 1 cover, I absolutely think that it should be worth $2,000. Certainly today. I don't know.
I understand. I agree. I also think that it's
given what the finished art would be worth today. I'm saying.
Then it got dumped when the Flash was a financial disaster for DC, and so everything went down in price. So I mean, I think we know why that happened, and that's like somewhat, but it speaks to the speculative nature of collecting, right? Like that guy speculated and lost. Like he figured, like, oh, this Flash movie is gonna be so big. This is the prelim to #1. Doesn't matter that it's kind of ugly, you know. Like,
I mean, we're assuming that's what happened, but yeah, it's very possible. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. So lost on a net basis.
But now we need to make a correction about what we said about cover prelims, is that they got to be good prelims. You know, like there's a lot of artists that do incredible preliminary work that's almost as good as their stuff.
Yeah, there's varying quality, you know.
For sure. like Sean, you know, who's doing, you know, White Knight. His prelims look like most people's finished drawings. Right. So like I really dig his prelims, and I dig what, you know, the notation that he puts in his prelims. I collect his prelims. Chris Bocello, his prelims are as good as his finished work. They're incredible. I would say his prelims from 10 years ago are better than the published work now.
Right.
That's a stylistic choice. But, so there's a lot of people whose prelims look like finished work. That doesn't look like finished work. That looks like process work. All
right. Listen, we're all going to have our opinions, whatever.
But $2,000, to your point, doesn't seem outrageous.
No, that's the point. I don't think it's outrageous, and still, because, you know, you sold it 5 months later, boom, right? It's you took a hit, you know. So
you got caught in the hype, and you got caught in the reaction to the hype.
That's it. So all right, let's check out the next one. And for the next one, we go back to an artist we just saw a couple of slides ago.
Is it Byrne Superman? Please.
Nope. But it's a key issue. Check it out. So Batman 368.
Again.
Somebody can remind me if this was the first Jason Todd in costume, or just in general. The first, I guess it's in costume, right? He would have been appearing, because he looks like he already knows him on the first page here. So I guess Jason Todd had been appearing, and this was the first Jason Todd as Robin. I guess that's what the key issue is. At first, Jason Todd is Robin. Anyways, so this came out, hit the market, eBay, February 2019. So pre-COVID. And based, I guess, on the fact that it's the first Jason Todd Robin, sold for $4,300. I don't really remember what my feelings were at the time.
Well, this is the first time that Batman sanctions him as Robin. So he had been out there being Robin of his own accord.
Had he?
So that's why this costume is so goofy looking.
Oh, thank you, Rogue. Rogue says in costume. Okay.
But that's not an image of him in the Robin costume. That's his homemade Robin costume.
That's his own cheesy costume, exactly. But later in the issue, right? So,
but it's also a title page. I mean, it's cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Batman chooses this costume for him. Okay. Thanks, Marcus. But yeah, it's beautiful. Again, Newton Alcala, just a team supreme. Love them. Gorgeous, beautiful Batman figure. So natural, sitting there on the stool. First appearance of the Bat stool, Rick. You got it.
I guess that for 2019, it seems a little high for 2019. But
yes,
that's not outrageous.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of feeling, but I'm thinking I think that I might have been thinking a little bit high, but not, I don't think I freaked out that, oh my God, right. I can't believe how much it went for, but I think it was high. I think it felt high.
If that was a Paro, that would be a dead-on price.
Well, yeah, for sure. But sure, yeah, still got Batman's attention. Oh, you Mike. Batman is leering at that child. That's funny, but okay. But anyways, so that was February 2019. Given that the big COVID boom hadn't hit yet, I do think that was feeling strong. But okay, let's see what happens then, fellas. So buyer pays $4,327 and then sells it June of 2019.
Oh boy, yeah, that wasn't long enough. That's a 4-month sale. That's stupid.
That. 4 months later, thinking, oh yeah, I got something great here. Let me flip it onto Comic Link. and he ends up losing. Well, it sells for 40.66% less. I mean, that's a massive, massive hit, right?
Yeah.
And don't forget, of course, he took 10% less than that. So
yeah,
he netted in his pocket 23.11. 23.11.
$2,000 loss.
43.27. Holy smokes. Just over $2,000 loss.
Yep.
Guys, come on, man. And again, what do we always say? Again, think longer term. Even if you're a flipper, even as a flipper, you should be thinking longer than just 4 months, you know? Like, it's just...
I mean, an auction, of course. Like, this is really something that I hope people take to heart, that buying at auction and selling at auction, you're almost guaranteed to lose more than you should. If you have an outlet, I mean, if you're on CAF, you can sell on CAF just having a gallery. You know, you can put stuff in your gallery for sale and people will offer or they won't, you know, and you can send out notices to people that collect stuff. Maybe they want it. When you pop it into an auction, you have no control over what the hammer price is going to be.
Yeah.
It's a real risky scenario.
That's another thing. Well said, Matt, because that's another thing, right? It's like when you're investing investing means more long-term, right? But flipping, speculating, yeah, it's that's the thing. The shorter it goes, and as a general rule, right? The shorter you wait, the higher the chance you're going to lose money. It's as a rule, right? And what you just said, Matt, which is, we haven't mentioned it tonight yet, but you have to also take into consideration your venue for selling. How and where are you going to sell your piece when you're trying to flip? Because if you're a flipper, the best thing to try to do first is to sell it on your own.
A direct sale.
You don't go, direct sale. You don't go immediately to the place where you're leaving it up to chance and, let it ride like it's Vegas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I know there's always a chance when you're flipping, but you already have that inherent risk in being a flipper just because of the short amount of time you're using, right? That's already inherently risky. But on top of it, you're going to then choose the auction venue as your venue of choice, as the first venue of choice to try to flip. You're adding exponentially more risk to the risk you're already taking, you know? So you just got to do it wisely. That's just not wise. That's not wise. So yeah, try to do it on a fixed price basis. And especially these days, everybody knows, like, you can get gallery. You have a gallery. Even if you don't have one, you probably know you've got a gallery. Even if you don't have a gallery, you've got Facebook. Look for an art group on Facebook. Like, come on, man. How do you not try to first flip with a fixed price? And then if you've exhausted your fixed price avenues and nobody's making you offers, you just can't move it. Okay, then that's your last resort.
Yeah.
Boom, drop it. At that point, you've tried everything you can. It's your last resort. Okay, pick your favorite auction of choice and then consign it. Fine, but not your first choice.
Even on eBay, you can at least set a buy it now. And people will contact you and be like, hey, will you take half for it? You know, if you're willing to take half for it, you can take half for it. You know, like, the fees are probably a little bit higher, I guess, on an eBay sale. But figure that in. At least you know what those are going in. You can be like, well, you know, I'm going to lose money on can you pay me this much? And there's a back and forth where there's no back and forth at an auction house.
Exactly. And Antoine, yeah, of course. Again, that's one of the many variables we keep talking about. There's many variables that, you know, there's too many to mention, right? We just want to simplify it. But yes, that's one of those variables. We know, obviously, sometimes the wife hates the guys collecting and is like, you better fucking sell that. What are you spending more money on? You know, whatever. And yeah, that could be a factor too sometimes, whatever. But the point is, most of the time, I think it's people who just love to flip and speculate. When you see the shorter term ones, more often than not, it's people who just love to, they think they can make money. They're going to try to make money, and that's what they're trying to do. And they end up not.
Or they just like the thrill of the purchase and don't care about the loss on the sale.
Sorry, say again, Matt. Marcus is distracting me. Sorry.
Some people just like the thrill of the purchase and don't care about the loss in the sale. Like some people are addicted to buying at auction. Like it's a legitimate addiction. You know, like shopaholic type thing.
Exactly. Plenty of guys they love the action.
Yeah.
Right. I get the action. Okay, I'll win some. I'll lose some. I just want the action. It's more about the action, actually, in fact, than genuinely trying to profit from this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's that sort of gambler's mentality, you know? If I have a popular character, I'll look for a Facebook page dedicated to the character. Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm saying, Antoine. Exactly. Like, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that, hey, that's an idea. Let me go there, you know?
I have a small side quest about that comment.
Yeah.
The small side quest is this, that I've owned a Moran Kim painting that was intended for the cover to a Topps comic based on Stephen King's It. Topps was negotiating adapting several Stephen King books, The Stand, It, and a couple of other books. It never came to fruition. They never got published. So she had done this on spec because she had done the X-Files covers for Topps. And they never paid her for it because they don't pay, as we all know, in publishing until 3 months after it gets printed. And so she included this in an exhibition of her gallery art that I had curated back in 2009 or 2010, I think. And so I was like, oh, this is Stephen King's It, right? And she's like, well, yeah, you know, I did this as a spec job and they didn't buy it. And so I wanted to put it in the show. I'm like, no problem, put it in the show. And I ended up purchasing it. And I've put it up for sale a couple of times over the years. And it was for sale on my CAF gallery for a long time. And I joined a Stephen King appreciation group and showed them the artwork. And everybody loved it so much. And I didn't say it was for sale. I was just like showing it, that it got me excited about the piece again. And I took it off the market. Like, I realized that Stephen King related artwork is actually really, really scarce, you know, and even something that's sort of like semi-official like this, like it was produced to be used for something that just didn't happen. So it wasn't, you know, a fan art. It wasn't even a famous artist doing like something that they like. This was ostensibly a work for hire that just didn't come to a payday. And that type of stuff is legitimately rare. And I took it off the market because I like it too much. And also remember that in the interim of when I first bought that piece of artwork, the It remakes hadn't happened. And I love those movies. I think those are really, really good horror films. And I think they're about the best adaptation you could ever get of one of his largest books. So that had kind of warmed me to the character too. And her take was unique enough that it really made me fall back in love with the piece. If I had put that at an auction, it would have sold for nothing.
Right.
If I had put that piece at a heritage auction, they would have messed up the listing, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Looking necessarily for Moran Kim artwork, I would have gotten like $400 for it tops.
Right.
And no pun intended.
That's the thing. That's the thing. And it doesn't mean, you know, if you would have done that and that would have happened, the world, at least in our hobby, would automatically think, oh, I guess that's what that's worth.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily true. Sometimes a piece of art has a very, very, very small pool of potential owners, right? And you just don't know where those owners are or the potential owners may be, right? Like, how do you find them? How do you get them to find you? Sometimes you never do, you know? And if you did just dump it, sometimes, yeah, you get it and everybody thinks it's worth a few $100. But if you find the right person and you feel it's worth a few grand, they'll pay it because it's the right person for the right piece, right? And that's what it is. Yeah.
And I can tell, you know, Marcus, he was talking about Moran Kim is more of an X-Files artist. Exactly. I mentioned that. She had done the X-Files covers for Topps, who were the company that were going to publish the Stephen King It comic that didn't happen. So these are eminently related. But I can tell you, Stephen King fans have a lot of money. A lot of money. There are limited...
He's telling us they may be poor.
Not in my experience. I saw so not an original first edition, but a re publication, numbered lettered edition of one of his books, and not The Stand, and not like one of the more well-known ones. Sold for $40,000 2 weekends ago at a Stephen King convention.
Is it? Are you talking about an illustration that accompanies the novel? A story illustration?
This is the book. This is from an edition of numbered lettered copies.
Oh, and a special edition of the book. I see. Okay. Yeah.
I think there were maybe 52, because they usually do like the alphabet twice in the lettered editions. So something that there's 52 of sold for $40,000.
Yeah. No, exactly.
And there were people who were like, "Oh, I got there an hour late. I would have bought it." Like, there's a bunch of these people that if they like everything Stephen King. So there's definitely a demographic.
It's perception though, right? It just goes to show perception is reality, because depending on how you perceive something, like these people that you're talking about, they'll pay 40 grand for that copy of the book, of which 51 others exist or whatever.
Yep.
And if you were to show them, let's say a dark tower, like, because Adam is here talking about that he would like to get some Dark Tower pages. If you were to show those people or that person who bought that book for 40 grand a random J. Lee penciled page of Dark Tower comic art, they'd probably be like, it's interesting. But the average,
they know him. Like, they all, like, anybody who's done anything official Stephen King, they're familiar with all of it, but not all of them know where to get it. And that's the point, right? Like, that if that piece had gone to Heritage, they're not looking for that at Heritage. They're looking for Stephen King books.
That's why I'm gonna talk to you after we go off the air. I gotta talk to you about something tied into that. Anyways, but okay, let's just keep it moving, because otherwise, it's gonna be a 5-hour show tonight. So Marcus says, but this wasn't used. I can draw something and claim the same.
Yeah, but you're not a published artist for that book. You're not an established fine artist.
Sure.
And
so that's it, Marcus. That's why I want to talk to him privately after, because there's no time now. This will go on forever, because it's tied into the whole Perkins doing The Stand or whatever. So that's what I'll talk to Matt afterwards and whatever. But let's keep this going now. Show you some more examples of some art here. So, okay, so we saw that splash page, the beautiful Newton Alcala splash page. Now let's take a look at this one. We stick again with Batman and the Newton Alcala team. Okay.
If we're learning anything tonight, it's don't buy Don Newton art before 2022.
You know what's funny is that around 2017, a slew of Alcala inked pages, not all by Newton, some by Newton, some by Hoberg, but a bunch of them, a slew of them hit eBay. And I remember at the time thinking, oh, wow, these are all beautiful. They're fantastic. But I remember thinking, wow, these are going for pretty strong prices. Now, even if I was right, I will say it was worthwhile in most cases, because this type of stuff, the Newton Alcala pages, they never, in all my time in the hobby, they never came out in any amount, like any significant quantity,
It wasn't like a drop. Yeah.
Right. And so it was a random page here or there, and not often. And so I thought, wow, this is fantastic. So all the people who love this stuff finally are getting, a bunch of them coming out, and they're all excited. And so they're bidding them up. So I felt, okay, it's fine. Now this one, keep in mind, it's beautiful, but it features Mr. Freeze and no Batman. There's no Batman at all on this. Gorgeous page though, but okay, at least it stayed within the 3-digit price range, right? So I thought, okay, this eventually will, it'll, even if it's kind of high, even if it should have gone for, let's say, 550, 600, okay, fine. He'll get his money back as long as he sticks with it for a while. So let's see what happened here. So 2017, September.
I mean, it is a Batman page without Batman. So that's very important. Yeah.
Yep.
But it's Mr. Freeze, and
we're
Mr. Freeze fans.
Yeah, but as far as content quality goes, this is still, compared to the Brent Anderson X-Men page,
right.
Which to me was like a 3.5, let's say, on 10.
Yeah.
This at least has, one of his villains, right, and throughout the whole, throughout the page. So to me, this is still a 6 on 10.
And it's
right?
really
Because,
beautifully rendered. I mean, this is, again, a really,
oh, yeah,
really nice page.
absolutely. Absolutely. So, okay. So September 2017,
But I'd
818.
think 450 tops, like 420.
All right. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah.
So he waited 6 months approximately.
God, it's got to be the same dude.
Yeah, threw it out the comic link after 6 months later, and it sold for 450, of which he lost 10%. So he got 405 in his pocket. You know? So
Yeah, it's a big
405,
loss.
think about it. 405 in his pocket. In his pocket, he netted less than 50%. He lost half of it.
And let's be honest, it looks better desaturated than it does yellow.
No, I like this better. Come on.
I mean, it's a bad angle on the previous photo. But if you don't know that that's desaturated, it looks like it's a white page.
Oh, no. Yeah. But yeah, you could see the angle. That's how I know it's eBay. It was just some photograph on eBay.
Yeah.
And this ultimately was a great scan. Of course, they don't have the time to, color correct and remove the yellowing if it was not as yellow.
You can see white in a portion of it. So I think that's a pretty natural.
But trust me, Matt. Trust me, this level of yellowing, it doesn't affect the value at all. This is nothing.
But I mean, like I say, if it looks white, it looks better than knowing that it's yellow. I don't think it has a tremendous effect, but one version of it looks a little bit better than the other version, and it's because the guy desaturated it in his photograph.
Yeah. Mickey says, we were just talking about a Stephen King fan. Who's we? Who doesn't normally read comics, went into the comic shop just to pick up issues of Dark Tower.
Yeah,
sure, that happens, sure. Issues of Dark Tower, though, that's not the same as, let me try to buy some original comic book artwork. They don't even know it exists, right? People who are just not fans of the novels. They don't know anything about comics. They don't know anything about how comics are produced. They never given it a single thought, right?
Right.
So that's
and covers are a different thing than interior stuff. So like clearly Jay Lee's Dark Tower covers would be a huge thing in any demographic because Jay Lee's Jay Lee covers are Jay Lee covers, and Stephen King is Stephen King. So there's like a whole bunch of stuff there, to think about. And I also showed some of the people pictures of the Zoe Thorogood pages I have of Joe Hill's comic, adaptation, The Rain, which I love. I think is fantastic. I told in talking about people I think are a really good investment.
By the way,
Zoe Thorogood's a good investment.
For those people who don't know, he's talking about Joe Hill, the writer. It's Stephen King's son.
Yeah,
he goes by a name, so he doesn't have to trade off of his father's fame or whatever. Yeah.
Whereas Owen King writes as Owen King, but Joe Hill has won the World Fantasy Award. He's a best-selling author. His books are really good. I actually, to an extent, prefer some of Joe Hill's work in the era that it was produced at the same time. Yeah.
Do not ruin it. Please, Marcus, I appreciate it. Everybody else, please. I want to watch it after, not knowing what happened, please. And Rick, come on, bro. CJ, I agree. Don Newton better than a Fig Newton. I absolutely agree. But a Fig Newton greater than Juice Newton? Come on. Just call me Angel.
Gently.
Morning Angel. Come on. Who doesn't love Juice Newton? She had a couple of great hits,
Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, Queen of with the Queen of Hearts. Yeah, exactly, man.
Come on. I mean, it's a great album.
Yeah.
That was like her 8th record. It took like her 8th record for her to break through.
Yeah, it was a late bloomer, if you will. Yeah.
Yep.
So you're not sending this page to the cooler. No. It looked like it went up in flames, more like it. I like the yellowing. It's production art after all. Yeah, exactly. It shows
not that old though. I mean, that's not an old page. That
1983, 84. It's like 40 years old. I mean, 40
I've got a lot of pages from the 1980s that look fresh as a daisy compared to that. But honestly, that could be. I mean, if that's a comic link or a heritage page,
Rick.
They reshot it, so it looks like that.
Whatever. A tonight's forecast of freeze is coming to Newton.
And the corners are clipped.
And that's why he said you wouldn't like that. Stopping in to drop a thumbs up. Have an awesome show, boss. Jay, what up, Jay? Hey, everybody. That's Jay, the production guy. I don't know what you call yourself, Jay. The producer of Nicky B's original art experience show every Friday. So, yeah. What's up? Hydrasylum Comics. Wow. Interesting.
To our Philly friends.
Appreciate it. Thanks for dropping in, boss. I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Yep.
Pineapple King as well. Who's the Pineapple King? Jay? Metal Elf says, I thought Rain was awesome.
Yeah.
Rain?
Rain was nominated for an Eisner, the adaptation of the Joe Hill story. It's like Stephen King did a book called Different Seasons, where there's a different story dedicated to different seasons. That's the book that Stand By Me comes out of, adapted from The Body. It's where Apt Pupil came out of. It's where Rita Hayworth in The Shawshank Redemption, which of course became Shawshank Redemption, and a fourth story called The Breathing Method. There's a kind of seasonal book that Joe did that has 4 novellas, and Rain is one of them. And it's a really, really interesting story. And Zoe Thorogood was the artist on the adaptation for it, and that was nominated for 2 Eisners, I believe. She did not win that year, but she was I think a 3-time nominee. Twice for her work on the Joe Hill adaptations, and once for her own book, It's Lonely at the Center of the Earth.
Okay, thank you. Man, I always love that incredible knowledge base you have to work with, Matt. Very
thank you, sir. Thank you. Marcus is saying Pineapple King is Stephen's other child, apparently, which is...
But I don't know what he means by... I still don't know what he means by that. What does that mean?
He's saying Stephen King's other son is Pineapple King.
What's Pineapple King?
Like the king of pineapples, but like he thinks it's funny, like it's Stephen King, Pineapple King. Why not Donut King? I don't know, but Marcus like pineapples. It's all good.
I guess I don't know. I don't know. I think he means something else. But anyways, okay. Let's keep it rolling, everybody. Let's keep it rolling. I got one more. I believe it's one more Batman related piece.
But is it John Newton? Just kidding.
I believe it is. It's a really fun one. Splash page. But yeah, another not so good flip here. Let's check it out.
That is a nice page.
I ruined the surprise, but here we go. Yeah, so 337, $1,500. Listen, it's a backup story. That's why it's page 23. So it's the backup story to the issue. And it's like a Robin solo story. That is a gorgeous bottom panel, I must say. I mean, the inking is by Mahlstedt. I got to give him credit. I was never a huge Mahlstedt fan. He did good work on Steve Lytle, on Legion, and some other stuff, but not a huge fan. But yeah, this looks beautiful. Beautiful shadows. I love how he spotted the blacks in that panel. I think it's gorgeous, actually. $1,500. In 2017, I have to say, it did seem kind of steep, given that it was Robin. Yeah, given that it was Robin and not Batman, or at least not Batman along with Robin, let's say in a smaller figure or something, but at least some kind of Batman. But no, only Robin. I thought that was kind of steep, but okay, fine, whatever. So $1,500 and $895 on eBay, and then it was sold in August of 2018. So 11 months later, not quite a year later, for $827 on Comic Link, the dreaded Comic Link dump, 45.2%. Plus, once again, everybody, he did lose $82.70.
Yeah,
he lost $82.70 on that. Yeah, so you're looking at like he pocketed $737 or something like that.
Yeah, and what it cost him to ship it to him.
Yeah, so he lost out of his pocket net. He definitely lost just over half. Just over 50% net out of his pocket on that, So very, very sad. And, again, and that just goes to show, I think that goes to show when we talk about the time frame, we talk a lot about how, a lot of people seem to want to flip it in 4 months to 6 months, right? And so I think a lot of people who love the flip and speculating, they think, well, okay, maybe I'll hold it longer. And so when you're so used to flipping in 4 to 6 months, a person like that is going to think, well, I've held it for almost a year. It's 11 months. Of course, that's okay. That's long enough now. That feels like it's long-term investing now. It's
comparatively.
almost a year, right?
All things being relative, yeah.
Right, relatively speaking. So to them, yeah, okay, no, but no, man, that's what I'm saying all the time. Like, if you flip, there's a lot of inherent risk involved. So as long as you understand it, it's cool. Go for it, right? But
Especially in an auction,
yes,
again, like
again, dumping it at auction.
there's nothing
Yeah,
wrong with flipping a piece the next day
right.
if you get to set the price. And sometimes things sell crazy cheap and people are like, how did that go so cheap? Everybody's sitting there watching and nobody's bidding and they forget that they can jump in on this thing. They're assuming someone's going to come in and pay a fortune for something and it goes cheap. You can sell that the next day if you think there's money in it. But if you're going to put it in an auction where you have no control, where you cannot even set a minimum, you can't set a reserve price, then it's too risky.
No, exactly. So there you go. You know, lesson learned again, hopefully, for people, speculating out there watching this. Just keep all these things in mind. That's all we're saying, right? Ruben don't know Zoe. I know some Zoes. Which Zoe are you talking about? Related to Pineapple King?
Thorogood. Zoe Thorogood.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I know the artist.
Yep.
I mean, I know her by name. I'm not familiar with the work much, you know what I mean? But I still don't know.
He's indie shaming you, Ruben. He's indie shaming you. He's saying Ruben doesn't know Zoe.
Exactly. I know he's trying to shame me. He always does that. But I'm still wondering what the hell that has to do with the pineapple. But anyways, what about Sofa King? I don't know.
Okay, wait. Anton's about to win the internet right here.
As in Marcus, is Sofa King funny? What? It is beautiful lighting, Rick. Beautiful. Sofa King smart. You guys are nuts. Burger, what? Ruben is trying to drive down the Newton market because he's after a piece. Yeah, I am not. Marcus way on the nose. What? Are you accusing me of the same thing? Oh, beware if you have Newton art. You guys are nuts. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses of Newton art yearning to breathe free. Good one, Rick.
Well played, Rick.
All right, let's keep it going. And hey, by the way, real quick, thank you to those of you still watching here. Keeps jumping from like the high 30s to the sort of mid 40s. It's fantastic after like 3 hours, 45 minutes. So, but we still have a handful of pieces to show. So let's keep that show on the road. Here's another great example of a prime artist in his prime, everybody. Okay, with a prime character, but content comes into play here. Let's check this out first. I'll show it to you and then we'll talk about it. Marvel Fanfare, the classic issue of John Byrne doing the Hulk only in the entire story in splash pages. 22 pages, I believe, all of them. This is the final page of the story. So October, not that long ago, 2 years ago, October of 2022. And this was on Heritage. And I remember this selling and thinking, holy shit, that's insanity. Like, oh my God, 5,500 for this one? Because let me tell you, several splashes from this story have sold over the years, over the past 20 years. They started coming out on the market like in the early 2000s. And I remember always thinking, the art's fantastic. It's beautiful art, this entire story, right? But this particular, even though the art here is fantastic, beautiful rendering, I love it. But the Hulk, he's got that sad, goofy look on his face because he's sad, right? So
it looks like a Neil Adams doing Sal Buscema page. It doesn't look like John Byrne.
Oh, no. Come on. That's pure. That looks absolutely like John Byrne.
I love John Byrne's Hulk.
Oh, man.
And this Fanfare issue is a weird outlier. Like, this does not look like the Incredible Hulk run that he did with the Hulk Buster and all that stuff. This is weird looking to me. Like, especially the artwork on the black and white artwork looks way more Neil Adams than John Byrne.
No.
It's really ugly.
Oh my God. Nah. But anyways, Marcus thinks it's ugly. Whatever.
Yeah, I agree.
I will say again, for me, the worst thing, it's not, I don't think it's a bad example of Byrne artistry from the period. I'm just saying, regardless of that, I think
it is at the height of inflation in October 2022.
Yeah. But I think to most people, it's just that, listen, like, come on, if you're sensible about it, it's just Hulk's face and a few fingers holding up a rubber mask. Okay, that's what it comes down to, right? That's what it comes down to. So why are you shelling out $5,500, right?
I'd put that at like $29.95.
Right.
I mean,
like to me, this was like 25 to 3, somewhere in there, you know?
Yeah.
So then the guy, I guess, realizes, well, either he was a flipper with intention to flip, or he just realized, yeah, you know, I don't know, maybe this is too much for me. Let me get rid of it. And
beautiful John Byrne signature on it. Gotta say that.
Here we go.
Ooh, I wasn't too far off.
June of 2024. So about 18 months later, 28.80 for a 46.64% loss. But to the seller is far over 50% loss after takes the commission, heritage commission out of pocket.
Almost $600. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. He's like, what a beating. He basically took in, he's pocketing,
22 and change.
He's exactly. It's like he's literally losing what? Let me see. 55. He probably takes in 22. So $3,500 or $300. Like, well over half of what he spent on it. That's a beating, guys.
That is a Boston beatdown.
And look, at least in this case, you can at least say, well, at least it was a year and a half. It's definitely better to wait a year and a half than 4 or 6 months for sure. Okay. But that has nothing to do with the timing. That has everything to do with you bought badly. Just like with
you bought at the very top of the market. Like the absolute worst time to buy anything is when he bought it. Now I have to ask this, and I don't know that we know the answer to this question.
Yeah.
Were there a lot of John Byrne pages in that auction? And like a lot of really good John Byrne pages in that auction? And so I missed this one. I'm going to get this one. Like that can play a factor in overpayment. It is, as you say, after all, like basically it's a Hulk splash page from John Byrne. I don't love it, but there's not a whole bunch of Hulk splash pages by John Byrne out there. And he was on the title for years. As Fanfare, it's different from the regular Marvel run.
His run only lasted 6 issues on Hulk.
It was only 6 issues?
Yep. Yeah, he was meant to stay on for a long time.
Did he write it for longer?
Oh, I think you're confusing because then they did that whole switcheroo with Bill Mantlo on Alpha Flight, or he was on Alpha. So I think he left Alpha Flight to do Hulk, and then or was it like that? Something like that. There was a switcheroo of teams there or whatever. So he may have written it, but nobody cares about that. That doesn't add to the value of the artwork, right?
No, but I do remember really loving his Hulks, and I know like serious Hulk collectors are maybe a little bit more ambivalent about it, but I mean that Hulkbuster armor cover is fantastic. That's an absolute classic.
You mean is that the one with the armor that's from up in the sky and he's firing down at a small?
No, Hulk? It's just the Hulk with a circle and a line through it.
Oh, the one with the circle. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Classic for sure. But yeah, big loss there. What are you gonna do? But let's keep it rolling. Let us speed.
Now, good point. No, Antoine asked a really good question. Wasn't that Marvel Fanfare all splash pages?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned when I showed it. I said
that could have been the worst splash page in the book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all splash pages, and it's like one of the weakest ones. You know what I mean? So that's it. So it's And thanks, Rich. Rich clears it up. You left Alpha Flight, to do Hulk.
Yeah.
But whatever. That's again. Sometimes it's not the timing. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not the timing. It's more about how did you buy? Did you buy well or did you buy bad? That was definitely bad. And to your point though, Matt, I don't actually think it's fair to say, but you were buying at the top of the market, because that kind of insinuates that everything that you could have bought at the top of the market, you overpaid for. That's not true. I was still buying in 2021, 2020, 2021, 2022. I don't remember anything off the top of my head that I overpaid for because the COVID got me so hyped up that I overbid on stuff. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure I didn't buy anything in October of 2022.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Thank you, Rich.
I can't think of buying anything that particular month. And yeah, I mean, there's always some people can make out good. And like I said, there may be some pieces at the top of the market that in 2022 that become $1 million pieces, you know, in the next couple of years. I think a lot, not those years, that month, October 2022, that particular month was the top of the market. Yeah.
Okay.
And so a lot of people overpaid for mid-level stuff.
Okay.
And but people are spending a lot of money.
But the point I'm trying to make is not every piece that was up for sale that month or that year, whatever, got overpaid for. People tended to be overpaying when it was something like, you know, a big name artist on a good character, very memorable from 30, 40 years ago. You know, that in particular, people were going nuts for, right? Because that's what people tend to do. They go for the name stuff. Oh, you can never lose with the big names. So, you know, let's get the big names and bid those up. You know, you can definitely lose with the big names, no matter what, you know. So Sticky Rice. Is this a new guy? Are you new, Sticky Rice?
Sticky Rice been around, I think.
Yeah, that's what I think so, but it's been a long time. Sticky Rice, do we know each other? Remind me. I can't remember. Was that the Secret Wars 8 month? I don't know. I don't know.
I think that was later. I think Secret Wars 8 is, I think it was later.
Okay.
Actually, I'll check.
But either way, I'm going to keep it rolling, guys. Let us go to the next example. And we're going to stick with the same artist because this is a good example of, again, John Byrne. So this is a John Byrne piece. But not a great page, not a great content quality page. So let's check this out. All right, so it's Avengers Annual from number 14. This was back when Kyle Baker was first breaking into the hobby, and I loved it. I loved his inks. As an inker, yeah, and I loved his inks. You know, even though they were not the most suitable for Byrne, it's still clearly Byrne.
So January 2022 is the Venom page that sold for $3 million. So it was actually earlier, and that caused, you know, some market ripples as well.
Okay. Video game art, ring a bell. But I don't remember Sticky Rice being your what do you call it? The nom de plume, your online eBay name, YouTube. I don't remember Sticky Rice being the name.
Sticky Rice from Pasadena.
Was that? No. If I'm thinking of the right person, I'm thinking about Winnipeg. Am I right? Is it Winnipeg? Do we? No. What do you mean not on CAF? Not on CAF. Well, that's what I said. Canadian, Winnipeg.
Game curator.
There we go. Okay, but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is I don't remember you having using the name Sticky Rice. Sticky Rice. Okay, that's kind of weird. But maybe it's been so long that I don't remember. Oh my God, that's so funny. What's up, man? What brought you here tonight? And Marcus says Ruben has won a peg from Deadpool before. I don't even know what that means.
It's a pegging joke.
Yeah. See, I don't even know what that means. I know it's related to sex in some way, but I don't know what it means. I'm not a deviant, you know.
I'll explain to you later.
Okay. But anyways, guys, yeah. So here we go. 2021, pretty hot market. The page again. I look at this and I immediately see the Cap face, but yeah, it's only a Cap head. I see Captain Marvel, but to me, even today, I don't see her as anything that should have any value. Of course, some of you will disagree because, she's been on TV, blah, 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 whatever. Okay, and she's been in a movie. Okay, fine, whatever.
Is that the first appearance? No, right?
No. It's not. But okay, whatever. Again, you don't see much of value here. I don't see much of value here. Cap tiny with Reed Richards in the background.
It's a nice Byrne page. I think they paid $1,000 too much for it.
Yeah, exactly. I think I think even a bit too. I think to me this was like should have been like a $1,500-$1,600 page.
And I would have gone higher, and you're probably correct.
Yeah. Random YouTube scrolling. Okay, thanks, man. So funny. So yeah, so here we go. So this was May 21, $3,000 paid for, and then sold
3 years later.
Yeah,
for
so
half as much.
This one, even though he held for over 3 years, right? It's about 3.5 years or so. Sent
The dreaded September 2024 strikes again.
Yeah, and I believe I didn't write it, but I think that this was I believe that this was on Heritage.
Yeah,
I'm pretty positive it was on Heritage. So a 48%, almost half. You basically lost half the money.
Now subtract 300 and it's 1260.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's just insane. Yeah, so it's well over half the money that was spent on it was lost.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, that's rough, man. That's a beating. But again, this is like the last example where, like that with the Byrne Hulk Marvel Fanfare page, it's not about the timing. So on this one, yeah, that's considered pretty long term in this hobby. Okay, 3.5 years, but that's not what it's all about. You know, longevity doesn't guarantee if you overpaid by a lot to begin with, right? That's when you really need 5 to 10 year outlook type thing if you've overpaid by a lot, you know?
Yeah.
So there you go. I said 15 to 1600 is what I thought it should go for. And ultimately, a few years later, that is what it went for, you know?
Yeah.
But $3,000, I mean, it's just not a strong page.
No,
you know?
it's a pretty, it's a weak page, but it's good render. You know, it's got a busy background, but it was so overpaid for.
Yeah.
And as I said, you know, the last year we've seen just John Byrne prices are crashing.
Oh, it's crashing. Sell. Yeah. But anyways, we got 3 examples to go, guys. So it'll be 4.5 hour show. What are you going to do? But I appreciate 40 of you still. 3.5 dozen, over 3.5 dozen still here. So again, Matt, it goes to show what I said at the top of the show, right? Like people love this topic. We all love to discuss this topic. So everybody sticks around no matter what. So I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, let's go to the next piece. And oh yeah, I love this example. Oh my God. Because I love this. I bought this comic book when it came out. I was so loved it. And this comic book, by the way, the comic book, not the art, right? I'm like a 15, 16-year-old. And I put this in a My Light bag. To those of you not familiar with My Light, it was a very, very thin plastic.
Makes everything look great, though.
But they look even shinier than like a Mylar bag. Really beautiful. And I put it in that just because I loved to look at it because the colors were, you know, it just glowed. So check this out. And I hope some of you watching can, and maybe you, Matt, somebody can, if you remember this selling when it first hit the market, where it sold. I can't remember where it was. So if you know for a fact, please let us know in the chat. All right, check it out. So Moon Knight, Fist of Khonshu. This is the issue that lasted 6. The series that lasted 6 issues, and it was an Armando Guild cover. Really beautiful cover. I love it. And so sold for $12,000 in April. So that wasn't not that long ago. April of 2023. And I can tell you this. So what I remembered at the time thinking was, oh wow, the Moon Knight TV show thing is happening or being talked about a lot. I remember that I think it was a couple years earlier, the cover, or a few years earlier, the cover to the first issue had sold. Pre-COVID, I think it was sometime between 2017, 2019. The first issue to this series sold for like, I don't know, $6,500, $6,800, something like that. And at the time, I thought that was a tremendous amount. But now here we are, 2 years into COVID. And so, okay, it goes for 2 times as much as the first issue cover did. So I kind of thought, okay, it makes sense, you know, but because it wasn't the first issue, I felt this is way too much money. But I don't know. I thought maybe a fair price might have been 7,500, something like that. 75, $8,000, something like that. But anyways, I don't know. You guys may agree, may disagree. So this is April of 2023. As I said, $12,000. The scan it's a good scan, but it had a red tint to it. I just don't.
I would have thought something like this because I'm not deeply familiar with Armando Gill. And it's between, the classic Sienkiewicz run and then the classic Platt run, right? That I'd put this at around $6,000. I mean, I'd actually put it at about half of what it sold for.
Yeah. Well, you're right, Rick. Mahlstedt turns an 8.5 book to a 9.8. Exactly.
It makes that awesome sound when they rub together too.
Yeah, exactly. But let's check out what happened to it, guys. So after owning it for, just a few months. Let's look at that again. April, so that's the 4th month. Sold in September, the 9th month. So 5 months, not even half a year. 5 months later, sends it into Comic Link, and it sells for 57.5% less than he had paid for it, guys.
I don't want to tell people not to sell stuff at Comic Link because that's where I buy everything.
Yeah, me too.
But
I have told people many times on my channel, so that's okay.
Guys, when you sell stuff at Comic Link, you're just silly. I mean, you're never making more, even though they take that smaller percentage. Yeah, quite literally, Marcus.
Yeah.
They took a Khonshu fisting.
Yeah, Comic Link is where sellers go to lose money. Exactly, man. That was a 12-6 strike. Yeah, man. I mean, so guys, he paid $12,000, and he pocketed. Okay, because don't forget that price I posted is what it sold for. He then lost 10% at Comic Link because of the seller fee. He pocketed $4,590. Oh my God.
Almost a loss. It was 70% loss. Something
like that. He paid, think of it this way. Net, on a net basis. He spent $12,000 and then sold it and lost $7,410 of those $12,000.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's the stuff of divorce right there.
Yeah. I mean, that's insane. And guys, I don't mind saying it because I've said it many times before, so I'll say it again. I love buying on eBay. eBay, I'm sorry. I don't care about eBay. I don't go on eBay very often. Comic Link. I love buying Comic Link. If it's, as long as it's not super key, super big name artist. Ooh, yeah. And the lesser the artist name value is, the better the deals you get. I love shopping on that auction house. I do not ever anymore consign to them because, again, and I've said this on my various shows many times, I used to go with them because I was suckered in like everybody else does, right? Oh, you can't beat that. Only 10% consignment fee, only 10% seller fee, right? Only 10%. And then finally, after taking beating after beating after beating for a few years, finally came to the realization, yeah, I may have a 30 to 35% seller total selling fee on Heritage, but overall, when I work it all out, I realize
50% more.
Exactly. Because I typically, the art still typically most of the time sells for fair market value or close to it, plus or minus, sometimes more, sometimes a little bit less, but generally within the market value, Whereas with Comic Link, I was, getting suckered by it's only 10% selling fee. Yeah. But on almost every page that I sold, I was losing 40 to 50 or 60% of the fair market value. So on Comic Link, it's not just 10% selling fee. You're losing 40 to 70% actually.
Yeah, it's like paying EGS $10 to slab a comic as opposed to CGC paying them 25. I mean, and it's worth less than it is raw in an EGS slab. You know, it's kind of crazy that people still consign with them. But here's something to think about. Everybody in comic art collecting knows Heritage, and they know Comic Link. So why are the prices higher at Heritage? Because Heritage sells coins, Heritage sells currency, Heritage sells cards. They sell so many more things that they've got a huge buyer pool of people that get the emails like I do that have everything listed, and I delete it if I'm not interested in it. But then, yes, that is Diane word on the back wall.
Nice. Thank you.
And it was actually featured. They highlighted it in their concert reel for an entire year of touring. The artist is a guy named Sean Stepanoff. Great caricaturist. But yeah, I mean, you're losing access to a much wider range of buyers. And some of those buyers maybe aren't the people that are winning, but they're bidding. So they're pushing the price up on everybody else who's bidding. And again, I don't think that's shill bidding. I think it's a certain level of attention, a certain level of interest that doesn't necessarily eclipse. And maybe they're even less emotional bidders, but there's so many more of them that it pushes it up incrementally, so that people that are in the back end of the auction wind up purchasing at a higher point. When you don't have those people pushing the price back up, it goes for less than fair market value. So very frequently, pieces at Comic Link go for less than what anybody would consider fair market value, and certainly for less than what would be considered fair market value by the Heritage crowd, or even by the Donnelly brothers.
Yeah. We're picking up viewers, everybody. 46, baby. I love it. Everybody loves this topic. I love it too. So that's awesome. Thank you for all for tuning in, and for those of you who've been here, especially since the beginning, for hanging out. That's awesome. So yeah, where's Jeremy? Hold on, let me put Jeremy's. And by the way, for those of you, just in case you guys still haven't figured it out. So Sticky Rice, Jeremy, we did he was the guy who I did a show and tell with, and it was all the video game artwork, with a couple of comic book pieces mixed in. But
is it the PC game artwork?
Well, I mean, some of it, I guess, but a lot of it was the whole show. It was just video game related artwork.
But like a lot of these guys specialize in one type of thing, like NES or Atari or like PC games.
No, but it wasn't just one.
Oh, okay.
No.
I missed that show. I'll have to pick it up.
Yeah, it was a good one. It's fun. It was good. It's different, right? It's cool, but it's related, right? Because most of us still play it at some point, video games, if we still don't, So
well, I did that show at Peekaboo Gallery a few years ago where we had all the Atari art and the original video games brought back. It was like a 1985 arcade, brought to life as an installation.
Right.
Nintendo, Sega.
Yeah, he's got all kinds. And Nintendo,
that recent era. Gotcha.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, let us move on, folks. And a couple of pieces left. And so let's take a look at this one. So this next one, we go to DC. We haven't seen DC in a while. And here we go. Check it out. So this Action Comics 486. So this is from the late 70s, 78, probably 78, 79, something like that.
Seems like a lot for a Rich Buckler cover.
So yeah, let me. Well, it's not. Okay, it doesn't even matter who drew it. Okay, because let me just tell you this. So up until this time, in 2021, pre-crisis Superman covers. It didn't matter if it was Buckler, Ross Andrew, Jose Luis Garcia Lopez. All right, regardless of who did it, or Dick Giordano, whatever. These covers from this era, the late 70s. Typically would be selling for $3,000 or $4,000. anywhere from the high 2000 range. So let's say 2750 to up to around 4500. Okay.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because at the time, post-crisis Superman covers from, 19, especially from, 1991, 92, 90, the triangle era, as they call it, by, let's say, Jerry Ordway, not the Grummett ones, but Ordway, Gamble, whoever. Those were typically selling on average 35 to 45. So those were stronger than the pre-crisis ones. And it actually made sense to me.
No, the comic got good. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
Nobody was reading Superman in those earlier days. Nobody cared because it was kind of crap.
And Kurt Swan is an exception. Like Kurt Swan pre-crisis covers were money, and post-crisis were money. Yeah.
Exactly. But in terms of the stories, nobody cared. They were garbage. It was one-shot issues, crappy villains, whatever, right? Nobody had been buying Superman since the 40s at that point, So that made sense. But here we go with this one. So this one comes along. So you can imagine my shock at this, even with the COVID boom taking into account. You see this and you're like, what the hell happened here? Like, are you insane? $13,000.
No.
And listen, Matt, you mentioned Rich Buckler. The reason I tell you it doesn't even matter about the artist, because even if it had been one of the Garcia Lopez covers,
even if it had been Gil Kane, yeah, that's crazy high.
That's insane. That's insane, right? So here we go, January 2021. The seller takes it and sells it. July 2020.
Even that seems high, to be honest.
No, by this point, these late 70s pre-crisis covers, they did finally start to move up more into the 4,000 to 5,000 range.
Well, I mean, they doubled, basically.
Yeah. But everything else had gone up by this point by 5 times on average.
Yeah, I guess that's a slower rate of increase overall.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, but think about it. Like, come on, man. $13,000, 13,200. And okay, at least he didn't flip it. It was 2 years later. But again, guys,
so
let this thing,
$4,800.
Yeah, let this sink in. Oftentimes, it's not how long you keep it or don't keep it. It's how good or bad you buy. That's why it's so important not to overpay, and by how much you overpay. Again, to me,
$11,000.
I was always, following Superman covers. So to me, I was like, oh, if this goes for $4,000, that's a pretty decent cover. Maybe I'd bid on it if I could get it for $4,000. And that's what I was thinking here in 2021. Okay, and then it went for 13. So I was like, what the hell's going on? That's outrageous, right? It went for like 3 times what it should have gone for. But even here, like you say, it might seem a little bit expensive, but yes, they had gone up at this point. But yeah, I mean, poor guy. I mean, for what you buy badly, and suddenly you think, okay, well, at least I'm not flipping it. It's a couple of years later, maybe it's gone up, or at least maybe I can get close to my money back. Not even remotely close, right? Not even remotely close. Because when you take into the fact, even forget his 10% seller's fee, right? Forget that. When you just assume, let's say even if he had taken in 5211 in his pocket, oh my God. I mean, look at 52. Holy shit. $8,000. $8,000. But then you actually do the reality and you say, okay, he lost another $521. Oh my God. Come on, man. Holy shit. He lost over $8,500. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So that's an example again of just buying very badly. That has nothing to do with, you sold it too soon or whatever. That's just,
that bucks the 10-year expectation.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
In 10 years, from then, it's not going to be worth what he paid for it. Like that is a massive overpayment. And again, what month was it? The first month?
You mean the sale when he sold it?
The first sale.
Oh, the first one,
January 2021.
And then sold July of 23.
That was that was really along the line to insanity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They all the same. What's the same?
I mean, maybe it was the first comic he ever bought off the newsstand. I don't know.
Yeah, look, again.
Oh, that's funny. Someone else just said the same thing in the chat. That's hilarious. Because there's a couple of comic covers that mean a lot to me, but they're already very expensive. And so the odds of me ever owning them is sort of null. So I gave up on those long ago. I guess, if this dude was making money hand over fist in January of 2021, and a lot of people were, then power to him. Maybe he was selling,
Marcus says, well, he bought this and then dodged the bullet with the Fist of Khonshu cover.
Yeah. Maybe this guy was selling hand sanitizer, in January 2021 and making money like it was going out of style.
Have a good one, TJ. You're only going to miss one piece anyways. Catch it on Rewind. Thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Yep.
Maybe it was the first time he ever had.
Same thought I had at the same time I had it. Yeah.
COVID stimulus money, though.
No one made that much money in COVID stimulus money. I mean, he must have been working in entertainment. There was a shit ton of money.
We don't know. Look, guys, these are the things we can't really bring up. There's no point in bringing it up because it's all completely speculative. These are all the tiny variables that you just don't know. We don't know, right?
Wait. Highlight Ian's comment, please. Ian, I love you, but no. I have never made an investment that bad in my life ever, where I have lost 80% of the value of a thing.
Listen, I've been in the stock market since 1994. I have taken some huge hits. I've taken, I don't mind telling you, I've taken $150,000 hit. Okay. Thankfully I wasn't going to be put, out the pasture and be living under a bridge in a cardboard box, right? And with the divorce.
Or that should be an apples to apples comparison though, Ruben. How much? $150,000 hit. So that would mean you had $200,000 in the market and you took a $150,000 hit, which I don't think happened, for it to be as bad as that. That would be an apples to apples comparison. If it was $1 million and you took $150,000 hit, then it's a hit.
I know what you're saying. Look, it's not. Look, it's different, right? Whatever. I get it. Yeah. I'm just saying. But because it's fun, like Ian says, you do these comparisons, and I guess these kind of thing you commiserate together, whatever. But that's Ian. That's a heavy one, right? Like, I don't think you can say that everybody has been on a. Listen, in the stock market, it's very possible. Yes, much easier to lose $8,000 here and there if you're investing 20 and some stock takes a big hit one day and boom, half the value. That happens way more in the stock market than it can happen in original art. But that's a massive hit, though. That's a massive hit. So I don't think the average person can say that they've taken an $8,500 hit on, what was it, a $12,000 purchase or something like that. That's wow. Yeah, and 2 years later, I mean, that's yeah, exactly, Marcus. Stocks, maybe, for sure. Comic books, exactly, but artwork, not so
dude. I always made money on comics. I bought collections and then I sold them. Like, I didn't get super emotional about that stuff. I had it and I got rid of it. I've held on to some comics, but they're not comics I really am looking to sell. So I'll hang on to them until their value comes back. And some of them I'll post, for sale. And when it hits that number, I'll take that number. But again, the idea of leaving my fate in the hands of an auction with that much at stake is just not a mistake I would make.
Yep, I agree. Stanley, should more auctions have high opening bids? No, because don't forget, the thing that attracts bidders to the auctions is knowing that the opening bid is typically at the way most auction houses work is that they open the bid at around half of what they think fair market value is worth. So bottom line is, even though we know in a popular auction house like Heritage or even the not so popular ones, you're not going to get it, right? Unless it's a brand new auction house that just opened for business and didn't advertise it, right? And you just found it today, right? You're not going to get it for way, half of market value. But at least it's not a turnoff, like in some of those auctions. Like some of you guys remember, those of you who've been around at least 20 years, you guys may remember when Joe Maddalena was still owning Profiles in History in Beverly Hills, right? Selling, what do you call it? The props, movie props and such. And in 2003 and 2004, I believe it was, he put on, he got into comic art, and then he put on a couple of auctions of comic art. And he did this one auction of, what's his name? Mostly Byrne Wrightson art? I think it came from the Frank Darabont collection, I believe it was. And
Prop store?
Huh?
Prop store?
No. It was Profiles in History.
Yeah, he was the prop store guy before that, right?
No. Prop store is somebody completely different.
Oh.
Yeah. And Joe Maddalena is now, he ended up selling out Profiles in History to Jim at Heritage, and that's why he's like a vice president at Heritage now,
Yeah.
And anyway, so he did this one auction, Stanley. I'm saying this for your benefit, where it was so obvious that Darabont, I believe it was Darabont, the director, the movie director, for those of you who don't know, didn't want to lose, didn't want to risk. He didn't want to take the risk inherent in putting things at auction. So he managed to get Joe to agree to put the opening bids at fair market value. I cannot stand that. I can't stand
Why didn't he do a reserve price like any normal
but everybody hates
house
that too. Yeah, but I hate that too. I don't like that. I don't bid. I don't even pay attention when there's reserve. I see reserve prices, I don't pay attention. So that's a killer as well.
But there are people that do, and a lot of people that do, to be honest. And I think that that's a much better safety net than a high opening bid. And let's not twist this, right? Like Heritage and Comic Link have $1 opening bids. I mean, that's just the way they do business. Like they do a very low opening bid. I think it's even zero. I think it opens at zero. So you have to place a bid, and ostensibly you have to bid at least $1. So that's how they start, and that's how they climb. They could put in reserves. I've had pieces at Heritage in the past where they did have reserves, right, or they have a minimum guarantee. And
have a good night, Lee. Thank you for tuning in this long.
Nightly. But they changed their business model because there's always people that are willing to give them stuff. And that's what changed it. I used to also get more favorable auction terms than I do. Because especially with comics, that people are just like, here you go, during those big years. I was able to work out something a little bit different on my animation stuff because I had really, really key stuff, and they still shit the bed, I think, on that. I made a lot of money, but I didn't make anywhere near as much as they should have.
Right.
And that's different than losing money. So Ian had posted something about, I sold my comics before they were valuable. That's not losing money.
No, that's not losing money.
That's losing monopoly money. That's losing mystery money. That's speculative.
Yeah, I hate, and I don't mean to say, to say this in a bad way, obviously, towards you, Ian.
So feel bad is what I'm saying. Like, don't feel bad. That wasn't a loss. Yeah,
exactly. Don't feel bad because that's the craziest thing. I hate when people, and believe me, over the all my life that I've been in hobbies, people have said that to me. Like, oh, I bet you regret, like, you must really regret when you sold that, when we were at that local convention and you did a coin flip and you sold your high grade Hulk #1 on a coin flip or whatever. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I've even told that story on this channel, I believe, where I took it. It was 90, and it was springtime. The new baseball cards were coming out. I wanted to make my sets. I needed money to buy wax boxes of all my baseball cards. I sold my Hulk one for $500 so I could spend it on shitty wax packages to have fun making sets. Whatever. And like I've said in the past when I've told that story, it doesn't matter. I can't regret it, because the reality is, even if I had cash available to where I didn't need to sell my Hulk one to buy my baseball cards, and I'd hang on to it. If I'd hung on to it, I still probably would have only hung on to it for another year, maybe 6 months, whatever. I would have found some way to sell it for some other thing.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, I wouldn't still have it today, 30 whatever years later. That's what you got to tell yourselves, Ian, when you say those things. That's like silly sort of dream type comments. You know what I mean? Like,
I sold an incredible collection of pre-code horror that belonged to Ray Zone at Heritage Auctions just a couple years before the comic explosion. But that money opened his son's restaurant. So you can't put a tag on that. I've certainly sold many Hulk 181s. I owned a Hulk 181 in near mint condition that I sold back in 1991 for $400. It dropped in value 2 years later.
Yeah.
I bought out when the getting was good. I just didn't buy back in when I could have.
Exactly. Thanks for hanging out with us all this time, John. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, and he says he's correcting and saying that no, it was my purchase high, and then he sold low, and after he sold, it went back up. Now, that happened to me a million times in the stock market. That's happened to me a million times, right? You get whipsawed, right? It's like, I remember this one time, not to go too much on a tangent, but I just tell a quick one. I remember this one time. This is back in the 90s. I bought this. I was investing in a potash. Okay, it's a type of fertilizer, and I had bought this company. I still remember the name, Asia Pacific. And I bought this thing, something in the $6 per share area. And I'd hung on to it, I want to say a good solid year. And it was just kind of treading water. It was basically a break even, And I was like, again, it's just like the story I told about the original art inventory. I get sick of it, right? I'm like, fuck, I can't believe this goddamn thing hasn't moved, because other potash companies, fertilizer companies in that same space have been going up, making money, right? I'm like, how the hell is this thing not moving? I swear to God, guys, finally I get sick of it. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm dumping this shit, and I'm putting, because look, it's opportunity cost as well, right? I'm going to dump this thing. I'll get my money back out. At least I'm at break even, and let me make the money work for me somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I sell out. I swear to God, I'm not even exaggerating here. I sell out. News comes out 2 hours after I sell out. So the same trading day, boom, it goes from $6 to $8. I'm like, what? It went up 33% 2 hours after waiting a year for this fucking thing to move, and it went nowhere. And because I was 2 hours early on the sell, I lost a few $1,000. Like, but whatever. That's you can't time the market. It just happens. That's why it's not easy to trade in the market.
So what you're saying is you made a shit decision about fertilizer.
Exactly. Thank you. That's the best way you could say that. Exactly. Thank you. But yeah, man, that's how it goes. But if you hung on another year, says John, you could have bought more baseball cards. Yeah, exactly. Whatever. You can't cry about that shit, man. Whatever.
Well, who's to say that the set that he wanted didn't triple in value in a year?
Yeah, this was 1990 when
the worst at bottom. Yeah,
when they were flooding the zone, basically
printing out entire sheets of Griffey Jr. cards.
Yeah. This is the year when, like, even now, 34 years later, had I just waited 34 years and decided, hey, let me buy some complete sets already up from those years, 1990, I could have bought them for way less than those wax boxes cost me back then. Like that's how crazy it is,
It could have been pro set.
Yeah. Good old. Don't even remind me of these nightmarish things. I wouldn't have blown it on nose candy. I never tried nose candy, just so you know. FYI, stop spreading rumors. Oh, you did too? You sold some good comics and you blew it up on cocaine? Wow. Nobody knew that about. Who knew that about Marcus? Nobody knew this guy was like doing the white powder. Wow. In Canada, nose candy is crystallized powdered maple syrup.
It's ketamine.
I wouldn't know. Joe Louis cakes aren't cheap. That's a local confectionery here. I like the stock symbol.
Butter tarts.
That's funny. Fertilizer happens. Exactly. Thanks, Rich. Ruben would be a billionaire if you just kept his money in an index fund. You're right. You're right. I'll tell you guys, I'm not susceptible. I am susceptible to still also admitting that I like in the stock market. I like the action for sure. I like the action. So that's why I always manage my own account instead of letting other people manage it. But you're right, Marcus. In hindsight, I never sat down to actually do the numbers. And I'm not positive about this because I've done okay in the market, right? I've done fine anyways, but I feel there's a good chance that had I just bought, if every penny I put into the stock market, I had just put in and just sat on it and never traded, I'd probably have done better, than all the decades of in and out, whatever. But again, at the same time, I value the lessons I've learned. I value the fun that I got out of trading. You know what I mean? And yeah. So it's different. You can't really compare it to, comics, comic art, whatever. Junk wax era. Exactly, John. Hey, John, wasn't it you who said you were gone? Yeah, you said you were gone 6 minutes ago. What happened? Ruben took the big hurt on his sale. Yeah. Big hurt on big hurt rookie cards. I bought potash stock. Did you? Ooh, that was a good one. Did you make good money? I didn't do snow. He wants to clear it up. Okay, everybody, just to be clear, I started a rumor for a change. Marcus does not do blow and did not do blow. All right. Bought potash stock. That's good stuff. If you held on to it for some good time, you made good coin there. But okay, everybody, let us wrap up the show with one final piece, one final example that we can talk about. Let's show this one. And not a great era for me, not a favorite costume for this character, I'll say that. But yeah, I remember when both of these sales occurred, and I was blown away both times. So check it out. The first one here. Let's see what this piece of art is. So Daredevil, 334, it's from the 90s. First page splash. It's not much of his body that you see, but I don't know. I guess if you were still reading at this time, whatever, it's a decent looking.
This is really a middle, like this is between the cracks, right? Like this is one of the few eras of Daredevil that not many people have fondness for.
No, exactly. So when I saw this,
great page though.
Yeah, it's fine. It's cool. I think it's pretty cool looking. But when it sold, I have to tell you, I remember my reaction being, holy shit, $2,500. Like it to me, I think I was thinking at the time, like maybe $1,000 or something like that, no more than 1,200, something like that. And maybe even in a high 3-digit range, I was like, wow, this is pretty insane. Because again, if it's one thing if it was like a full-figured shot, right? A full-figured image of Daredevil, that would be maybe, you could start making a case for 1,500, 2,000, whatever. But look, you're only looking at the chest up. It's really a headshot, right?
Yeah.
So it does look pretty cool. But again, you don't see much of him.
A 1/3. Yeah.
Oh, thanks, John. I thought that meant you were leaving. Oh, okay. You were just you were just enjoying it so much. John was just enjoying the show so much. He just felt like he needed to tell us how much he enjoyed it, and that was it. I thought it meant he was leaving.
Well,
Oh,
that.
okay. Thank you, man. That's pretty cool. It was okay, but a crap. Oh, you had a crappy return. Oh, on Potash. Okay, I guess it's all the timing, right? Okay, price. Okay, Armored Era. Some people swear by this look. Yeah. I know you've got your 90s fans. It's the same people who love the 90s X-Men books that I find completely trashy looking and unreadable, but that's just how it is. If you were a kid when you were breaking into the hobby for the first time and you were reading the 1993, 94, 95, 96 stuff, to you, that was awesome because that's the first thing you were exposed to. So I don't know if it's a weird page. It's kind of neat that he's saving a child. That also kind of makes it kind of neat. If you can't get McDaniel, you get this, right? This page was on Snyder's site for a good while, if I recall. It's possible. It's possible. I don't remember that, but it's possible. But I don't remember. Well, not that I don't remember. It's just I never looked at that website. I don't go to the dealer sites anymore. So a very soothing splash. Yeah, baby on the page equals pass. Apparently not to this guy who paid $2,500 for that baby.
I actually sold the birth of baby Judith from Walking Dead in the original Pop Sequentialism show.
Oh, really? How much?
Yeah. It was cheap. I think I had it at like $500 or $600.
Okay.
It's actually in the catalog. I should just grab the catalog and look, because that had prices posted in it. That's got to be worth a hell of a lot more now. So the person who bought that. But I was trying to make things affordable and have a pretty good deal on stuff. That was kind of the whole focus of that.
Yeah, and not only that, but at that time, that's probably what it was worth.
Yeah.
If it was worth more, slightly more. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So that's it. But let's take a look at how much this one sold for everyone. So let's take a look at the date. So that's December. So it's the end of the year of 2021. All right, and then it was sold.
Wow.
A few years later, almost 3 years, let's call it 2.5 years later, for a 71.8% haircut. $705, guys. Oh my God. I mean, on Comic Link again, there's the Comic Link curse, right?
Yep.
I mean, what? And then again,
2 3/4 years later.
Yeah, exactly. Not even 3 years. And in his pocket, he took $634.50.
Oh, dude, you know what else is wrong with this? The lettering fell off.
Yeah, the indicia fell off, and the credits.
But all of
it. Yeah, that's all of it. Yeah, that's right. All of it. Yeah.
So he overpaid for an incomplete page. It's missing the lettering.
Yeah, I will say though, Matt, just so you know, because I know you're used to those customers with the clip corners and all that. I will say, as long as the glue staining from the missing captions isn't bad, if it's not that noticeable, people typically don't devalue it. You'll have a few less potential bidders or people willing to buy it, because they're like you, like they're sticklers for the condition or whatever. But there's still always enough people that they won't devalue. They'll still pay typically whatever it would be worth, even with the captions on it, But it's still something that's worthy of
the glue there and realizing that the stuff is gone. To me is I would never. Yeah, and I mean, but that's also like I say, it's missing everything that makes that important to me. It's not a good writer. It's not a particularly great artist. It's from an era that wasn't very good. I mean, like, it's a fail across the board. I don't know what other pages were selling for in 2021, like in the months leading up to that.
Yeah.
I tend to think that it's a person who didn't read the whole listing and thought they were getting a Mazzucchelli page.
Right.
Or even a Lee Weeks page.
I don't think so, though. You got to be really stupid to think you're buying something from a different artist. You know what I mean? Like, that's...
If you're on your phone and you're not really paying attention, I can see it happening.
Okay.
But also December, why were people overpaying in December? It's like the worst month.
But okay,
like,
but Matt, just FYI, again, as we talked about the variables that it's, there's too many, there's always way more variables that, we don't have to mention tonight because there's too many to mention that we don't know. There's no way for us to know if they played a factor or not, right? So we don't mention them. So yeah, I think, is it possible what you just said about the guy was, too busy and didn't know what he was buying? Of course it's possible, but it's still highly improbable. It's far more likely that it's somebody just, again, the hobby was booming. It makes everybody get excited. You're excited about every auction. Oh, I love Daredevil. It's more likely that I love Daredevil at that time. Oh my gosh, yeah. It's a splash.
I don't know. I think that I'd love to go back and look at that auction and see what was before it and what was after it. The way Heritage usually organizes is alphabetically by last name, though, right?
Yeah.
And what was this gentleman's last name?
Grindberg.
Yeah, I don't know what mistake. Yeah, that's just crazy. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine that a title page from that run with Daredevil on it had ever sold for more than $1,000 at that point.
Yeah. No, for sure. Listen, again, that's a perfect example of something where the buyer and then who became a seller lost his shirt, not because he flipped it too quick, but because he bought badly to begin with. He paid way too much,
Now we can also hope, here's another little bit of a silver lining for people. So if you've ever read the Taschen book on collecting contemporary, where they interview all the important people in the contemporary art business, so auctioneers, gallery owners, art reps, and a handful of artists who are also collectors, they ask Gagosian about, how do you get started in the business? And all these people like, oh, I put out books and I educate my buyers. And I love Gagosian for this because he speaks so honestly. And he says, I don't have time to tell somebody, to haggle over the price of a $1,200 print or a $2,000 print.
Right.
I'm like, when someone comes in and they say they want to buy something, I say, then buy something.
Right.
Put it in your house, figure out how you feel about it. We have a great track record. If you're tired of it, we'll happily take it back and try and resell it. And in the meantime, you can buy something else. But you have to opt in at a certain point. Yeah. So I hope that was the first and only foolish purchase that person made, and they immediately learned their lesson when they got the page and then realized, oh shoot, this came with lettering and it doesn't have lettering anymore. Oh wow, I'm looking at other artwork and I'm realizing that I just really overpaid for this. But now I know what I like, and apparently I don't like this. So what do I really like, and where should I put my money? And I think that any buying experience is a valuable experience if you learn from it. You don't have to benefit from it if you learn, financially, if you learn from it. So, we're looking at this, very pragmatically and saying this is what somebody paid and this is how much they lost. And that's what this whole show is about. And it is one almost 5-hour cautionary tale, of look, don't go in blind. Don't think that you're always going to make money, because here's a bunch of examples of why not. But if you have overpaid, and clearly we've got people talking about how they've overpaid and they've lost their shirts, hopefully you learn from that.
Yeah,
hopefully you never made the same exact mistake twice. A lot of people do. A lot of people make the same almost exact mistake twice. So, if one other thing you may discover is that auctions may be very bad for you. You may be somebody that has really poor impulse control, and an auction is like putting gasoline on a fire. It's like giving alcohol to an alcoholic. It's like giving cocaine to a drug addict. That these are maybe things you should stay away from. And that if the idea of buying at auctions frightens you, selling at auctions should scare you 3 times as much. So look for opportunities where going in that you're gonna do well if it's to sell things. If you find yourself in a desperate situation, rather than going directly to the auction route, try and sell stuff directly. Like you said, get in. If you don't have your own website, you can at least have CAF. You can at least put prices on that stuff. You can use that want list on CAF, and you can reach out to buyers who are looking for that artist or that character or that writer team. And these are the best possible demographic for who's going to want to take this off your hands. You will make more money selling it directly than you're going to make through an auction house, because that person would be bidding in that auction. And they know what it's worth, and they know what they're willing to pay. And if you send out a wide enough net and you've got an idea of what you want for it, then you can negotiate. You can get from where your high price is to where their highest price is. And you have control over that transaction. You have no control over an auction unless you have a reserve price. And clearly, nobody selling comic art sets reserve prices at auctions these days. Yeah. So, that's, I think, that's an important aspect of what we're discussing here. We don't want to scare everybody into like, selling off your stuff or whatever. And clearly people here I think most of the people here are relatively educated about this.
Oh yeah, for sure. For most of these guys are, for sure. Absolutely. Mickey says, I just paid a lot for a page with a lot of glue stains on it. I'm fond of Grindberg art. I am not too big a DD fan though, so I wouldn't have bought this page. But he's trying to say he did buy another one though with glue stains on it, right?
I bought a Kaluta witchcraft page. Not witchcraft. Yeah, it was. It was the run that Matt Wagner wrote, and it had some kind of funky schmutz on it, and I couldn't live with it, and I sold it almost immediately.
Okay.
So it's like I have a lot of peccadillos when it comes to what I won't pay for and what I don't want in my collection. We've covered it ad infinitum on this channel, whether it's cut corners or missing lettering and stuff. Sometimes, like the waviness of that first piece, sometimes that's from the artist. Sometimes it comes from the artist that way.
No, yeah, that's true. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's very, very true. That was the one list. That was it. That's how we met. Exactly, Jeremy.
See?
It would be nice for me if they all sell. What I learned tonight is I'm going to lose my shirt when I sell, and I need to work until I'm 100 to pay for my hobby needs.
Wait 10 years. I mean, if you didn't buy at the top of the market and you wait 10 years, the research really shows that it's hard to lose money if you hang on to this stuff for 10 years. That in most aspects of provenance published art. Now, we could have a whole different show on commissions. We could have a whole different show on sketches, on personal work. And that's a different market. You're almost always going to lose money when you sell a commission, like, to be honest, unless that gets published. Or unless that artist stops doing commissions and they go digital, and now you've got an analog piece from a digital artist. But I mean, I disagree. Art is meant to be preserved well in the modern era. If you're looking at old pieces,
but Matt, remember, just like the fine art crowd has always said, this that we collect isn't really art. This is production.
So is animation cells. And yet if you sell an animation cell that's damaged, nobody wants it. And certainly you won't get top dollar for a damaged animation cell, which is production art.
But that
and much less archival.
Well, who?
Much less archival than comic art.
Right. But this is a bigger art market, more established market than the cells market. So there's many more people. They know, the majority of people in this hobby know how the art was created. And so they understand that, 40 years later, 30 years later, 25 years later, this paper has more acidity in it than others. So it's a little bit more yellow and whatever. We know that, most of these pages in the 80s, they would send it to the printer. The printer would put it on a drum, put 4 quick masking tape pieces on the corners, and then rather than waste time untaping it, slice off,
But in a really specific era. So there's definitely a lot of art that predates that era that is in perfectly mint condition. And there's a lot of art afterwards. And so I think, like I say, in an era where that was the normal practice, I get it, because that's the only stuff that you can get, except in a few very rare occasions where that didn't happen. But after that era stopped, because that represents a really short window in comic art production where people were so carelessly cutting those pages. That's a really small window in the overall history of comic art. So for a page from the 1990s to have damage on it, that's a whole different kettle of fish. Now, the problem, of course, as we say time and time again, is that these are all unique pieces of art. So if that's the one page you want, that's the only way you get it. If it's a less important page or it's a panel page or whatever, then you have like to like, and you can compare and what's more desirable and what's less desirable. But it's also important to remember that rank and file comic art collectors do not set record prices. They never have, and they never will. It's people that come into the hobby with a new interest, that have an idea about what they want. And those collectors usually have already collected fine art when they get into comic art. And they're going to have expectations that things need to be in what they would consider to be like mint condition. And so they're not going to they're going to be very disappointed if they get a page that's damaged, and they may send it right back to the auction house being like, this isn't what I was expecting. And that
are you referring to contemporary art, like post the days where they would slice the corners and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, but
or before it, because that era is a really small window. It's really like the mid to late 70s till about the mid 80s.
Throughout the 80s, yeah.
Yeah, and then it's that guy got fired. The guy operating, the artists were like, stop fucking up my artwork. They started making a thing about it. And Neil Adams was a big guy for that, saying like, if you send my pages back, I'm going to send you a bill, if they're damaged. Yeah. So, it's that this is, I know that it doesn't bother people, like it doesn't bother everybody in the hobby. I know a lot of people are fine. And that's the era that they collect. So they know that that's what they got. But there are people that don't collect that era. And so when they see a page from 1993 that's perfectly mint, and they see a page from 1993 that's got some problems with it, they know that that damaged page is a damaged page and it should be less desirable to them.
Time will tell, right?
Yeah.
And about the Gil Kane pages with fading marker, listen, people still buy them.
Yep. Some people get them touched up. Some people get them re-inked.
Some people getting them re-inked. That's a whole other episode, folks, and I'm not getting into that one. We've already kind of touched that on previous episodes of different shows that I've done. So, go another half hour to get the record. No, that's okay. Matt says we've got to clean up our room because guests are coming over.
No, I get where you're coming from there, and I get that it's satire or whatever, but yeah. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying don't move into a dirty room.
Yeah.
Like it's not that you need to clean up the house. These are things that exist in a really certain way, and it's really more like you have a dirty hotel and someone doesn't want to rent a room from you because this is how removed they are from what your reality is. That the people who establish the highest record-breaking prices are people that do care about this stuff.
Yeah. Oops, sorry. I wanted to say that Cab says there's always a tension between the subjective and objective, but in this hobby, the former, being the subjective, will usually prevail, especially when nostalgia is overwhelming.
Prove it.
I think that's a good point.
Prove it. I mean, you can say that, but is there any evidence that proves that to be the case? I mean, that's an altruistic way of looking at it from a very specific point of view in a room full of people who feel the same way. But that doesn't really have any basis in reality. I mean, there's not like you can point to a bunch of established facts that prove that. So that is, as you know, that's a subjective take on a subjective take. There is no objectivity in the statement.
You hear that, Cab? Matt has spoken. Let's see if you have anything to say about that. But yeah, no, this is fantastic. Probably a great time. I'm gonna hit in the next few seconds the 5-hour mark. Fantastic. Cab says it was his own experience for a few pieces.
Right, which is very limited. That's not enough of a sample size to say that that is objectively true. And you know, I think that you have to really, when you're looking at where prices are going and why what we have is going to be worth money, it's not because it's worth money to us right now. It's that it becomes more valuable to some of us who will get more money and therefore have more expendable income while the rest of us don't. And then there's other people that will come into the hobby and make things valuable. This is why you see ebbs and flows in value in markets, why markets hit peak and why markets hit valleys. It's always the outside buyer that establishes a new price setting.
Right. It is a viable argument, he says.
I don't know which argument he's talking about. He could be correct. He could be wrong.
Oh, you're being tough now, Matt. Wow. He says, that's your subjective view. Well, this could go on till the crows come home.
But I have proof because we know who sets pricing records. Like I'm not making this up. I mean, like the people that set the pricing records are almost always people outside the market. They come in, they get interested, they push the prices up. And that allows all of us to sell off the stuff that we don't want to try and focus on other things, hoping that other collectors aren't going for the same thing at the same time so we can get good value. But we also understand how inflation works, and we also understand how markets work.
He says, your subjective view contains an objective claim.
That's what I said to him.
You guys are... That's okay, guys. Listen, this is what I love about these shows is that we all get to interact with each other and share our views, whether we agree with them or not. So that's awesome. So I appreciate it, Cab. Thank you for coming back again for like the second time. That's awesome. Thank you, Matt, obviously.
Yeah, I pull him in by getting him to disagree with me. This is how we keep the numbers up.
Next, Peter, there is no next. We have to wrap it up. There's no, I've shown all the examples. But Peter, for those of you who didn't notice, just a couple of hours, I think, before the show, I scheduled another episode, the one for 2 weeks from now. That's part 2 of tonight. So hopefully we won't talk for an hour and a half at the beginning, so it won't go 5 hours plus again. But yeah, 2 weeks from now, we can continue this because we're going to show another 15 examples of, artwork that proves not everything just because it's comic art is a good investment or a good reason to flip or speculate on, So it's fantastic. It's super exciting to talk about all the time. I think tonight, and I know I say this a lot, but again, I think tonight was one of my favorite all-time episodes. I think especially because of the sheer amount of interaction with all of you guys chatting with us, It's fantastic. And the audience number has stayed strong. I mean, 5 hours, we're still over 36 viewers. Okay, typically we've gone down into the low 20s on the episodes where we went 4 hours plus. And we're basically it keeps fluctuating between 39 and 42. That's fantastic. And it shows and it speaks to the strength and interest that we all have in these topics, right? So I think that's fantastic. Matt is never wrong, says Stanley, by the way. Had to put it up there.
Well, I want Stanley to be correct. I also want Comic Art Boston to be correct because I would love for both to be the case. Probably neither is the case. But, I think that it's good to think that we who are the base collectors who have supported the hobby for as long as we have actually have an influence in it. And we have a certain influence at a certain level within the market, but I don't think any of us have an influence at the top of the market. I just don't. And when we see these record-breaking sales, we're seeing people that came into the market late and they pay too much. And then they set these really crazy records, but they don't need to sell anything because they're not as impacted by the economy. And so they can hang on to things until they do become valuable. And my pleasure, of course. Thank you.
Thanking you for the yeoman service again, we need to delve into card art. I'm not really into it. I don't.
It seems to be the future of art, art
You
sales.
also know nothing about it. I mean, listen, for me to do shows, typically I want it to be something that I do kind of know something about, although not necessarily, because when I did the show and tell with Jeremy, again, it was about video game art. My connection to video games, it was I only played in the 80s and a little bit up until 1990 or 91, and that was it. And I haven't touched it since. Right. So for me, I was like, yeah, I'm not a gamer. I don't really particularly care about video gaming or whatever. But I love artwork. I love illustration. And Jeremy and I had just met. We had done a cool transaction together. I checked out his gallery, noticed, he sold me a piece of Tom Grummett art, superhero art, but everything else he had is video game art. I'm like, that's interesting. And I like to do different things on my channel. So that's why I asked him to do it, right? I felt like I may not know a lot about video game art, but at least I know about something about video games in general, right? Card art, I could, because I do, I've seen card art. I know something about card art, but I don't know that I'd want to. I mean, are you talking about like a show and tell with finding a collector who primarily collects card art and just showing 20 pieces of card art? That'd be simple enough. But if you're talking more of a discussion type show, for that, it's tougher for me to plan something like that because I don't know where to begin. I'd be like a discussion show. I don't know. I don't have much to discuss about it. I would want to have somebody in the studio with me who's like a hardcore collector of this stuff or whatever,
What types of card art,
what type of card art are you talking about? Yeah, because if you're talking,
the Gathering is kind of its own thing, and then there's the Marvel card art, the Fleer stuff, which is kind of its own thing, but still semi-related to comic art, and then there's Pokemon, and a lot of stuff is digital these days, so there's really not any,
For me on my channel, I would want to stick to the superhero stuff, okay, just for my own interest. I'd want to stick to the superhero stuff, and I would probably, if I did it, I would want to prefer to be sort of focused more on the professional artists who drew comic books in famous comic art, card art sets that we kind of all know or whatever. Maybe something like that I'd have more interest in, But anyways, it's something that, I don't know, if somebody else out there listening to this is a huge card art collector, I don't know, reach out if you want. I don't know. We can talk about it, but I don't think it's something I'd go out of my way to plan, unless somebody. Huh?
The Farmer Bro, the guy that pushed up the price of
Martin
Shkreli, yeah. He was a big collector of Magic the Gathering card art.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not sure what happened to his collection or not, if he still has it, if he doesn't have it. But he was secretly buying that stuff in private. Like, it wasn't going to auction. He was finding the people who had it, contacting artists in their estates and purchasing that stuff outright. So I have a feeling that if there's ever a big sale of Magic the Gathering card art, especially classic stuff, that it's probably going to come from his collection. I'm not sure how wide a range it was. Obviously, there's hundreds, thousands of cards. But you look at a set like Arabian Nights, where every single piece is just an absolutely gorgeous piece.
Right.
I'm not sure how much of that was necessarily analog, even then, where it was people who worked as digital artists were working on embellishments on drawings too. So does that art look like the art that was published? That's a huge part of whether or not it connects to what we do, right?
Yeah, for sure. Ian, so you guys, I guess, because over here we have Remembrance Day tomorrow. Is that what it is for you?
We have Veterans Day.
Oh, you call it Veterans Day, right? Yeah. For us,
I have to work, so I don't get it off. But
you're still working?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay, I better let you go. Let's wrap this up, guys. Matt is challenging our presuppositions, so we're sticking around. Yeah. You got nothing better to do because you don't work tomorrow. That's why you're sticking around. Now I know. This is kind of the kind of show that demonstrates real passion for the hobby. Thank you, Cab. I appreciate that. Stanley, as usual, keep talking, Matt. Please let it go 2 hours. Ian says only Hembeck and Mannix card art. I would, they're kind of like really popular now, so I would do a show on those two guys. But
throw in Scotty Young, make it a trifecta.
Dr. Scotty Young, yeah, but somebody who focuses on collecting that stuff, who wants to be on camera. would have to reach out and yeah, because I don't know who off the top of my head who that would be. So
yeah,
somebody reach out to me if you want to do that. Ruben
well,
Quit
Jeff
Video
Redding
Game.
has a hell of a lot of Fred Hembeck stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, I quit when girls beat me at Mortal Kombat. Everybody beat me at everything. I was really into sports games anyways. I was never really into the martial arts games, although I did sometimes play, Mortal Kombat.
I did a
Ruben, you're
commercial
calling
for
it
Killer
Stanley's
Instinct.
Trap. Sorry, Matt?
I did a TV commercial for Killer Instinct.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Did it air?
Oh yeah, it ran during the Super Bowl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
When?
Like back in 1990, whatever. You know, when Super NES was new and it came with Killer Instinct.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's cool. Can we find that commercial on YouTube?
Yeah, if you look for Killer Instinct Super NES commercial chainsaw, you can probably find it. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I think I have it linked on like my appearances and other channels on my YouTube.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. I know, Cab. I know. Trust me. I'm aware of what's happening. I know. Does owning the Mortal Kombat logo bring the girls to the yard? You tell us, Jeremy. You tell us, because I'm not the one who owns that one, and I know that you know. Asking for a friend. I wonder if his name is Jeremy too, because yeah. But he was a champion Pac-Man player 3 years running, not me. And by the way, I don't know why, I don't remember why, but I was always, for some reason, I would skip Pac-Man, and I always went to the Miss Pac-Man machine. I don't know why, but I always
better game.
What?
It's a better game. It had faster motion. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know why. I don't
There
remember.
are levels of difficulty that you could set in a Miss Pac-Man machine.
You could set the difficulty?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, I don't remember that either. Yeah, again, I wasn't a big time player. Magic the Manic Gathering. Yeah. I want them back. Okay, well, let's say specific comic book related card art. There's a few big shot collectors. Point them out to me and get in touch, Antoine. I don't have time. Honestly, I really don't have time to go out and being the one to seek these people out, because I don't know. So help me save some time and point them out to me, or reach out to them and ask them if they'd ever want to do something like this, and ask them to contact me. I'm willing to do it. All right, guys. Don't forget that next week I got Derek WC, otherwise known as Derek Crab. He's going to be my guest. He's been here a couple of times before, 2-3 times, and we'll finally, just like Matt recently did, finally also getting him. He's like the 4th or 5th guy in the last couple of months who is coming back to do an official show and tell, because he always did other shows, but not show and tell. So we're going to do show and tell together. And don't forget, you guys loved it so much tonight. What we did tonight, we're doing again 2 weeks from now, okay? Matt, before I go to the thumbnail for next week's episode, is there anything else you want anything to hype or on your own or pump or just get the word out at all?
I don't really have a lot to pump. I mean, I occasionally post on my YouTube channel. So if you want to be aware when I do, you can, of course, subscribe. You can watch some of the content.
Yeah, that's pop. Tell them it's pop sequentialism as well, right? You're on YouTube.
Also on YouTube. So same as in my screen name right there. And I've also got,
by the way, I always forget to mention it. All of Matt's links are below inside the description. So check that out. Yeah.
Definitely, I'll be putting up a booth at, the CAFCON at Comic Con.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's right.
A lot of new stuff that nobody's ever seen before. A lot of really, really cool stuff. And as I said, some stuff that I really couldn't find adequate comps for. So I think they're going to sell pretty cheaply. So for people who kind of know what they're looking for in certain areas of collectibles, there's going to be some really, really nice stuff. But as I promised, I did want to say, we touched on, Zoe Thorogood. Looking at undervalued artwork, I think if you start kind of skewing a little bit away from superhero art and going into contemporary horror art and into contemporary almost manga-esque just general comics, that stuff is very likely to have a much longer life as a sit-alone thing, and that the prices on that artwork is really inexpensive. And it's really good work. So I would say look into that type of stuff, and it doesn't necessarily have to be Zoe Thorogood, but anything that is contemporary horror that is award-winning is probably worth investing in.
Well said, Matt. Love that. And with that, we bid all of you adieu. That's bonne nuit in French, and buenas noches to you Spaniards or Latin people, Latin-speaking people. No, we have no Mannix, and no, we have no bananas either. So let me think if there's anything else I gotta remind you of. No, other than Nick's show, Nick's EXP show. Again, that's just on Friday. Yeah, those of you having a day off, enjoy your rest tomorrow. Obviously, those of you who, like Matt says, that if you're gonna set up a booth for CapCon this coming weekend, next weekend. Good luck to you guys. I hope you guys all make tons of sales. Obviously, I hope that goes well for you. And for those of you looking to buy stuff, I hope you find stuff to buy. So that obviously is also something to be wished upon you. So that's about it. Other than that, I guess we'll I'll flip up the thumbnail for next week's show and close it out that way. Kyle Hot's horror, yum. He's good. He's good. I like him. Yeah. And we're not waiting 10 more minutes. Even though we came close to a record, it's going to have to be. This will be, I guess, the second longest show, longest episode ever. Stanley. Well, we can live with that.
To take a page from Stevie B, because tomorrow is Veterans Day, I would absolutely like to thank all former servicemen and women for their service.
Exactly. Likewise, exactly. In here, in the United States, Canada, and all over the world, actually. So anybody who's ever, given their service for country. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Ian. That's I'm really glad you had a fun time. All of you, thank you so much. Like really killer show for me. I hope you enjoyed it too, Matt. I mean, I think you did.
Absolutely.
It was awesome, and thanks to you, you helped make it so awesome. So, I really appreciate you, man. Thanks. Yeah, man.
Thank you for having me on. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely.
Thanks, chat. Thanks, Cab.
As I always say, all of you, no joke. Thank you so much. You guys are just as responsible as me and whoever my guests are every week for making it as fun as it is. And again, for hanging out this long. I mean, even now, still 31 people. So a bunch of people finally started dropping off, but that's crazy. 31 after 5 hours and 17 minutes. I mean, that's insane. So thank you so much. Tom Kazalowski, you're still here. Wow. Crazy, man. But yeah, thank you so much. And Nick will be previewing his and others' art. Oh, that's right. That's what this upcoming that. So on Friday, Nick, yes, he's having some collectors who wanted to give a preview of what they'll be selling at CapCon. He'll be having them on the show to do previews. Yeah. So just as irresponsible. What is? Oh, I don't want to keep it going, so I'm not going to ask you. I'll take that back. Cheers, Antoine. Thanks for dropping in again. Good to see you becoming a regular. That's really awesome of you. And Paul secretly was here. Wow. Good show. Thank you, man.
Thanks, Paul.
Wow. I love that. Even though you didn't talk throughout the entire 5 hours plus, I do appreciate that you at least at the end come in to show us that you were here. So that's appreciative. Yeah. How's the Montreal weather? It's pretty good right now, Stanley. Great show. Now back to Jesus or battered to Jesus. I don't know what that means, but yeah, let me put the, this show was Sofa King Long. Yeah. I'm not even going to ask about that. I guess it'll be a mystery to me forever, but let me throw this up for next week. And here we go. So that's Comic Art Show and Tell number 59 with Derek Crabb at the usual time, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. And Mr. Red Jack, thanks for being here all night. It's lunchtime, I know. What can I tell you? And thanks for being here. I know everybody should know that Mr. Red Jack, he usually works Sunday nights. He took the night off because he really wanted to see the Nick Barucci 20th anniversary celebration show. And so I guess you can say that Nick kind of screwed you. I know it's not my fault, Brian. But I appreciate that you were here and stuck around this long. So thank you. Newfie, goodbye. Goodbye to you, John. Thank you. Yes, sir. Well, no, now it's not Lions time just yet. Now for me, like Matt mentioned at the beginning of the show, now it's break the 5+ hour show into chapters. So I'll be here for probably 2.5, 3 hours trying to do that right now. So you look like Jeff Goldblum in that Patriots jersey. Do I? Wow. He's not exactly a good looking dude. So I don't know. That's not really a big compliment, but okay.
It's kind of amazing. It's awesome.
Take care. Oops. Take care, Brian. No, I will be there in December. Oh, you got it off. Awesome. That's awesome. Good to hear that. I'm happy about that. Let's just hope he doesn't cancel again. But yeah, everybody, thank you again so much. And catch Nick on Friday. Catching me back here. Good luck. Have a great time on at CAFCON. And then we'll catch you back here on Sunday night as usual at the usual time. Thanks again, and thanks to you again, Matt. Appreciate it, bud.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody, and go blue.